Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show today. Very happy to have you here. Hopefully, as usual, everybody has had themselves a wonderful weekend. I know that it's a beautiful sunny day for me. Nice and cool, nice and cool. I don't have much coffee though, but anyway, uh, very nice. And hopefully, you got some. My weekend was pretty quiet, but it was nice though. Nevertheless, we're going to be getting into some interesting stuff as usual that's going on in entertainment
Interesting.
world, and we'll cover a couple other things as well. But as you see with my
Hey,
title today, it's same old, same
shit.
old. Hello, Thundero.
I almost tripped down my stairs to my basement and died, Chester, right there on right there on live.
That'd have been nice.
Yeah,
That
that'd been
might
great.
have
That'd be
pipped up
good
the
content.
that little bit of up in the ratings. Yeah, try not
Man
to
dies
die.
live on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'd prefer not to. I kind of like living. I've grown fond of it, in fact.
Yeah, yeah, no, living is a good thing, but
Yeah.
you got to watch your step. You're getting old, there, buddy.
Well, no, my in my kitchen for some reason, I don't even know why it's there. I think it's just there because I haven't put it away because lazy.
Yeah.
My my jump box for my car batteries and whatnot is just sitting there, and I my foot caught one of the cables,
Yeah,
and I almost did a header right
there
now,
you go.
just then, down the basement stairs.
Why do Americans always seem to have battery troubles?
Because it's really, really, really ridiculously cold here. That's why.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see. It's a cold thing.
yeah,
That
yeah.
explains
Because
it.
what happened to my battery is in February it was -8 before the wind chill the one time.
Uh-huh.
So that was about the breadth and the width of that battery. That battery didn't make it past that.
So that's why
Um,
electric cars don't do well in cold places. Huh.
Exactly. Yeah, it
Well,
kills it drain all that cold drains the battery, so
you
there's
would
not
think
really
they
much
might mention that up front.
you
No?
would, but
Yeah.
apparently not.
It's also weird that they're pushing solar energy in Europe so much when Europe, it's mostly gray skies
Uh-huh.
most of the
We'll see
time.
how it works.
Yeah.
See how it works. The ones that they should be pushing is nuclear, but,
Oh, yeah.
heaven forbid we push one that actually works. I
Nuclear
know,
would be good.
crazy idea. I
Nuclear
think
would
the
be good.
Swedes burn a lot of garbage and stuff too to get their power.
Probably. I mean, it's all a bunch of bullshit anyway. They all lie. They're like,
No,
"Look, we
not
have
governments.
Yeah, no, well, it is what it is. Oh, that's kind of cool. Sorry, I was looking at something and not doing my job. Nevertheless, but yeah, the hypocrisy of the Europeans doesn't seem to be dialing down at all, which is one of the reasons why I said same old.
No,
Because yeah, the left ain't backing up at all, at all, even a
at
little.
all.
There was some
What's that
signs
at?
that we might have a little bit of backup or a little bit of introspection, but nope,
Now come on
no,
now, you
they
know
ain't
them
happening.
better than that.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
know them
I
better
do.
than that.
I do.
The
You're
left
right.
in the last 100 years has killed probably around 300 million, if not a billion people directly through their bullshit.
Yeah,
And there's still no introspection at all
none,
about how wrong their ideas are.
none,
Not even a little bit. They're
none.
just right, you're wrong, and you're
It's
stupid.
true.
That's it.
You're right. France does have nuclear power, and therefore
France does
France
indeed.
isn't really the one making noise about energy, are they? Their problems are, they're France.
But
But
France ended up.
yeah, the rest of the Europe, the Western Europeans have definitely put themselves in a hole. But all honesty, let them rot until something happens because I do know one thing: East Europe is definitely on the ball. They're starting to throw the shackles of the West off, and Trump noticing this is like, "Hey, want to make a deal?
Would you like to make a deal?
Would you like to make
That's
a
what he
deal?"
said.
And they're like, "Yes, Mr. President, we would."
Well, I've
Yeah.
noticed most I think I heard around 50 countries, it might be more now, have already called to renegotiate everything because they don't want to
Oh
be
yeah.
tariffed because,
Of
tariffs
course.
work when you're using them as basically an economic weapon,
Mhm. Well,
which is what he's doing.
it's almost as if it was the plan.
Yeah,
You
almost
know.
like that was the entire point. No, I suppose one of the few things I definitely 100% align with Trump on is the tariffs.
Oh
There's
yeah.
absolutely no reason economically everybody should have access to our market for free. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous. This is the best
Well.
market in the world. It's not even close, and everybody knows it. And yet,
Oh,
for
of
some
course.
reason, we all are supposed to just smile and nod as they rape and pillage us.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, that's very true. I do know that another kind of point that Trump was trying to do is knock down the Wall Street, knock down the Dow, knock down a lot of stuff, so that we
Yes.
could refinance our debt at and save billions and billions and
Mhm.
billions of dollars. The problem is the Federal
Right.
Reserve doesn't want to play ball, so he has to force their hand. And I still don't understand. And there must be some shit I just don't know, which there's a lot of things I don't know. But because me personally, I just simply fire the Federal Reserve Bank. I mean, it is a private company, and just put it all back under Treasury. But there must be something going on I don't understand. So
Yeah, I'm sure there is. No, I agree with you. The Federal Reserve needs to go. I think anybody with any sense can understand that. I want him to get talking about removing the income tax again. Where'd that Trump go? Now that Trump, I'll support. I'll fight through hell and high water for that Trump. You give me
well,
somebody who's ready to end the income tax, boy, I'll go to war for that guy.
well, I think the
I don't even care
first
about his other policies.
right. I think the first phase he's looking at is everybody under $150,000.
Which
Uh,
is what I've been saying.
yeah,
Chapter, how long I've been saying that on here?
yeah.
Anybody under, I said 130, but 150 is a nice round number. Anybody under that number has no business paying income tax in America. It costs more to collect it than they could possibly ever extract.
Yeah. No, they
It's
should
stupid.
just get rid of it because
Yeah.
federally, the states are going to have their taxation, and that's fine because they are states. The federal government should definitely be gotten rid of. And Trump, that's what Trump wants. It's just going to take some time.
Yeah.
We got to get through all of this nonsense that's going on, and we're already seeing actual real job growth coming back and more of that's going to happen in the coming months and years. Because keep in mind, everybody, there's a big difference between, a guy working on a highway crew or working at some kind of factory or plant or what have you, and a new hire with the federal government. They're very different on how they impact the country, the culture, and of course. The actual value of America. Some
Yeah.
idiot sitting in the government that doesn't actually do anything other than put a stamp on something every now and then when it says DEI on it, is not actually benefiting us at all. I know, shocking, but
What a surprise.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. No, it's silliness. It's got to stop. And
yeah,
it's starting to stop. We need a return to a, it doesn't have to be a fully, because here's what people are misunderstanding. They keep using this as a red herring. Even the Trump administration is doing that. They know full well that most of these factory jobs within the next 10 years are going to be done completely by robots. Just completely and utterly by robots. The only people who will be working in there will be the people who oversee the robots and repair the robots
right.
and the people who set the systems up. Everything else will be automated completely and utterly. And these Trump and his gang all know that.
Sure.
So it really isn't about bringing jobs necessarily back here. It's about making sure that we're the ones who are in control of our robots. Where our plants are filled with American robots in American plants because we don't need to be in a situation where China is making everything, has all the robots, and now we're completely indebted to them forever. We already
Yeah,
had to deal with the fact that they have slave labor, and it's fine because apparently it is.
yeah,
Um, that's really what he's after. I'm just going to
yeah. I
spoiler
think
alert
there's
for everybody.
Yeah, I think there's some to that, but do keep in mind China has already had the shift, and we've seen a lot of that work go to India, Southeast Asia already.
Yep.
Foxconn is almost completely out of China as we speak. Um, China is having full collapse everywhere. It's a real bad situation in China. One of the other odd phenomena. Now, I've been saying that this since I've been on this show. China never had a billion or plus people ever, ever.
Yeah.
It was always a
Big lie.
lie. It's always been a lie. This one thing you have to understand. I say this, and I don't think people get it. China always lies. They always
Always.
lie. And like I
Yes.
said, culturally, if you fall for the lie, you're the idiot, not them. That's
You're
their
the sucker.
culture, right? But they always lie. But it looks like something radical has happened in China. Of course, the government hides everything. It's almost impossible to figure this out. But we're getting estimates of actually closer to 300 million in China, um, which would mean they've lost a lot of people. And there's been a lot of reports coming out of China. Not only is the countryside empty, the cities are empty too. Now we know that economically everybody is got their head down because the all of the stores, malls, all that has been closed because no one has any damn money. Unemployment's, just a guess, is around 60%. Yeah, that's what I said, 60%. And
No
some
problem.
analysts think it's actually much higher than that. No one can find a
Right.
job. The jobs they're getting are paying nothing, right? It's just pure chaos. So where are all the people? Because there's been a lot of videos coming out over the past couple of months showing the cities completely empty, the shopping malls, which I'm not shocked by that, but completely empty, the little cheap markets completely empty. There's video after video of the countryside and ghost towns and ghost villages in the countryside that is completely empty. So where are the people?
Yeah.
Where are they? Now that
Good question.
it's a really weird thing. Did they literally have amongst all the stuff that was going on? Did they literally lose 200 million dead? That would be the biggest die off since I don't know Younger Dryas event. That's what
Right.
12,000 years ago.
That's a
I
long
mean, the
time.
Santorini didn't even cause that level of devastation. And that was a big event, about little over 3,000 years ago. That was bad, you know. But so what's going on? Have they migrated to other countries? I mean, it's seriously a question that needs to be answered. Where have all the Chinese gone?
Well,
And
I think we all know the answer to that question. They've either been worked to death or just straight killed for
yeah,
daring
but
to, oppose Winnie the Pooh
right, but you're
and his
looking at
party.
200 million people, dude, at least.
I'm
That's an
aware.
insane number. It's an insane
I'm
number,
aware.
dude.
It's not the first time they've taken out 100 milli in China. It
No,
won't be
but
probably won't be the last either.
this is much worse. Um,
Well,
uh,
it is, but it's also I don't know if it is per capita because, there's more people now than there was then. So it
uh,
might be around roughly the same. It's still terrible. Don't take my flippant tone to say it isn't terrible. It absolutely is. But it could be around roughly the same, you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
something like that. But regardless, it's still horrible. China has a history of this. They've been doing it since for always. That's why
it's true.
people blame the communists. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
but
the
come
Chinese have kind of
on.
always done that. That's true.
They've always done this.
Um, they do have die-offs, but there's something radically wrong with China right now.
Well, that's what happens with China, though. If you look out throughout their history, they'll have this boom period, and then they just die off for
Yeah,
sometimes hundreds of years, and you don't really hear from them. And then they come back for various reasons, and it's just the way it goes in that place for some reason. It's very strange. Like because there was a time, we all talk about Rome, but Rome being great, and it was, but there was a time during Rome's greatness where China was pretty damn great too. There was a lot of trade between them. They were very wealthy. They were
oh yeah,
powerful, over at least
that's
over there.
definitely true.
Um, so my point is this for China especially, this ebbs and flows really hard, and they're always nasty too. Because at the end of their cycles, it's always like a mass die off, or they go into a hard, like basically like a dark age, and they just lose technology or whatever.
That's true.
Just stuff like that happens to them a lot. So maybe it's just something in their culture that is just so deep that it's just doesn't matter who the ruling ethos is. It's
Maybe
gonna happen.
it could come to because there are some unique things that are very Chinese. That is true.
Mhm.
The lie thing is kind of unique to them. Another thing is very unique to them. If you're not family, then you are nothing,
Yeah, you don't exist. You
right?
might as well not exist.
Right. And this is why you see people that will literally just drive over people lying in the street, right?
Right.
It's this, and that's you can find. I wouldn't look for it, but it's real. But
Yeah.
and it's a real issue. Whereas most other cultures don't really have this effect. Like say, let's take Russia, right? The Russian people are pretty quiet. Um, and if you're walking down the street, you don't smile to each other on the street. That's just not a Russian thing if they don't know each other. But
Yeah.
if you see some little old lady fall over, you'll see just like with most cultures, the Russian people will rush over and help her, even though they don't know her.
Right.
They just think it's weird that if I don't know you, why are you smiling at me? So people get this wrong idea about the Russians, because once you've been introduced, they're actually super friendly. Like I said, they're very bubbly people, not as much as Americans, but they love music and dancing and singing. They're very colorful. There's nothing like the movies that you see of Russia. It's not even close. But even
Yeah.
in a culture that is, isn't super, like hi, waving on the street type of thing, like us,
Hmm.
they're they're still will help each other in an instant, in an instant,
Yeah.
right?
They have to.
Yeah, sure, but that's normal, right? It's normal. If there's someone
Well,
falls
it's
over, what do? You help them, right?
normal for normal people, for decent people. Yeah.
Right. Well, now the problems in China have been compounded because now, and this has been going on for decades, by the way. If someone falls over and you actually do help, because there are some good Chinese people, you get sued. And
Yeah.
the government's not going to step in and help you. They're not going to interfere at all. Matter of fact,
It
in
happens here
China,
sometimes too.
it can. That's true. We've
Or
seen some
stabs, you know.
silly stuff. But in China, for instance, because they're communist, right? So technically, you have a right to put forward a complaint to the Beijing government, anytime you like. You do have that right. You have to
Right.
travel to Beijing. You can't do it locally. You have to actually go to Beijing. But the thing is, once you file it, even if you're 100% justified, all of a sudden your credit score drops and now you can't do anything. You can't use the trains. You can't go to public schools. You can't go. You can't use any kind of a credit card or debit card or anything like that. You're just shut down out of society. So therefore, you can't actually put a complaint in because it'll destroy your life, even if you're 100% justified. It does not matter. Therefore, with all that in place, no one does anything for anybody in China.
Right.
Nobody does.
Can you
And
blame them?
no, they have their cultural problems, and then they have their logistic and litigious problems,
Hmm.
and it's really bad. But I'm telling you, we've been seeing the decrease in their economy very rapidly here over the past 2 or 3 years. We've been talking about it, right?
Right.
But this recent thing where there's nobody anywhere, the streets are empty. Entire shopping malls and shopping streets are empty. The countryside also empty because that's what you would assume. They just all go back home, right? But
Hmm.
that's not the fact. The countrysides are empty too. Dude, you know it's bad. I saw a video, a person who was down in Guangdong, and
Guangdong.
Guangdong is really known for one thing: prostitutes.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say something totally different. All right.
Okay, lots and lots and lots of dirt cheap whores. Now in this case,
Whores.
you can say, well, it's kind of sad for them, but I don't know. I'm not as sympathetic toward the prostitute as a lot of other people because you're acting as if the women aren't playing a part in it. It's like,
True.
huh?
No, I think prostitution and unironically should be
It
legalized and
should be.
regulated.
It's
I don't see any
ridiculous.
reason it
But
shouldn't.
that's not the thing. Walking through Guangdong where there are just prostitutes everywhere, you have a guy walk in, they'll ring a bell, and you'll have coming from the cheap, dirty apartments above, you'll have literally a dozen girls run down into a room to get picked, right?
Yep.
That's China. Uh, Dude, there are no prostitutes. It's empty.
Uh-oh.
You
Uh-oh.
know it's bad when the prostitutes are gone.
The oldest profession is closed down? What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with China, but it's not a good thing, dude. It's not good. Either they've literally had a just insane level of die off, or they've shipped them over around the world. Are they hiding in Africa? Um, we know there's been a little bit of an influx of Southeast Asian. The Southeast Asians aren't happy about it. We've had some try to come in here to Japan, but Japan's a little bit harder to get into. But we have had an influx. I don't know. Have they just simply left China? Because it's an insane number of
Well,
people,
there
dude.
is a lot of colonization happening in Africa. I'm sure it's not
There
that many
is.
people, but
There
there is
is.
a lot of colonization. Like, there's a whole subsections of that. Well, I say subsections, sections really of Eastern Africa, especially that is. I mean,
Well,
it's full of
maybe
Chinese.
maybe it's a lot more than we think though, because you got to
Maybe.
keep in mind the Belt and Road Initiative is not there to help poor countries build infrastructure. It's
No,
there to catch them in a debt trap so that China can
they
demand
can
land.
buy it. Yeah.
Right? They can demand, ownership. That's the whole point. It's devious and ugly. But there are many situations where the Chinese own a lot of land in various places. So maybe the people are just being flooded over there. Maybe we're seeing a mass migration of China, and what's happening is we're gonna start seeing like Chinese satellite countries pop up, kind of like with America does in a way with our territories. I
Mhm.
don't know, but something really weird is going on in China. That's for sure. That is for sure, and I'll keep an eye on it, of course. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And
It's
there is
very
another,
interesting.
yeah, there's another illness going on in China, by the way, that's supposedly killing off thousands a day. By the way, keep that in
Yeah,
mind.
but they said that same thing about COVID. Remember all them videos? We were watching them, Chester. We were like, oh shit.
Yeah,
Watching all them videos of these people just fall, like whole streets of people just falling over dead. I remember there
yeah,
was a video, there was a whole street, all the way down the street, just dead bodies. I said, what the hell did they do? What is
yeah.
happening? And then, so we were like, we were waiting for COVID. We're like, oh man, hope this is some serious business.
Sure.
And then, what happened. But they massively oversold COVID in China.
Well, yes and
Or maybe
no.
that early strain was just that nasty,
I
and
think
as it
I think
evolved,
that's more
it
true
weakened.
because the first other place other than China we saw got hit was Italy, and they had some high death rates over there. And then it went
True.
down like a rock, as COVID viruses do, right? Our coronaviruses do.
Really, any
And yeah,
viruses, to
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
honest.
By the time it hit America, of course, it was much softer.
That
But
ocean, baby, that ocean.
it's
Woo!
helpful. It's very helpful.
We got the
But
best barrier in the world right there. If only we could.
yeah,
We need to build a moat across Mexico, just all the way
that would
across
be
the top
useful,
there.
and fill it with
Yeah,
alligators.
we do got a lot of alligators. But
We
Jesse, did
do.
you know that we have so many alligators? They're no longer endangered. They're considered a pest.
Yeah, we can move them to the moat.
Yeah,
But
move them down to the moat.
yeah, but keep in mind, of course, you guys know who've been on the channel for a long time. We were talking about COVID before anybody else was, right?
Anybody. Yep. Hmm.
Because of where I am, right?
Yeah.
And we were actually months. I was like, is Trump going to mention this? Is he going to talk about it? Remember, we were talking about that, right? And
Yep.
then it was
Yep.
what, January? Finally, he mentioned it, and of course, because he mentioned it,
He
all
was
the
racist.
Democrats are like, oh, it must be the opposite
Yes. Remember Nancy Pelosi went to Chinatown and was partying with a bunch of Chinese people because Trump called it a China virus? You
because
remember
it
that? How
was. I
ridiculous
know,
these
I
things
know.
were?
And then
Just
they flip
utter
flop back the other way.
stupidity.
Yeah,
Yes. And then, so not only the best part was Trump didn't do anything, but when he had tried to do something, they called him racist. Like,
right.
wait a minute. You can't you can't have both. Like, I don't like what Trump did during COVID much either, but you can't have both. You
So
can't have both.
no, you can't. So if someone comes up and let's say, for instance, um, I don't know, what's something that's ultimately French?
Oh god,
Some
no, not baguettes.
no.
What about um croissants?
The croissant is very that's a war memorial
Yeah,
confectioner. Well, bread or pastry. All right, let's take the croissant. Let's
take the croissant.
it's a lie because croissants are awesome. But let's say I said that man, I really don't like the croissant. It's too buttery. It's too oily. I'm not a fan. So does this make me a racist against French people?
No,
Well, it's seemingly that's the rule, though.
that's not how that works.
Yeah.
That's not how anything works. Uh, no, it's silliness. It was just more of their grandstanding because in 2020, especially that was still working, especially after the BLM riots and everything. But really, they overplayed their hand as these lunatics often do. And now, I mean, most Americans that I engage with do not give a shit about racism. They don't care.
No.
They
Well,
just don't. I mean,
they
they
burned
reelected
that
Trump for
bridge.
crying out loud. They
No, they burned.
reelected Trump for crying out loud.
They did, and there's nothing racist about the guy.
Well,
But
he is
yeah, it's
orange.
nonsense. He is orange. That's
He is
fair.
slightly orange.
He is.
Yeah.
Dave says if they had a massive population loss, why would the unemployment rate be so high? Yeah, exactly. Something very weird is going on over there, dude.
Well,
Um,
they also lie about everything, so
they
there's no way to
do.
know anything for certain.
Yeah,
There's just no way to know.
it is true. That is a big problem. Alan says, you can take the girl out of Guangdong, but you can't take the Guangdong out of the girl.
That's true.
I know there's a joke in there. He's probably pronouncing dong instead of dong, and with that,
Yeah,
okay, yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
It sounds like he's saying, grand penis,
yes,
Chester.
big
That's
big penis.
big
Yeah,
penis, yes.
which dude, we're talking about China.
Yeah, well, that's true. That would be very rare in China. That would be very rare in China.
Yeah, I mean, you do realize
Unless
in the
unless there's a black guy or a white guy over there, that's very rare in China.
you know, in the region, just so you know, in the region of the world I live in, I haven't gone and done a study on this, but I'm probably in the top 1% of dicks.
Oh my lord in heaven. There goes the whole audience. Bye, audience. It was great knowing you.
Well, no, it's probably true, right?
Probably, yeah.
Mm.
You know you're not I mean, they're getting taller though, Chester, them Japanese. You notice that?
They are.
They did it somebody did like a 100-year study. They're quite a bit taller than they were.
Well, their diet's better.
Yeah, they eat
Yeah.
more meat.
Yeah, well, they had a problem there for many centuries. They really didn't eat any meat.
Yeah.
It was considered sinful, and the people in the country who did eat meat were stigmatized and of course create made to be pariah because what they were doing was making all the leather products, which they needed, but therefore they weren't being wasteful, and they were eating the meat from the animals they were getting the leather from, of course.
Yeah.
But these people are called the ETA, which is a very,
Ah.
very derogatory term. Do not use that when you come to Japan. You will find yourself in trouble. Uh,
Uh-oh.
but um, but
But
yeah,
don't walk up to the very first Japanese man I see and call him an etta.
are
Don't
you
do
an
that.
ETA? No, don't do that. Yeah. But of course, the reality is, it's stupid. You
Yep.
know, it's a stupid thing. But yet they were, I guarantee you, the healthiest people in Japan
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
during that
you gotta
period.
get that
Yeah.
protein, son. You gotta get that protein. You need it.
Yeah.
It is the ultimate nutrient is
Yeah.
protein. Nothing is more important than protein. Not a single thing
Hmm.
tops it except, water. That's it. That's the
Huh?
only one. You need water and then you need protein because without the protein, literally your brain shrivels. I'm not making it up. Your brain cells die if you don't because your brain is basically just protein.
Yeah.
And if you don't have it, if you don't get a fresh supply of it, you can't replenish nothing up there. So when you lose things, everything just shrivels up and dies. Your
Yeah.
brain
Yeah.
will literally you will literally get dumber if you do not get now, you can be a vegetarian and a vegan and all that, but you still got to get protein. You got to get it.
Somehow. Yeah.
It's necessary.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, depending on what part of Europe you're in, but if we went just a few centuries ago, the world wasn't in as good a situation as it is now, obviously.
Yep.
But when the
Yep.
Europeans came over to the Americas, and however that happened, I mean, at that time, the average European man was around 5'5", right?
Right.
And of course, we had in the Americas, we had several groups, but of course, the Susquehannock, are which we always seem to come back to. Those guys were like, they're Viking blood. They're literally coming out of the Scandinavians, right?
Right.
And they sat, 6.5, some of them even 7 foot tall. But they were more
Mhm.
around 6.5 foot tall. Which, go to Denmark.
Only.
Well, go to
Only.
Denmark today, right?
Let's see. Let's look it up. Average Denmarkian height. Let's see it.
Yeah,
Let's look. I'm going to Google it right now.
he's googling it.
Average Denmark man height is it says it's only about 6 foot, 5'11.6 is the average in Denmark currently.
Yeah.
But a lot of those countries they may have let some people in who are a little shorter
They might
than the
have.
normal.
Yeah,
At least
because the
those.
Danish are really tall. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying that and of course from the Europeans at that time, they were considered giants. Who are these giants? Now they not really giants. I mean, I guess they are. Therefore, I'm a giant. Okay, doke.
Hmm. Hmm.
But over here in Japan, when Commodore Perry came here, the average male
Oh
height
boy.
was under 5 foot.
Yep.
Now, I'm
Which
not
is very
shitting you,
small. Very
right?
small.
And we still have a lot of those ultra tiny people are here. It's shocking to me. I come around a corner and there's a goblin right there. They're really
Goblin.
little. But imagine a 4'10", 4'11" Japanese samurai or bushi standing next to a European. They are giants, but then imagine them standing next to a Scandinavian. Wow,
Right.
must have been.
You said they were. I mean, that Viking blood, that's real. That was a
They're
real
big.
thing. They
They're
were
big, big.
very big people,
Yeah,
large people.
yeah.
All the stories would tell you that. I mean, there was a reason they were so feared for so
Well,
long.
Ivar the Boneless, they opened his tomb. And of course, they, did the collection of all the tomb goods and, all the stuff you do as an archaeologist, right? And
Mhm.
of course, they also measured the skeleton and did all that kind of stuff. That dude was like 7'6".
Yep.
So I mean, and he's just this
It's a big
dude,
boy.
a big boy.
That's a big
Um,
boy.
he wasn't, but keep in mind, of the Viking lords, he was not even one that was noted for being particularly tall,
Yep.
right? We have some other ones like Eric the Red was literally supposed to be a giant amongst giant men. Now we don't have his tomb as far as I know, but that could have been 8-footer right there. And of course, all across the Americas, we find 7 to 9 foot skeletons. So humans used to the certain groups of humans are bigger than others. It just is what it is. And if they have a really healthy protein diet, they're going to be at their optimal size, right? So
Yep.
humans have ranged in different heights. You had
You need that protein, you need that calcium.
yeah,
Gotta get it.
yeah.
Gotta get it.
Well, I mean the because you also had like the Denisovan were on average over 7 feet, right?
Right.
The Goliath, which is another early form of human, they were around similar height. So humans seem to max out around 7 or 9 feet. That's like max
Yeah.
in
Well,
history.
there is some science behind it too, where, it's very hard for a biped to be much bigger than that because
Hmm.
of physics, basically. Uh, the physics of it don't make much
Yeah,
sense. But then again, neither does the fact that we walk. So
true.
we by
But
the
then
way,
again,
everybody says the laws of physics. I'm like, okay, then explain bipedal walking because it doesn't make much sense, especially when we can do it on very small pinpoints and still balance this incredible weight on top of ourselves.
yeah.
The physics of it are insane when you
Well,
think
there's
about
a
it. That's why
lot
it's
of
so hard to make robots that can do
this.
it. It's
Yeah,
so hard.
there's a lot of physics things that don't make much sense. But yeah, but yeah. So I mean, there have been some interesting things throughout history as far as that goes. But I don't even know why we got on height. Why did I mention the Susquehannock?
Um, I think I brought it up because I said the Japanese are getting taller on
Oh,
Earth.
they are. You're right. Japanese
Yeah,
are
they're getting
getting
up there.
taller. That is definitely true. Yeah,
Mhm.
they're
They
still
do need
not
to
as
get
tall
having
as me.
babies though.
Mhm.
They need to get
No,
having some babies soon.
they're not doing that.
Need to get having some babies.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's a problem over there. It's a real problem. These
Hmm.
the ladies and the young men are just not
Yeah.
copulating. They're
No,
not
now
copulating,
I'm in the countryside, so I see more babies than I would in the city. But
yeah,
even
which
though,
is true anywhere. Usually,
yeah,
rural
even though,
people tend to have more than urbanites.
yeah, the really weird thing though is, um, like if I'm sitting down somewhere or I'm like at because my wife and I like to just go out like everybody go out in the world and just kind of enjoy the day. But if I'm sitting down, it's a weird thing if the kids are around like like 4 to 7 years old, they're like automatically afraid of me, right? Because of my size
Yeah.
and I'm different looking.
Mm.
But the younger ones, like the toddler ones, it's the opposite. It's like I'm a magnet. They're like, what
Do
is that
old
weird
people
thing?
do old people stare at you, Chester,
Always.
when you walk by
Yes.
them? Yeah.
Always.
There's actually it's weird because there is some data on this, and you know how hippies talk about vibration, right? They talk about your vibration. Well, there's actually some truth to that.
Yeah,
So
sure there
certain
is.
people's electromagnetic field is much different than others, and
Yeah.
I'm like that too. Old people love me Old women love me. They always have ever since I was a little boy, and babies and kids and dogs
Yeah, it's
just
called aura.
gravitate to me. Yeah, you just
Yeah.
have that aura of comfort, I guess. I don't
Same
know.
thing with
And
animals. Like
yeah,
I have
yep,
the animals are always calm around me. Yeah, it's just some
yep,
weird aura thing. I don't know how it works, but it definitely affects the little ones, which is
yeah.
all fine and good. You know, because there's
Like the other
zero
day, I
harm
was.
around me.
Yeah, me too. The other day I was walking in the park because I've been doing that lately. I've been trying to, I got my goal this year, Chester. I think I told you to be the best shape of my life this year. I
Yeah,
am down as of Thursday. I am down 42 pounds since my birthday. We ain't stopping. We ain't stopping till the bottom. Um, and so about 5 months, give or take. Um, so anyway, my point is I've been going on these walks now that the weather's not, excruciatingly cold, right? It's a little bit it's still chilly, but it's not excruciatingly cold. And it's got to be cold cold for me to call it cold. That's how cold it was this winter. This winter was nasty here. Um so I've been going on these walks and this little girl was walking by me on the other side, going this way with her family and she just goes, "Hi," big wave in her and I could see in her parents' face that she doesn't usually do that. And I
yeah,
just waved at her and said, "Hi," and just kept walking. But
yeah,
my point is that
yeah,
happens a lot to
yeah,
me
yeah,
with kids.
yeah,
Or I'll
yeah,
walk in and all the kids just look at me. I'm like, "Whoa." That's a little
yeah.
creepy. Little Valley of the Dolls or something. That's a little creepy, but there it
Well,
is.
like I said, aura is a thing, and I think it's just chillness,
Yeah,
right?
probably.
Because there's no danger around me whatsoever. There, matter of
Mhm.
fact, you're probably safer, right?
Yep.
So in case something would kick off, but yeah, no, it is a thing. It is a thing. And the
Very
Japanese
real.
100% believe in aura without question. I get that
Oh,
all
for
the
sure.
time. People saying, "Oh, geez, your aura." I scared the hell out of one of my son's teachers, actually. No, we went to it was one of those, parent teacher student days,
Yep.
one of those thingies, and my wife usually went because I'm working or doing something, but I had a day off and she was busy, so I went. It's like the one time I went and did it. Cuz and of course here I am, the only father, there's just women everywhere, right? And I'm just sitting there listening to the teacher go on, and he's like fake teaching a lesson as a demo for the parents, right? And I'm just listening there, and several times that he looked over at me in some panic kind of mode, and he asked my son who was sitting in the class, "Is that your father?" Uh, and he was like, "Mm-hmm." He's like, "He's big."
Big boy.
Yeah. Anyway, it is cute.
Mhm.
But
That's funny.
if I lost 42 pounds, I'd weigh 104 pounds. Don't do that then, Dave.
Jeez, Dave, eat a cheeseburger.
Yeah, you need a
Holy
cheeseburger,
crap.
Dave.
Get some cheeseburgers in you, my friend.
Yeah,
No, I haven't weighed 142 pounds since I was 9, 10, somewhere in there.
yeah.
Somewhere in that ballpark. I've always been built like a defensive end. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I don't know. That's
I
how I'm
had
built.
I had the same issue. Although I'm happy at my weight. I guess I'm around what 215 or something like that,
That's
218.
about where I want to get to.
Yeah,
About 215 somewhere in there, and then try and get some size on while I'm still young
yeah.
enough to do it.
Oh no, I'm
Right in your
happy.
40s, you can still do it, but after that, it starts to get really hard
Yeah.
unless you're taking, you know, tests.
And
But you're on
you
that enough on
there
that juice.
there are things you can do to improve that, but I don't know. I'm all good. I'm happy. I'm a good weight. I still have to get all my clothes tailored, but
Well, I mean, you are in Japan, so
yeah,
they don't make giant size. They barely make it
no,
here anymore, to be honest, unless you go to
no,
Walmart. The only place you can find giant size nowadays.
yeah,
Or a specific store that's just designed specifically for big men. Everything's made in China, so you go buy an extra large shirt, and I swear it's a medium from 10 years ago. I
hmm
swear it is. And I'm like, What is this?" And
yeah.
then I'll put on my extra large from 15 years ago, and it's just fine. It just hangs off of me. I'm like,
Well,
"What?"
maybe America needs to get back to making everything there.
What a segue. What a segue by the bugbear, ladies and gentlemen. This is why he's a professional right here.
Thank you. I am big in Japan, Alan. You're right.
He's
And
literally big in Japan, yeah.
I literally, sorry to hear it, Dave. Dave has Lyme disease. That sucks.
Oh, geez, I didn't know. Sorry, that does suck. Well, now I feel bad. Sorry, Dave.
Sorry,
Sorry, Dave.
Dave.
That sucks, bro. Lyme disease. You want to get into some TFT stuff, Chester? I don't think it's TFT. That was created by the federal government. Just so we're all clear, it's not a real disease. It was manufactured in a lab.
Fair enough. A lot of things were. A lot of things were. But anyway, since I had the cue, let's take the cue. Go ahead.
We're taking the cue. Hang on, it's loading. Give it time. Holy, there it goes. There he is. That's rough. Val Kilmer dies at 65. Star of Batman, Top Gun, and Tombstone. See, unfortunately, I got them Val Kilmer genetics. I'm not quite as handsome as he was, but
He is pretty boy. He is pretty boy. Yeah.
yeah, I'll be lucky to make it to 75 with these genetics, unless I can get myself in really good shape, which is the goal.
Unfortunately, he had a lot of problems, health problems,
Yes.
and another one we can mention is like Christina Applegate, right?
Yep.
She's had so many just brutal health problems over and over, different things. It's just some people are sickly. It just is what it is, man. And Val was like that. Of course, one of the things with his death that has come back up is a recognition that he's one of the actors in the 90s that was pushing back about against the weird pederasty of Hollywood. And of course, his career
Hmm.
just ended. He went from top of
Hey,
the charts, making millions, to direct DVD sales instantly, right? Now, we saw this happen to many of those guys, but a lot of them had the ability to circumvent it, like Sylvester Stallone, Mel
mhm.
Gibson, but a lot of them didn't. And Val got caught up in that because he didn't have enough push to go around to himself. So his career was ended way too early. And of course, he did get sick later, but we still had a good decade or decade and a half. We could have got a couple of good movies out of him, but they blacklisted him.
Unironically, of the last 40 years, one of the best, just pure actors
A really
there
good
was.
actor, really good.
He was
Yeah,
amazing.
he's a
Uh, him as Doc Holliday in Tombstone is.
perfection.
I'm gonna say it, Chester. I'm gonna say it right now. It is the best performance in a western in 40 years.
Yeah,
That one right there.
it was really good.
He is unbelievable as
Yeah,
Doc Holliday.
it's
It's
amazing.
every time I watch it, it's better every time. I don't even
Yeah,
understand. It's Heath Ledger's Joker level. It's ridiculous.
yeah, it
It's
is.
a
And
ridiculous performance.
well, if you recall, back when we were doing Bunny Vision movie night, we watched it
Yeah,
specifically to see is he that good? Was it that
and he is.
flawless? And it was.
It just nails it from
Yeah,
beginning to end. Not everybody in that movie is quite as good. Our boy Kev there has a couple lines he flubs. I'll be honest,
yeah,
but Vale kills it.
yeah,
Vale
yeah,
kills it from
yeah.
beginning to end.
He does. It's
He
amazing
he
performance.
was
Yeah,
also. I'll defend him. I think he was a fine Batman.
it
The
was
rest of the
okay.
movie sucked, but he had a great look to him. He has the look of a Bruce Wayne. He's the most Bruce Wayne looking Batman we've had, in my opinion. He looks like Bruce Wayne. Uh, and he looked good in the cape and the cowl. The movie sucked, yeah, but that isn't totally his fault. Um, but yeah, no, Val was one of those guys who's just a great actor.
Yeah,
He was a bit of a douche, but Hollywood. But when
but
you put him in front of a camera, it was magic. He was
he
magic,
wouldn't mess with kids though.
which is interesting,
Yeah.
right? Interesting how he's
Well,
like, nah, we're not going to touch the children
no,
over
we're not
here.
gonna
That's
do
not how we
that.
play.
Not gonna do
No,
that. And of
no.
course, we have others that I think have dodged it as well, like say Tom Cruise, right?
Yep,
Tom Cruise, we know from various things he said and done, he's against that weird Hollywood stuff. But the reason
yep,
Tom has been able to truck along is because he had another cult backing him up.
right.
And that
Well, he
cult
also had about 10 years where his career kind of disappeared for a while
a
too. He
little
wasn't
bit,
really
a
making
little bit,
big
yeah.
stuff.
But the thing with the Scientologists, though, is they do have the situation that most cults that women do get passed around, but they're
Yep.
women, right? Not kids.
Mhm.
So the Scientologists aren't into that, right? They're into kind of the
Doesn't
old
appear to be.
school type of thing. But
Mhm.
but anyway, we've had this conversation before, and we know Hollywood is absolutely degenerate. Well, everyone knows
Yeah.
this. Everyone knows this. But there are some dudes who weren't part of that degeneracy. Val Kilmer being one. Oddly enough, because if you put a list in front of me, as wild as this guy was, I'd figure, he's probably part of it, right? But no. He
Right.
wasn't. Anyway, the first thing anyone ever saw of him, his introduction to the world, was in Top Secret. Now, if you like Naked Gun, Airplane, you like this kind of slapstick, goofy nonsense, which I don't, but if you do,
Oh
my
my
wife
goodness.
loves it. Then
That's true.
this is actually probably one of the better slapstick movies ever
You
made.
don't like Naked Gun? Really?
I just don't like silly shit, dude.
Oh my goodness, you curmudgeon. You curmudgeon, you.
Thank you.
Oh, I love Naked Gun. I grew up on those movies, though. Those movies came out just well, during my very young childhood.
Yeah.
And so in the '90s, they were playing all the time on everything, and I've seen
Well,
all of them. I
I
love those movies.
I will
But again, I
acknowledge.
haven't seen them in a long time. I might hate them now. You might be onto
Yeah,
something.
yeah. I will acknowledge that Leslie Nielsen is an amazing comedic actor. I will
He
acknowledge that.
he
He's
he's
really,
a
really
really good
good.
actor,
He
actually,
is. He
just in
was.
general.
Yeah.
Well, he was, yeah.
Leslie Nielsen, yeah. But anyway, it's interesting that Val's very first appearance was such an attention getter because in Top Secret, which is a really good slapstick movie, he plays a major role, and a lot of people
Yeah.
acknowledge him. So his very, very first film. That's interesting, isn't it? Usually takes him a little warming up, but nope, out of the gate, right? He did some kind of after school special. The after school special stuff was "Don't do drugs, kids," that kind of stuff. Real Genius, another hit. I actually enjoyed that movie. Top Jesus, his career. Look at this dude.
He
Top
was good,
Secret, Real
bro.
Genius, Top Gun. Boom, boom, boom. Right?
He was good.
I
The
don't
man
know
had it.
those
He
two.
had that it
Willow.
factor.
He did. Mad Mardigan. I loved him as Mad Mardigan, dude. He was great in Willow. Of course, TV stuff. The Doors, very highly acclaimed. Thunderheart. I actually
Yep.
like Thunderheart.
The Doors movie is why I like The Doors, actually. I'd never really heard that music until I saw that movie.
Interesting. The True
Because The Doors is
Romance.
one of those bands that wasn't actually that popular during their time. They got popular well after.
Oh, were they? I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the Doors. But I'm just looking at. I know all these movies. Tombstone, of course, absolutely murdered it. Batman
Yep.
Forever, Heat, very highly regarded, and he's great in that. Actually, did you know that in
Oh,
Heat, his
yeah.
because he's a character actor, and he's very, very, very. He's a method actor. He's very serious about it. So he went and
He's a
trained to.
method actor.
Well,
Sorry.
that's what they call them, method actors, right?
I
It's
know, it's
just yeah,
just the way you said it. It sounded like you said method. He's a
meth
method
head. He's a
actor.
meth head actor. But he went and trained with some military guys to make sure that he was handling the gun properly. Which cool,
Which
you
you
should do
as
that.
you do.
Uh,
As you
but
do, yeah.
there's a moment in there when they're running down the street and he's firing the gun perfectly, and he ducks down behind a car, does a mag change, and comes back up shooting. Did you know that the Marine Corps actually uses that video in their training? And saying if you can't do a mag switch quicker than this in the field than this actor, then maybe you shouldn't be here.
Then get out.
That's
Get out.
interesting. So he's literally the military thought it was impressed with him. That's pretty
So, there's
cool.
another story similar to that about old Keanu. So, because in John Wick, they were showing, one of the ways if you ever watch him, the way he checks his gun and the way he, checks his clips, the way he does it is special forces.
Yeah.
But he brought so much attention to it that they started teaching it to even regular forces. That's
Yeah.
how you should do it.
Yeah.
Because he does it so fast. Boom, 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 boom. And it's like, yeah, why wouldn't you do it that way? It's so
Yeah.
much more efficient.
But anyway, so far, banging career, right? I mean, geez. And of course, Island Doc Moreau, his rating isn't as high, but I do like that movie. I haven't seen Dead Girl. Ghost in the Darkness is actually really solid movie based on a real life event, hunting lions. The Saint was fun. Of course, I remember The
Saint
Saint
is
from
fun.
when I was a kid, so
Mhm.
TV
Saint is a
show.
fun movie.
Yeah.
Never
Prince of
seen it.
Egypt wasn't bad.
The, animated?
Yeah.
He's in that?
He plays Moses
Oh, I
and
didn't know that.
God.
Literally never knew that. I
Yeah.
literally never knew that was Val. See,
Yeah.
that's how
Yeah.
good he is. I had no idea.
Yeah, yeah, no, he was
Oh,
good in
Prince
that.
of Egypt is good.
Uh,
I remember see, because that was during my time when I was very heavy into the church and stuff, and I remember a lot of people were mad at that movie because because at the beginning of it, Spielberg put I think it was Spielberg that made that, right? He put, or produced it, he put basically that they had to edit things, for the sake of the story,
Hmm.
because it's a biblical story, and people were real mad, big mad at that. Big mad for daring to edit the Bible. How dare you?
How
He's
dare
not
you
guys, he
even?
didn't edit the Bible. He edited a movie about the Bible.
Yeah.
Calm down. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, Real Genius was good. No, I liked Real Genius as well. Pollock, I think I did watch that. Red Planet, actually, it's a little bit of a guilty pleasure. I like that movie.
I think you
Uh,
just like Val Kilmer, bro. Maybe it's just Val you're a big fan of. What
I
do you
think
think?
so. But of course, as you start seeing here, these movies are all of a sudden it goes around the same time we saw Mel Gibson. We with many people around this period, they all got locked them down. The ones who weren't into the 100% behind. Of course, keep in mind this is when the Epstein Island stuff started, by the way. But of course now direct to DVD, right? Just all of it, right? So
All of it.
yeah. And you see nothing here is recognizable, right? Although
Yeah.
I did
It's
like Bad
weird.
Lieutenant.
And then we get up to Top Gun Maverick, where he
Yeah,
has a very small part, but the most important part in the entire movie. That whole scene is beautiful.
it is.
Anybody who's ever aged basically understands that scene, and the acting between both of them. That's some of Tom Cruise's finest acting. And in fairness to Tom, he's a great actor when he wants to be.
Yeah. Oh
Um,
yeah, yeah,
and that's some of his finest acting of his whole career. That
yeah,
scene. It's just he doesn't have to say much. You just get it.
yeah.
Just by their energy, their expressions, you just get it. Val barely says anything because he physically couldn't. His throat actually was messed up. Um, yeah, it's such a
It's
great
wonderful.
movie.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and as we look at that, of course he's gone now. But look at how busy he stayed, even though he had been blacklisted, because all of
Yep.
this is all direct to DVD stuff, all of it, right? He just got shut down. He got shut down,
Shut him
and it's a
down.
shame. We could have had
The call came in.
around this point here is when he had the real problem with his throat, and after this, it gets much worse because of his illness. But all of that could have been something else, right? But no, he got. Look how much it is, dude. Look how much it was that
Yep.
he got shut down. Look at all of it.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
Where was the here we go, right in here, right? Is when he was basically, kicked out of Hollywood. What a shame. What a shame. And we see looking at even though these are indie movies, low budget movies, they're still pretty good rated because, Val Kilmer,
Yep.
right?
Because the man could in fact act.
He could. Yeah. And he showed up here or there, but it is unfortunate what happened to Hollywood in the late 90s, early aughts. That's when the shift have actually happened. Now I know they've always been progressive. I know they've always had this weird sex stuff. I know. But around that period, the end of the century, Hollywood went through a real shift. And of course, we're seeing the past decade. We've seen the end result of it, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. 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 And now they're suffering. Well, that's what you get. That's what you get. You
yeah,
shouldn't make movies for people who don't exist.
yeah. That's true.
Simple as
Uh,
that.
Joshua says, "I don't understand what Christians were complaining about with the Prince of Egypt. All the important parts in the story are still there. Yeah, they are. It's a good movie.
Yep. Oh, it's because it was during the so the see Josh was a young man. He doesn't remember when the Christian conservatives were considered the woke, if you will.
Right?
They were the scolds, and they were bitching about everything. They called Harry Potter evil because it talks about wizards and witches. Like
They
that's
did.
how crazy they were going. Like
They did.
guys, it's not real. She's not telling people to become a witch and a wizard in real life. Calm down. It's an allegory. Relax. But no, they couldn't have that. They
Yeah.
had it. And what finally broke through to a lot of them, because I used to get into these arguments with them, is I'd be like, okay, well then why is C.S. Lewis okay? C.S. Lewis is okay, but Harry Potter isn't.
Well,
Why?
now
Just because of the
now
Jesus allegory
Aslan
lion?
is Aslan is a female now. So just so you know.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but Michael Biehn, of course, he played Johnny Ringo in Tombstone. Says Alan that said he never met Val. He only met Doc Holliday. That's probably true.
Yeah,
Well, he's a method actor, so you never actually meet him.
right.
He's that kind of dude. Which must be weird on set, which maybe that's part of the people complaining about Val is the fact
Mhm.
that they never meet the guy because he's always in character. It's like that other guy that did Last of the Mohicans. He's considered a really good player, actor. Daniel Day Lewis.
Daniel Day-Lewis, yeah.
He's the same type of actor, and people complain about him too.
And
Um,
he's one of those guys who's so good, he can just disappear for like 2 years and then come back and bam, he's fine.
right.
Because he's got that kind of reputation. It's
Well,
not a problem.
he says it takes him time to deprogram after each movie.
I'd imagine. Yeah.
Because he literally does that to himself, and I think Val was similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, Val Kilmer, amazing,
Rest in peace, Val. Hope you
definitely.
found some solace somewhere in the afterlife.
Well, he and his family have great relationships, so that's good. Yeah,
That is good. That
that is
says a
good.
lot about him, actually.
Yeah,
No,
it
no, you're
does.
right. You're right. Alan, they absolutely were nowhere near as bad as the lefty wokes. Not even
Oh, no,
close. They
no,
didn't have
no, no.
institutional power. They just did a lot of complaining. A lot of
No,
complaining.
sure. I remember I grew up during the Satanic Panic and all that kind of stuff. And,
Yeah.
I've said this before, and I'm sure I've been yelled at for it. Um, in some ways, the way they went about it and the way they projected it was wrong. But in many ways, they were right. They were, right? Because look where we are now. Just look at it. Look at the
Oh, no,
absolute
absolutely.
state of things now. Just look
Listen,
at the
I don't
debauched state.
care personally. Truly, I don't care what gay people do with themselves. I do
No.
not care. I don't care. They should be allowed. I don't even care necessarily about gay marriage. But you cannot deny that I remember this. It was on TBS, Chester. There was this reality TV show about it was basically a reality TV show mimicking Gilligan's Island. That was the idea, right?
Right. Sure.
And they had this old white lady, well old, she was probably my age now, but back then I was young, so she looked old. They had her on, and this was like 2000, I don't know, 8, 9 maybe, somewhere in that ballpark. Right, before it was legalized in America. And they had her on there, and she said, so they were getting into this debate about it, and she said, "Well, what's to stop people from marrying snakes once you legalize gay marriage?" And they of course they made her out to be like a psycho, like a crazy, because who would want to do that? Well, then you look, and people have done exactly that
Yeah.
in many of these countries that have legalized it, because once you take away a hard definition, well, then how can you tell them no?
Right.
How can you tell them no? What's
And
the thing?
fair, but I wasn't even getting into the gays. I'm just talking about the heteros.
Well, them too. But
I
my
mean,
point
but look
is,
how debauched it is. It's out of
when it
control, dude.
comes to their specific examples were silly, like Harry Potter. There was a bunch that was against Pokemon, that sort of stuff. I remember all the ones who hated video games and
Oh
said
yeah,
they
yeah.
were
There's been
literally of the
several of
devil.
those attacks. Yeah.
Just weird stuff. But the ones who were theologically and philosophically sound were so not because necessarily what they were saying was 100% accurate on their moral judgment, but their logic works. Because once you take away a barrier, well, what's to stop anything from coming through it, right? So
Yeah.
once you take away certain things, certain standards, whether it's heterosexual chastity or whatever, or homosexual chastity or marriage or what have you, whatever, these sorts of things, once they lose their stigma, once you lose shame from a culture for certain behaviors,
Yeah.
well, you're just going to get more of that behavior.
Yeah,
Shame is
sure.
a self-correcting mechanism in the
It is.
public. We've always known this, and
Yeah.
it can be wrong depending on what you're shaming, of course, but it can also be used to prevent people from going off the deep end. So
It's
it's kind
useful.
of a catch-22.
Yeah.
All right, I got to
It
go into my
is.
kitchen, so
No, no problem.
I'm gonna be able to
No,
read the
I mean,
headline.
but it's, even these days though, I was, like I said, not even getting into the gay conversation. I was just keeping it heterosexual. But even the innuendo today is debauched.
Yes,
It's like, geez, dude, it's really bad.
it is
But
very bad.
it's really, really bad. Anyway, let's move along. But definitely safe journey, sir. You were definitely beloved, and like I said, his family and he had a really good relationship. So he had that.
That
I
is the ultimate wealth right there.
I
When
wanted,
your peers, those who know you the most, say they love you.
yeah,
There's
that's
nothing
true.
more valuable. That's one of the things about Trump. People say all these horrible things. I'm like, okay, yeah, but then why does his entire family adore him?
Yeah,
I need an explanation. There's a
yeah,
reason, and it's
yeah.
not just because they want his money. That's not it.
Well, and look at all the friends he has. I mean, actual true friends, not just people,
Yeah.
not just glomming on people, but actual friends.
Hmm.
Show me how many friends Joe Biden has.
Exactly. real ones
right?
that won't let him
Real ones,
make a fool of
or
himself
Barack
for
Obama,
4 years.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I put this up here because I saw some noise in the Discord and I've heard people complaining about some of the, the Muslim attempt to create Sharia law and their own communities in America. Now,
Mhm.
understand, anywhere there is a Muslim, this is going to happen. This is
Yep,
their MO. It is what they do. It is what they are ordered to do by their God. Don't
that's right.
misunderstand that. If you have Muslims in any group size at all, they are going to progress forward to take over the world because that's what they think their God has told them to do. So, with that out of the way, a lot of people are worrying about Texas and thus this flag you're seeing here, an Islamic version of the Texas flag. But
Mhm.
what you don't understand is let's take one that seems to get a lot of people up in arms, that the Muslims are going to build their own city in Texas. Now, what's that wheelchair governor they got down there? What's his name?
Abbott.
Abbott. Yeah, now Abbott. I'm not a big fan of Abbott. That guy's a little
Not a
bit of
fan of the
sheep in,
Abbott.
a little bit of a sheep in a wolf in sheep clothing. There, don't trust that guy 100%. But nevertheless, even he came out and says, "Calm down, everybody. They don't even have building permits." So
But I'll be honest though, the fact that people got that riled up is a good thing
it is a
because
good
what
thing.
you just said is true. You cannot deny it. Look, I know plenty of Muslims are fine people, but Islam itself
You
is
can't
a
trust it.
poison,
You can't trust it.
and you
Yeah,
cannot trust it. The reality is, every place that it's spread to has gone through the exact same pattern. If they
yeah,
can't do it through physical conquest, they will do it through subversion,
they
and
will.
that is what you're seeing. So
And
the fact that there was this loud, like, no, rah, that's a good
it
thing
is a good thing.
because somebody's got
But
to keep that from happening. Nobody
it's
wants to live
true.
under that bullshit.
It is more difficult in America because we do have the First Amendment.
Yeah, but all you need really is a reinterpretation of that First Amendment to what it was actually saying. It was not guaranteeing freedom of religion. It was guaranteeing freedom from oppression of religion. That's the difference.
Yeah,
There's a reason why we ban cults. We have a classification for what's considered a cult and what's
right,
considered a religion. And
right.
you can shut a cult down. The government can.
Still, still, it's a problem.
It
Yeah.
is.
But so you have that going on. Yeah, and of course you have misunderstanding of well, I mentioned the First Amendment, so you can continue on. Like for instance, we saw this past weekend, or they had all of the lefties coming out and marching and saying this is what democracy looks like. Yeah, we had a vote. Anyway,
We
um,
had a democracy and you
yeah,
lost.
you had Officer Tatum. He's part of that. I can't remember what it's called. He's part of some group. And you had all these lefty rioters, not protesters, come up and take all their equipment and steal it. And of course, the cops and hit people, and the cops sat right there and did nothing. Right? They get up there and block entry to places, go in and take over buildings. None of this is protest. And of
No.
course, we do remember one of the dumbest things I've ever heard a reporter say. Boy, takes a lot to take that crown. But
It is.
Cuomo, what was his name? Chris Cuomo, the journalist
Yes.
guy.
Brother.
He got up
The
there and
brother.
when he was on CNN, of course, now he's tried to change his tune to get viewers. But was saying, whoever said protests were supposed to be peaceful. Remember, he said, right? And it's like,
Yes.
well, the Constitution, kind of.
Besides that little chestnut called the First Amendment,
Yeah, it says peaceful protest, peaceful. And if you're blocking stuff or stealing stuff or hitting people, that's not protest. It's
no,
certainly not peaceful. That's
no, I
rioting.
don't understand how we allow these people to block streets and do all this
Yeah,
stuff.
no, no,
That
no,
is
no.
effectively kidnapping. Like, what's the
Well, yeah, no,
difference?
it's
I can't
illegal,
get around you.
and
Yeah,
we
it's
need
completely. If I walk up on the street and just hold somebody there and say you're not allowed to move, that's illegal detainment. I go to jail.
yeah,
Period.
yeah.
Done.
And they need to just start pushing back on that. If these people want to protest peacefully, sure, go ahead, go right ahead. You have
Stand
every
right along
right.
the highway and
But
wave your signs all you want, but get out of the way.
right. You don't get to burn stuff. You don't get to block people's way. You certainly don't get to assault and batter people. You
No.
don't get to do these things. You can make your protest, but you cannot be violent. And of course, they always do. They always take it too far, and they just need to be arrested and punished accordingly. If you started actually putting these people in jail with heavy fines, it would back off. Because keep in
Yeah.
mind, a lot of this is being paid for by BlackRock, Vanguard, George Soros groups, which he's involved with those things, I guarantee you. Um,
Oh, he
uh,
absolutely is.
they're
The Open
paying for
Society
this.
Foundation.
Now, Trump and his team have done a good job of taking some of their money away with U.S. aid and stuff, but they still got back, dude. They got money.
Oh, yeah, 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 he's got
Um,
money. Soros made a bunch of his money by effectively devaluing the British pound. It was a
right,
brilliant
and
strategy, and he
betraying
made tons of
Jews.
money. Yes, yes. This very Jewish man, Mr. George Soros,
The
is a
greatest
is a literal
anti-Semite in
race
history.
traitor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
literal. Yeah, but whatever. So I wouldn't worry about this too much. And you're right.
yeah,
It's exactly what I was going to say. The pushback is a good thing,
it is.
because I know
Where I
some
live,
people.
Chester,
Yeah.
there is a lot of Muslims here.
Mhm.
A lot. There is a giant mosque right on I-75, a giant mosque that exists, and I know for an absolute fact that that mosque and the people who run it are militant.
Of course they are.
And I know this because the church I used to go to, the son of the man who founded that mosque converted to Christianity, and he used to try to come and speak at this church. And if we announced it beforehand, we would get bomb threats from that mosque all the
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
just didn't announce it anymore. He would just show up one day and bam, start speaking.
Right.
But yeah, no, that's it's real. Like this idea of this peaceful, fun-loving Islam. There might be some peaceful, fun-loving Muslims out there, sure, but Islam itself is a problem, and it's a problem that's needed dealt with for a very long time, and was dealt with for a very long time until American globalists and European globalists decided to stir it up.
Right. But you also got to understand what a mosque is. The
Yep.
mosque itself, it is not a church.
No.
It is a military outpost.
Yep.
That's what it is.
And
And
they're
and
very open about it too.
And of
It's
course they
not even
are,
a
because that's
yeah.
what it is. Sure, they also have religious observances, of course, but it's a
Right.
military outpost. That's what a mosque is. That's how the Muslims were able to spread so far and so quick, because they do like the Romans. They took it right out of the Roman book. They would build a castium or a fort. And of course, they
Yep.
just use the word mosque. That's what they are. Anytime you see a mosque, that is a military outpost. Now, the most of the people observing in there are probably just Muslims, right? But the people in
Right.
charge are, by nature, by definition, by requirement, militant.
That's right.
It is what it
It's a
is.
serious problem. And one of the other problems is you see those of the European diaspora, Americans and Europeans themselves, have come from very high trust societies, or at least that's what we'd like to come from. So we trust that people aren't going to lie to us. But the Muslims have in their faith a little thing called taqiyya. And taqiyya means that they're allowed to lie to non believers as long as it promotes Islam. So they can tell you anything they want
Oh yeah,
as long as it's the promotion of their what they would consider the greater good. Right?
yeah,
They're
dude.
allowed to lie to you for that.
We have 1,000 years of evidence.
Yes. It's
I
not
mean,
this
I
isn't like
don't
a
know what.
theory.
Yeah, I don't understand what you are arguing against. Anyway, they need to keep an eye on it, though. That's for damn sure. Okay, I watched it.
Oh, you watched it. What did you I'm not in there, so what did you
A
watch?
Working Man.
What do you think? Good? Great? Grand?
Well, the ratings here from the critics are 51% and from the audience 88%. I understand why. Um, no, this is probably one of the worst movies I've seen in a very, very long time.
Really?
It's
It's
horrible.
praised them
It's
even.
horribly bad. It's so bad. The writing is awful. The editing is just a bit. Did they even have an editor? The storytelling,
AI
the
edited it.
pacing, it's just god awful. It's god awful, dude. Now, keep in mind, a year ago, we got Jason Statham, same type of character, in The Beekeeper, which was great. Beekeeper is great pacing, great writing. It's really good movie. I love The Beekeeper. This is an absolute train wreck of a movie. Now,
Really?
people voting high because they want to support, what's going on with it. It represents normal. I get that. But it's just bad. God, it's bad. There's so many times my wife and I are like, we just look at the screen, we're like, eh? It's oh, dude, I can't. I'm so disappointed. It's awful. It's awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't.
I've heard
I
mixed
can't
reviews of it,
sugarcoat it. I can't
unfortunately.
sugarcoat it. It's just so
But it's
bad,
a
dude.
Statham movie. Some of his movies are like that, right? They're just not great. But then it'll have bangers like,
Yeah.
like Beekeeper, Crank. I love Crank.
Oh,
I think
Crank's
it's
good. No, he's
ridiculously
done
silly.
Transporter series. He's done a lot of great stuff. It's not.
Well,
This isn't
that was his
Jason's fault. Yeah, it's his
big
big
break was the
breakouts. Yeah,
Transporter
but
series.
this is nothing to do with Jason. It's not his fault at all.
It's just
You see,
writing.
the problem with this movie is this. Um, it's a comic book movie, right? And there are
Mhm.
comic book elements in it, but they don't embrace it. They don't lean into it,
Ah, mhm,
right? That's
mhm.
one. Two, it is low budget, but that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. Beekeeper was low budget too, but it's
Those
clearly
sorts of movies should be.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, it was clearly 100% shot in Europe, but they keep wanting to reference with second film, just free filming of Chicago. Want to keep making us think it's in Chicago. It just doesn't work. It's clearly Europe. With Jason Statham being a British man anyway, there's no reason that they couldn't have just done it in Europe anyway. There's no reason. So you have all that stress going on. You have various somewhat recognizable actors that have we don't need them at all. They don't need to be there.
Don't need them.
It's you
Get them
don't
out
need
of there.
them. Um, it just has no connective tissue. There's clearly scenes that have been edited out. It's you know how jarring that is when you
Yeah.
jump from this to this and you're like we're missing a scene clearly, right?
Mhm.
And I saw what they should have done. I think even someone like myself, I'm not a professional at this. I don't know anything about it. I could have made the movie better though, and that's not a good thing.
That's not what you want.
That's you
You
don't
don't
want
want that.
that.
You don't want that.
You don't want that.
We don't need the
Uh,
Busby special. We don't need that.
no.
Let's keep that off the screens.
But I mean, but it could have been something. But they needed to lean into it. You know what they should have done with this? They should have went much more Sin City. If they had
With
leaned
the
that direction with
hyper
it,
visuals.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it would have been cooler. But it's just, it's a hot mess, dude. It's
Actually
a
kinda
hot mess.
crazy we didn't get more movies like that.
Yeah, huh?
As popular as that was, you would
Yeah,
think somebody would have really aped that style, but we had Sin
yeah,
City 1 and 2 and 300, and that was about it
yeah.
that
And
had that hyper visuals.
they also had his main weapon at the end fight, the big end fight, wasn't him. It was an M14, right? Rifle, military rifle.
Mhm,
And
mhm,
I'm assuming they took this out of the comic. It's probably in the comic that he uses a rifle. He's probably a bit snipery, right?
mhm.
Levin is the character he's playing, of course. But in a movie, though, an M14 rifle, it doesn't really sell, dude.
It's boring.
It's
Yeah.
boring. It doesn't
There's a reason
sell.
why John Wick usually uses a pistol or a shotgun because
Or
they're
some
exciting.
automatic something that has a little
Yeah.
bit more flair to it. Now, don't
Yes.
get me wrong, from the M1 Grands to the M1Ds, all the way up to the M14s, these are amazing rifles. Don't
Oh, they're
misunderstand
phenomenal.
it.
But like
Uh,
most things that are really, really good at what they do, they're boring. They're
they
so
are.
good, they're boring.
They are very boring. But
Yep.
so that was just another. I mean, there's so many little things like that I can mention. The problem is they all pile on each other, dude. Um,
Yeah.
this movie for me, um, it's a 2 of 10.
Ooh,
Um, uh,
ooh,
yeah. The
that's a
fact that
low shot.
it is, I seeing as what it could have been, I might be convinced to give it a 4 just to be nice. But nah, it's a 2, dude. It's really bad.
A 2.
Yeah.
Wow.
Whereas
You know what I still
Beekeeper
haven't
is a
watched,
6.
Chester?
Yeah.
Is that Monkey Man. I need to watch it. I was gonna watch it the
Oh
other
yeah,
night,
that's a good movie. Yeah.
and then it just didn't happen. I got talking to people and just didn't materialize. So maybe tonight I'll watch it, see what
Now,
that looks
now
like.
that's a movie with Monkey Men that has very consistent pacing and continuity. You
Mhm.
understand what's happening the whole time, even though it's a foreign film,
Right.
right? This movie is all over the place. There's no build up. It's such a hot mess. There's an entire fight scene in the movie that there's no reason for it to be there at all, other than to show him off, Jason Statham. But you show him plenty anyway. So why did you put this wasted scene in? There's no need
Waste
for it.
screen time. Waste of
Yeah.
screen time.
It's
It's
just
kinda what happens a little bit in John Wick 4. I like John Wick 4, I think it's good. I do think it's the worst of the John Wick movies personally. That doesn't mean it's bad, it just means of those 4 movies, I'd say it's the weakest.
yeah,
But there's so much action that it's almost too much, and you're just
yeah.
like, "Ah, we really need a 40-minute fight scene here?
Right.
Like, do we need that?"
You got to let it breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Alan says Monkey Man was good, but I wasn't impressed with the ending. Well, keep in mind, Monkey Man is a philosophical movie. It's a drama. It's not really John.
Not
Like I
John
said,
Wick.
it's not John Wick. But
Which was the problem with the 4th one. He tried to get all philosophical on us instead of just
yeah.
give us what we want,
Well,
the
let me
dummy.
take a look at this guy, David Ayer, who did the directing, because it's clearly his fault. So let me take a look here. So he's a screenwriter in Use 571, which I liked. Right?
Mhm.
He gave us the first the remake of the Fast and the Furious. Keep in mind that is remake, by the way. Go back and
Yes,
watch the original. What it was in the 60s, I think, 50s.
I believe. 50s or 60s.
It's actually a pretty good movie standalone by itself. Training Day, phenomenal movie. Writer, co-producer.
I
Um,
thought I knew that name. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He wrote Training Day
yeah.
because I remember a bunch of the super pro black people mad at him because, they had Denzel saying N-bombs, and how dare he?
Well,
How dare he?
how often do you see a black man in America who doesn't drop N bombs all the time?
Well, especially a corrupt cop.
Right? Yeah, actually, it was one of Denzel's better movies. Dark Blue, I don't know this movie. SWAT, eh. I don't know this. I don't know this. End of Watch, it was okay. Sabotage, don't know. Fury, I liked it. And he
Mhm.
was the director of that. So,
Right.
Suicide Squad, no. Bright, I actually liked it. He's the director and producer. So,
Bright,
therefore,
I love Bright.
yeah, yeah.
Bright is so underrated.
It's
So underrated.
unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Birds of Prey, didn't watch it. Tax Collector. I actually love this series, right? He did The
I've never
Beekeeper,
heard
which
of it.
was killer. Bosco is killer. So this guy has actually done a bunch of stuff I like. This David Ayer.
I don't know.
Uh,
Sometimes it happens though. They just
but this movie is bad. The critic rating actually is better than it should be.
oof.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to watch it now. My goodness.
You just
It's
brace yourself. Brace yourself.
Well, I'm not as hard on movies usually as you are. There are a few exceptions, but I'm usually not as
Yeah.
hard on them as you are. But that's
True.
mostly because I look at it from a performer's standpoint more than I do anything else. Because I did do a little bit of acting in my younger days, so I can see kind of in a way that what they're trying to do,
Right.
even if it doesn't always work. One of the things I always say, like for the prequels, because a lot of people say they suck, and I say, well, the reason you think they suck is because they're poorly directed and poorly acted by Hayden Christensen specifically. He's terrible throughout the whole thing. Um, and
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons why you think they suck. When you take the story itself, it's the best story in all the Star Wars movies, period. The whole story of the prequels is phenomenal. But George Lucas is George Lucas, and he
Execution.
can't direct.
Execution.
Yes,
Yeah. Um,
execution.
Now, Jason Statham is Jason Statham, and he is, kind of emotionless as he always is. So Jason is what he is. Jason Fleming here. This guy is a good actor, and he's fine in the movie, but his bit is very small, right?
Mhm.
This guy is they. I don't know him offhand, although I do recognize him. He is overacted to the nth degree. This guy, I don't know him, but he's horrible in it. This guy, Michael Pena, who is like a B movie guy that shows up in a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
doesn't even need to be there. There's no need whatsoever. David Harbour, this guy's a pretty good actor, and he's fine in the movie. This girl here playing the little girl who's the pivotal, got to save her. She's hardly in it, but when she is in it, she's stupid, and she thinks she's a girl boss as well, which doesn't help. Um,
Of course.
this guy right here, I've seen him do way better roles, and this is such a scatterbrain character he's playing, and his evil lover, whatever sister, whatever the hell that is. She's annoyingly bad. Sly isn't even in it, of course, no cameo, we don't need it, and of course we just get some producers here. they don't have the maybe it's this Koki guy or Adrian Riva. I don't know. There's a black dude in it who plays a comic book type of villain, like a middleman villain. He's fine.
Mhm.
He's fine. Like I said, if they leaned into the comic booky stuff, which is in there, and that's why it's so jarring, because they do have some elements you could see where it could have went, but then they
Right.
completely abandon it, and then they come back to it, and therefore it feels hokey and weird. Whereas
Well,
if they
that's part of the
embraced it,
problem
right?
with comic book movies for years, right? We always talked about it, how they don't embrace the
Yeah,
source material really. They don't
yeah.
embrace the tone of it. They don't embrace any of that. There's a reason comic books have been around since, oh, I don't know, always basically in American pop culture. In fact, they were kind of the founding thing of American pop culture was comic books or something very similar to it, whether it's the Penny Dreadfuls or whatever. It was still basically the same idea. Um, this cheap, mass distributed small story literature and with comics has imagery and stuff too. These things are kind of what shaped American popular culture because it was the only way you could actually get it out there before the radio was big, before TV was big. This is what you could use, and then obviously comic books came a little bit later in. But my point is, this style has been around for a very long time, long even before American comic books in some form or fashion. There's no reason not to lean into the over the top silliness of it. Just lean into it.
Yeah, lean
Lean
into
all the
it.
way into it.
Yeah. Well, Marvel has shown you you can do that and get away with it.
Yeah,
Alan, yeah, I get what you're saying, dude. I get it. I get it. And that's the problem with what George did with the prequels. He needed to make a decision. You're either going to make something for kids or you're going to make something for adults. Make a choice.
right.
And
Well,
everyone's like, well, the original Star Wars made for kids. I mean, yeah, of that time. But I mean,
mhm,
not really from how we look at things, especially now. It wasn't kiddie at all. The original Star Wars was not kiddie. It
right.
wasn't.
The other
And
problem with the prequels specifically is that the tone and tenor from the OG trilogy is so different, but that was intentional.
mhm,
What he was doing is the OG trilogy is much more medieval, almost high fantasy in space. The prequels are much more of a Greek style tragedy, is what he was going for. That's what he's trying to make here and trying to delineate between the two. And it's the same character through both with Darth Vader, but that's what he was trying to do. So when you watch the prequels, they're much closer to classical Western, like Greek and Roman storytelling than anything that than the rest of the trilogy is. So when I say it's a better story, I mean that. It's
yeah.
actually a better story structure than the other stuff. The other stuff it just feels better because the good
Yeah.
guys win
Oh
at
no,
the
no,
end.
the prequels could have been great. George
Yeah.
screwed it up. That's
Yes, he did.
that's the end. He can get upset about it all he wants, but he screwed it up. He did.
Yep.
But I won't talk about Minecraft. That's coming up later. But as far as what's in movies right now, Working Man, like I said, it's a absolute abysmal thing. Freaky Tales, no clue. William Tell, okay. Snow White, of course. The Death of a Unicorn just did nothing. A horror movie. Let's see here, Mickey 17. Like I said, it looked like crap, and it seems like it is crap. Um,
I've got mixed reports. I've heard some people say it's really fun and other people say it's crap.
yeah,
So it's one
yeah.
of
I
those
don't
things,
know.
isn't
I
it?
won't watch it anyway. I just didn't like the trailer. It's just like, eh.
We've
Robert
seen this
De,
movie before.
yeah,
We've
Robert
seen
De
this movie before.
Niro. His the critics hated it, and of course, it's not doing anything because Robert's an idiot.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So all right. So I don't see anything very interesting. We got some renting stuff popping up here. Uh, Batman Ninja, The Monkey, which is ridiculously horrible remake. The Cleaner, which once again trying to get Daisy Ridley to be something, and she's not. I mean,
He's just it's Hayden Christensen all over again, dude.
it
It's
is. It's
just
the female
he's
Hayden
just not.
Christensen. It's not really her fault, and it's not his fault. They're not
Yeah.
very good at what they do.
No. He's
And
just not good at it.
they're
Sorry to
not
tell
good
you.
at it. And therefore, the industry itself should have regulated that, right?
Yes.
So them getting out there trying to take work and get out. And to be fair, Daisy Ridley or Hayden don't make a lot of noise. They don't.
No.
But she's just not a good actress. She's just not. And I don't think she's ever understood. And of course, this movie you can see it as well. That yes, you were hired because you are boring and you look like a boy. That's
That's
why they
correct.
hired you. and of course she either doesn't understand that or refuses to come to terms with it. And of course, her career is not going to change any kind of direction. Yeah, Wicked. Like I said, that movie did, even though it's like a lesbian love affair movie, but it did pretty well. So all right, it's kind of like Barbie movie, I guess. Nosferatu. It's once again Robert Eggers. It's not what you think it is. It's weird and bizarre, but great at the same time. He's that kind
That's
of
Robert
dude.
Eggers.
It is
He's that
Robert
dude.
Eggers, yeah. It's not what you
He's
think it
that dude.
is. People get this thing in their head, but it's not.
From
Um,
from the past, who would you say Eggers is similar to of a director? Because he is a very bizarre director. He directs very bizarre things intentionally. By the way, it's not. This is what he's doing it on purpose. He knows what he's doing. This is
uh,
not an
the
accident.
first thing that came to my head as a joke was Ed Wood. But no. Who is he like?
It's tough, right? Because he's so sublime in a lot of his stuff. Like he really
Um,
goes for it.
David Lynch?
Yeah, he's pretty. I'd say Lynch is a little bit more.
More. He's
More
more. Yeah,
yeah, he's more of it. But
more.
yeah, Eggers brings it down a little bit. Like the Northman, the Valkyrie scenes are really sublime, and then the last fight scene at the volcano where they're naked and like all of that is very. There's so much
Lynchian.
symbolism.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But I would say David Lynch. But I do like Robert Eggers. I'm just saying that I think a lot of people go in expecting one thing, and you're not going to get what you think. And he's so when you talk about subverting expectations in a good way, Eggers does that. J.J. Abrams, he can go to hell. All right. Now the substance here. I have watched this movie. It's a solid flick, dude. It's a body horror. It's one of the best body horror movies I've seen maybe ever. It's
Mm,
amazing. And you
mhm.
got to give Demi Moore credit because this is not a movie that the average Hollywood starlet would go anywhere near. So you got to give her credit for that. But if you haven't seen Substance, I'd suggest you watch it.
Well, in fairness to Demi, she's always been that though.
A
She's
little
not
bit.
afraid to take the roles that the other
No,
ones won't do. I remember when she took GI Jane. Yeah, it was one of these rah-rah feminist fantasies,
it
but a
was.
lot of women didn't want nothing to do with that role.
Yeah.
And for the because what they required her to shave her head and get in shape and da 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 da. They didn't want nothing. We see how these actresses are even today. They don't want to put that work in. And
No.
she also did striptease, which was a big deal
Bad.
back in the day.
Bad.
A horrible film. This is
Yeah.
not even a film. This is a insult to film,
She
but
went and got
it
herself
exists.
fake tits for that movie, and they
Yes.
they they shone out brightly, may I say.
Yes.
Um, yeah. But anyway, movies. Let's move on here and talk about a movie that actually did very well this weekend.
A Minecraft movie exploding at box office, 157 million. Chester, I get to say it. You know what I get to say, right?
I don't
Called
know.
it.
Called
I
it.
told you this movie was going to make all
Um,
kinds of money.
well, 157 million is good, but it's not exploding though. We've seen
Well,
much
it is
bigger
for a,
opening weekends.
video game movie.
Well, that's fair. Now the thing with this though, I don't know anything about Minecraft. So, there's that. The trailer for me is god awful.
Yeah.
I hate this freaking trailer, dude. I hate it. I don't want anything to do with it. It's just dumb. Now, maybe that right well is what Minecraft is. So,
Well, see, here's the problem with Minecraft. Minecraft's been around a long, long time.
it
So
has.
it
Yeah.
depends on what era of Minecraft this is taking from. The OG era of Minecraft was just you just go into this generated world and destroy and build, and that was it. There was no story. It was just whatever you could create, you could create. Eventually, they started adding in more sort of kind of story stuff, and then when he sold it to Microsoft, they really started adding it in. I think there's even a story mode now in Minecraft, but so there's not much of a story to talk about anyway, which could
Right.
be a good thing for a movie if somebody's really creative, or it can be very, 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 very bad, and you get Jason Momoa looking like a 1980s hair metal guy who's living in 2010 and still thinks it's 1980. Um,
I would have went with Culture Club, but go ahead.
yeah, there you go. But regardless, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I do know a couple people who have seen it. I think DeWolf actually went and saw it with his lady and her children. So I can ask him what his opinion was. But I genuinely have no idea about this film or what kind of storyline they went with because there's a lot of different things you could do. You could Jumanji it up if you wanted to, which I think is kind of what they did.
I think so.
Um, you
Yeah.
you could just make something up off the fly based off the very loose lore that is in Minecraft. Um, it doesn't really matter because this is one of those movies like the Barbie movie that's gonna print money just because it
Yeah,
exists.
and that's fine. There's
Simple.
nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that. But like you mentioned Jumanji remakes, I thought they were boring.
Yeah.
I didn't care for them at all. But people did seem to like them. Maple Chic says there's no other movie out right now, and for the rest
Right.
of April, it has no competition, so it will have legs. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. If the fans like it, then kudos, right? I mean, that's all that matters. Do your fans like it? And they seem to love it, so rock on. We know there was some controversy here with Jack Black because of what his musical partner had said on stage about the murder of Donald Trump. And he himself is also woke, and there was some pushback on it. But it seems like that really hasn't hit it. Like this right here, police had to kick out several kids out of theaters during a showing of Minecraft. They were screaming and throwing popcorn during the chicken jockey scene. So there's some I saw in the trailer. There's a scene that must have been really endearing to the players. But It talks about the money it's making, how it's doing, reaction, and of course, it takes. I have another thing that looks at a breakdown on it. But So cool. If the fans are happy, which it looks like they are, that's all that matters, right? That's all that
That's
matters.
at the end of the day, this is a business. It is not a popularity contest amongst a circle jerk of snobby critics. It is a popularity contest among the people.
Yeah.
One of the
So
few
they
things
must not
that
have
is
woke it up.
true, well, they might have, who knows? But one of the few things that's true is that the movie market is completely and utterly fair. People say, "Oh, this movie should have did better." Blah blah blah. Maybe it should have, but should doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Should is a statement of desire. It either did or it didn't. Now, there's various reasons why it could or could not have, and it could be a high quality film on its merits. But at the end of the day, this is a business, and if the people speak, Chester, this is the ultimate form of democracy.
Right.
If the people speak, that's all that matters.
Right.
It sucks because then you get things like all these Transformers movies that are ass. They're ass, but they print money, so they just keep making them. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's just money. It's just free money at this point. It's one of those situations, and that's probably what we have here. It's probably I've heard it's actually kind of funny. Jack Black can be funny when he's reined in, when he has a good director.
Yeah.
Uh,
He's very hit and miss. You're right. But
Momoa is Momoa, and he's kind of the same way. If he has a good, somebody who can keep him on the straight and narrow, he can be great too. He's actually really good in the last Fast and the Furious movie. He plays the villain. He's really good, actually. He does a really
Okay.
good job.
Well,
Um,
Well,
yeah,
this does
but
lay
we'll see.
out a good and bad, pros and cons. So let's take a look at it here. So the first one
Right out of
here,
the gate. See?
yep, Jack Black and Jason Momoa's chemistry. Many critics agree the chaotic duo of Black and Momoa is a highlight. They bring energy, silliness, and fun that gives the movie its goofy, off the wall charm. Okay, what's the next one here?
Faithful to Minecraft's spirit, some found that it captured the game's sandbox vibe and timeless creativity. Captures the anything can happen spirit, Mr. Hobson has said.
Yeah,
Uh, I see that's the thing that I find unlikely because Minecraft is mostly just a sandbox. I mean, 90%, 99% of the
yeah,
game is
I've
just
never played
sandbox
it. Yeah,
building. So
yeah,
I don't understand how you could put that in a film and have it be interesting. But maybe they did. Maybe they found a way to make it
yeah.
entertaining.
Fun for kids and family. It lands well with younger audiences. It is described as uproariously good fun. Kids, whether they're fans of the game or not, will likely enjoy it. Okay, next.
Director Jared Hess's style. Some critics appreciated Hess's absurdist, playful direction, liking it to Napoleon Dynamite. Now, Chester, do you like
Oh,
Napoleon Dynamite?
no,
You are such a curmudgeon.
no, it's stupid.
It is. That's the point. It's supposed to be
Yeah,
stupid.
but
That's the point.
keep in mind, I don't like Will Ferrell. His whole career is that shit.
He's not in there.
No,
Not in that
but
movie.
he is that though.
That's
It's
true. He is
funny
very
because
similar to
it's not
Domino.
funny? Really?
Yeah. You should honestly. Have you ever seen the other guys with him and what's his name?
Yeah, that wasn't
Wahlberg.
bad. That wasn't bad. Yeah.
That one's good. I love the other guy.
Of course he's going to have some hits. Obviously,
Yeah.
I just can't stand that guy because he's not funny at all.
He
Um,
thinks he is.
he most certainly thinks he is. He thinks very highly
Mm.
of himself. I guarantee you that. Although to be fair, he doesn't seem to be too noisy though.
He was being a little noisy last year, walking around, parading around with his trans friend, literally
Oh, that's right.
parading
Him and
around. Yeah,
the little Zoolander guy.
yeah.
That's right. He was. But
Yeah.
yeah, I just don't think he's funny. Uh, a movie, Napoleon Dynamite, is horrible. It is. You're right, Eric.
No, it's
He's
horrible. It's not a good film, but it's
yeah.
fun. It's all right. Why can't it be? Well, it also hit me at the right time. I was the right age group for that movie. It
What?
was,
What? Yeah, right. What was that other real big for your generation movie that
super
came?
bad.
Super. Yeah, but Superbad's actually fun.
Yes.
There was another one that was a big hit. It's got a very
A
long
little bit
title.
before. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Somebody saves the world or something like that.
Oh, are you talking about uh, Scott Pilgrim versus the World? Is that what you're
That
talking about?
one. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, no, I hate that movie.
Freaking
That
hated
movie's
that
terrible.
movie, dude.
Yeah.
Now Kick-Ass, I liked.
Kick-Ass is phenomenal, and I love the guy who plays him, Mr. Aaron Taylor Johnson. He
Yeah, no,
needs
we
more.
just saw him in Craven. Yeah, he
Yeah, he
jacked
needs more
himself up.
work.
Good for him, dude. You
He's
know,
so good. He's such a good actor. It's ridiculous he doesn't have more work. He's
the
really good.
the bad
Uh-oh, here we go.
lack of
I got it.
depth. Oh, you go ahead.
Lack of depth or coherence. It's a Minecraft movie. Many say the movie is surface level, chaotic mess, relying on IP recognition without any real storytelling.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Minecraft movie.
Yeah, yeah, and this is probably what I would think of it because I don't have
Mhm.
any skin in the game, right? Um,
Right.
Hellrod says Minecraft is groundbreaking. It's the first franchise movie for people under 25. I hope it makes a billion just to help kill off nostalgia bait movies that dominate theaters. I would agree with that.
I don't
Hot
know if it's for
Tub
people under
Time
25.
Machine. That
Minecraft came out in 2011, maybe even longer ago. I think it's been around a while. Is my point. It's been over a
Right.
decade since
Well,
Minecraft
the
existed.
cast also, where Momoa represents an earlier player of the game, and the kid
Right?
represents a current player of the game. So even the movie itself recognizes its age, where
Yes.
the humans that have been thrown into the Minecraft world
Well, and
are
then Jack Black is Steve, the original Minecraft character.
right.
That's who he's supposed to
That's
be.
who he's supposed to be. Yeah, I never watched Hot Tub Time Machine, although I hear it's quite funny.
It is
Uh,
hilarious. Chester, you would hate it. That's how funny it is.
Oh God. Unfunny and poor CGI. A few call it one of the worst video game adaptations yet, citing painful humor, which I probably has. It's got Jack Black in it, and uncanny CGI. Now, to be fair, I watched the trailer, didn't like it, but I'm not going to agree with that because the CGI I saw in the trailer looked fine, actually.
Yeah,
Um,
but it's also this is one of the problem I have with a lot of the critics. Why are we holding a Minecraft movie to the same standard as a Marvel movie? Why are we holding it to the same standard as pretty much anything that isn't also a video game movie? Right? We almost need separate standards for these films because these aren't really films. They're movies, right? If you want to judge something like it's a film, cool, go ahead. There's a difference though. There's a
oh, of
difference in
course,
quality and expectation of
popcorn
quality.
movies. Yeah, popcorn movies.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
going to McDonald's, getting a burger, and then going to a five-star restaurant and getting a burger. That five-star restaurant better be better.
it better be
Much
better.
about paying.
Better
Yeah.
be build back
So
better even. Go ahead.
yes, corporate soulless feel.
Okay.
Common complaint. It feels like a brand-driven Whoa, that is a lot of hyphens. Brand-driven cash in with little love for the source material. Well, that isn't
Hmm.
really source material. It's Minecraft. You go in and you
Hmm.
break stuff, you build stuff. That's 99% of people who play Minecraft. Guess what they do? They go and hit some blocks for a while and they build houses and things. That's it. That's all they do.
Yeah.
They just build
Yeah.
things.
The only reason because I usually like city builders, right?
Hmm.
But I didn't play it because it's so ugly.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't play it. Yeah, me personally.
Well, in fairness, it was created over a decade ago by one guy using JavaScript.
Yeah,
That's
and
how he made it.
well, dude, good for him. But like another game that was made by one guy that I enjoy is called Ostriv.
Well, yeah, but it was. Is
Much
it
better
newer?
looking.
See,
Is
because
it
back
what?
then he didn't have. Is it newer?
I'd
Ostriv? I've
say
never heard
he's
of it.
been banging on it for a decade, I'd say.
Yeah. Back then he didn't have access to any of the because now we have all these engines that you can
We
get
do.
for free or relatively cheap. He didn't
Yeah.
have access to that, so he had to
Yeah.
basically do it all himself,
Oh
and he
no,
did.
no. I commend his success. That's not
I
the
would also
reason.
say
Yeah.
that its ugliness is actually a benefit to it. It's one of the reasons it can last so long because it's not trying to push the boundaries graphically or anything like that. It's kind of like
No,
Fortnite.
I just
Fortnite
don't
can be
like
everywhere
the
because of it.
blockiness of it.
Yeah.
But then again, I've seen some of the most amazing builds. People have
Oh, it's
built
unbelievable.
like in the entirety of Middle Earth has been built inside
Yeah.
Minecraft.
The
So
autism is
yeah,
unbelievable
yeah.
in Minecraft,
Um,
bro. Unbelievable.
Missed opportunity for older fans. It may entertain kids, but adults looking for more nostalgia or deeper storytelling will likely be disappointed. Well, once again,
Again,
I never thought that Minecraft had any story at all.
why would you think there would be? It's Minecraft. Like, this is my point. I'm sure there's plenty of good things to criticize this movie for. I'm sure of it. But these are stupid. Why are you holding it to a standard like it's a Scorsese film?
Yeah,
Right? What are we doing?
yeah.
What are we doing?
But
That's
but
silly.
here's the thing. In general, the fans seem to be liking it. It's going
Yeah.
out. Maple Sheik made a very good point in the fact that there's nothing coming anyway, so this movie could have legs. And cool,
Yep.
good for them, dude.
No, make it. Make that
Yeah,
money. Make
make
that
that
money.
money,
Maybe
dude.
somebody can convince Momoa to get in shape again because I'm sick of looking at him. He's gross. What are you doing, Jason? Look at you. Bro,
I don't know. He looks fine.
bro. He looks fat.
He
And
looks a little bit
Samoans,
fat.
Polynesians, them Polynesians don't look good when they get fat.
They
They're
get
not
fat
like
easy
they're not like
too.
ours.
He's got
Yeah.
a little bit, I suppose, but he just looks gay to me.
Well, he is
Yeah.
Momoa. He's
Well, I
gotta be.
always felt that he was actually a little bit closeted, to be honest with you,
Yeah,
Momoa.
yeah, yeah. I can see
Um,
that. Well,
he
the reason I need him to get in shape is because if he's about to play the main man, we can't be having a fat the main man. We can't be having chubby the main man, Chester. What
no,
are we
but
doing?
I mean, he knows how to do his job, though. I'm sure he'll get in shape.
Well,
Um,
he said before. I'm just teasing, but he said before. He only likes to work out when they pay him to, so I'm sure they'll pay him to.
Fair enough, fair enough. But he loves to go around with flowers in his hair, and he you see his
Yep.
fingernails are painted here. That's something he does anyway. He's always been a little bit light in the loafers.
A little
Now he
metrosexual.
Yeah, metrosexual. Now that doesn't mean he's necessarily homosexual. He might just be one of the effeminate modern men.
Mhm.
But where it's funny because Jack
What?
Black makes dumb comments, but that is a dude.
Yeah, Jack Black's fine.
He's a
I get
dude.
his
Yeah,
stupid his liberal politics can be annoying, and he says stupid things, but Jack Black's fine.
yeah, he's fine. Yeah,
The Momoa is what's funny is you mentioned that because in the last Fast and Furious movie, he plays the villain, like I said, but they play into that. The fact that he's got a very weird, eccentric style and a little bit effeminate or metrosexual. That's kind of part of his character, even in
yeah,
that movie, and he kills it. Actually,
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
really like that movie. I don't know why. I
Which
I'll
one?
never understand the latest one. The I think it was 10 or X, whatever. Uh, I'll never understand the hate the Fast and Furious series gets. It's kind of the same thing. Why are you expecting cinema out of these movies? These are
No,
not
no.
cinema movies. These are movies. They're popcorn movies.
No, Hellrod, I'm not. I understand that without question, the women like the Momoa. But keep in mind, there have been many homosexuals throughout Hollywood history that were loved by the ladies.
Chester, he's quoting Napoleon Dynamite, the movie.
Oh, is he? Mm.
Yes. You just shows up and chat with hot babes all day online.
Yeah, that movie's so stupid, dude.
It's so dumb. I love everything about it.
Anyway,
Chester,
but
sometimes you got to detox your smart brain with your dumb brain and let your dumb brain just enjoy for a while. You just got to shut it off and just enjoy.
I do that, kinda. I'm just picky. But then again, like for instance, this weekend, I did watch Working Man with my wife.
Yeah.
And it was rough for both of us. And then I turned around and watched an old movie, like a decade ago, movie called The Last Shift, which is ultra low budget, one building film that was excellent, and it's basically only got one actress in it, really. With a
Hmm.
couple of people show up here or there. It's one of those kind of films, but it was
Right.
excellent.
A perspective film,
Yeah, yeah.
just from her perspective.
And she did a great job. Don't know who she is, but she did a good job. But I'm just saying that, yeah. I mean, and like Beekeeper was a B movie as far as budget
Mhm.
goes, but it was fantastic.
I'll tell you right now, that kid though in that movie there, he looks like he came right out of the '90s. He could be a '90s kid star all day long. That kid there in that
What, the
Minecraft
Jew
right there.
kid?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Let's just call it what it is. Yeah. He just has that vibe about him. I could see that. I could see
Sure.
him being in some of them '90s kids movies.
Well, he could have been in Napoleon Dynamite. Anyway, let's move on to another upcoming movie.
Uh oh. Tron Ares trailer teases worlds will collide.
Now, we just
I
said,
like the color scheme.
yeah,
I like the
yeah,
color scheme. They
looks
did good
good.
with the colorations.
They
I
did.
just don't know about I don't know about this. We'll
Well,
see.
they're
I
coming
don't know
into
about
the
this.
real world, of course. We saw that was given to
Yes.
us after the last one. But of course, we just had CinemaCon, and we had Nintendo Direct, which a lot of people were really excited about. We had a whole bunch of movie trailers drop and video game announcements, and all kind of stuff happened during CinemaCon. And there were some winners and some losers. This one
Yeah.
came out, and of course, it's basically coming into the real world. We don't know much about it, but we knew that was going to happen. So I thought, let's watch the trailer, shall we?
Let's watch it, shall we? Let's get struck.
Okay, this is
Just
Disney.
for you.
Uh,
Just for you, audience. We're gonna
yeah.
take the strike. Just
So
for
no
you.
no volume. We'll just have the CC on, which I've already prepared, and I'll stop it here or there. So motorcycles exceeding speeds of 120 miles an hour. Oh my God, that's not fast at all. Um,
Not for a
okay, someone's
motorcycle.
in. Not for a motorcycle. They're getting it though.
The cruising. I do like
Yeah,
the color scheme. I think
it
that
is
looks good. They
pretty.
did a real
Oh,
good job
that's.
with that.
Oh, alrighty.
Right through the cop car. Yep. That's a
All
good
right.
shot
It is a
because
good
that could have been
shot.
brutal.
Alrighty. Okay, they're looking for something I do not understand. Okay, we got to get Jeff Bridges. That's all I need to know.
Well, he's at least doing the voiceover. I don't know if he's gonna actually be in
Well,
the movie.
I'm
He's
not.
lucky to be
I don't have the
alive,
volume
so
on.
yeah,
Why
that's
is?
him. That's him doing the voiceover.
Oh, is it okay?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Now, is this going to work though? Them coming into the real world?
We're about to find out. We're about to find out. Apparently, it's the main character or the villain is named Ares, and that's where the name comes from. And
I
he's
see.
invading.
Yeah,
What I'm told anyway. I don't know. Uh, it's got. I mean, I a lot of people said the special effects don't look that good. I think they look fine.
they
I
look
don't think they
fine.
look
Yeah.
bad.
I
Yeah.
think they look great. Yeah. It's just that is way overpowered. It's got this guy. Yeah, bringing those kind of things into the real world, they would take over the planet quick, very quick.
I think that's the problem.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that's the problem. No, it's very interesting. Yeah, the score is done by Nine Inch Nails, which is also very interesting. Uh, it could be really good. It could be, but it's got Jared Leto in it, and there's a lot of people who are like, nope, they just
Well,
don't. He's a no from them, dog.
yeah, yeah. And Hellrod just said, Jared Leto, skip.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is it Hellrod? Why don't you just say Elrod? I don't understand. Um, uh, but uh, but yeah, I don't know. I liked the first one was fine. Of course, I grew up in that era. The second one I thought was fine. Yeah, this could be
Crazy how
fun.
much they space these movies out, though. Like, what's that about?
Yeah, that is true.
Why do we get like decades between each one?
It's Daft Punk in the movie. But very
No, he's
European of
asking
them.
if Daft Punk is in the movie. No, I don't think so. Pretty sure from what it said there that Nine Inch Nails, the band themselves is going to be doing the score for this or most of the
Mhm.
soundtrack. So we don't know. It could be
Well,
great.
yeah.
We'll see. It's going to
If
be one of those movies where it's just kind of wait and see. I like the aesthetic. I've always liked the aesthetic of Tron. I think it's very eye-catching and
Of
beautiful.
course, yeah, there are definitely
Uh,
things that catch people's attention. That is true.
but it's
Um,
it's kind of coming a little too late. I mean, it's still out there,
yeah,
but remember the
very
big
slow.
synthwave push from about 5, 6 years ago?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
it should have came out then. If you were gonna do this movie and did it then, oh my god, the music you could have got would have been
Well,
ridiculous.
the
You still
Europeans were
can, but
feeling themselves at that time. Right now,
yeah.
they're in dire straits. So,
Yes.
yeah.
But we'll
Oh,
see.
well.
I hope it's good. I like the Tron movies. I like both of them. I really like Tron Legacy. I think it's massively underrated film.
Yeah, I
Uh,
liked it.
so hopefully this is good. This idea of the Tron world invading the real world. Why not? Why not? We've been invading them. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Fair
Uh,
enough. Yeah,
yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I don't know how much Jeff Bridges we're gonna get. He's lucky to be alive. You remember a few years ago he had terminal cancer and he beat it.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's good. Good on
Well,
Jeff.
you're
Good for
hard
Jeff.
pressed not to have Jeff Bridges in a movie and it not be at least watchable.
That's true.
I
He's
mean,
very good
he's
at his
Jeff
job.
Bridges.
Very good at yeah.
Yeah, he's great at stuff. And honestly, I know people get upset with me when I say this. I prefer his True Grit over John Wayne's.
I this guy, he just
Rooster Coburn,
blasphemy
Rooster
to
Co.
the Duke.
I know
You know, I've never seen it, so
I
I don't
like
know.
Wayne.
It
I
could
like
be.
John Wayne. But
It's one of those movies that as long as it's executed, there's really no reason it should be bad because the story and scripting, the overall premise is so good. Right? It's
well,
one of that type of
that's
thing.
true. But of course, back in John Wayne's day, um, it was hard to make a movie that had actual grit because of the
Yeah.
rating systems and the sensibility of the people at the time. You couldn't make something that was truly brutal. I would say one of the most harsh movies that John Wayne ever made was The Seekers, and that's got some pretty
Pretty
brutal
good.
shit in it. um,
Yeah.
but of course, in modern times, they were able to make True Grit actually gritty.
Real gritty, real
Yeah,
dirty.
real
What you're
dirty.
saying to me.
And that kind of movie needs it. It's like Bone Tomahawk. You couldn't have made that movie in
Mm,
the '60s. No
not in the
way.
theater anyway.
Not in
Not
the
in theaters
theaters.
anyway.
No, for sure. No. But that movie, you can't take away the harshness of it because that's the point,
Yes.
right?
Well, we
Uh,
don't know. See, 'cause I think Hellrod is correct. I'm pretty sure Tron did die at the end of Legacy, hence the name. But I mean, it's a cyberspace. He could just be there, right? Just fine. It just is what it is.
true.
There's a million different ways to get around that, especially since apparently they can upload themselves to bodies now. So there's a million different ways to get around that. We'll
Yeah.
see. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's one of those movies that's just wait and see. I can't get the trailer doesn't give me enough to know except for Jared Leto. If you hate Jared Leto, you're already out. I don't hate him enough to just be out, to be honest. But he does have some there have been some interesting career choices for Mr. Leto. We'll see. I hope it's great because, like I said, I love the Tron movies. First two are really good. I love the mythos of it. I love the world building. I love the aesthetic. All of that's great, and I wish we could get more in a similar aesthetic
Right.
that hyper synthy aesthetic that it has.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
wish we
Yeah.
could get more of that. I think it's really slick. I think it's
Yeah, no,
really slick.
it is slick, which is, of course, the point. Jared
Yeah.
Leto, the only movie I saw him in that I haven't seen a lot of him. The only movie I saw I liked was Morbius, and everybody else hated it. I thought it was a real nice throwback to the '60s sci-fi, dude.
Hmm.
But I don't know much about his career. I do know he's a cult leader, so there's
He is a bit.
that.
Yeah. Bit of a cult leader. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Um,
but he
I
does have
wonder
the
if
Zendaya thing going on, doesn't he?
he does, yeah. You either love him or you just do not want to look at him at all. Get
Yeah,
him out of here.
yeah.
Um, you have seen him as the Joker. That was awful. That exists.
That was bad. Yeah, yeah, that
Yeah,
was bad.
yeah. But in fairness, I can't blame him. He did what he was
No,
told.
he did. Yeah,
That was the people who made that movie that made those decisions. In fact, most of his role, he was mad about it. If you remember, most of his part got cut out. They
it did
cut
get
out
cut.
most of his
Yeah,
Joker.
but it's once again having directors who openly say never watched any of the source material or read anything. Uh,
Yeah,
they don't understand Joker. You don't get. I mean, to be honest, I didn't like Christian Bale as Batman. I just didn't like it. But the Christopher Nolan there, even though I don't like his aesthetic and the way he approached it, he did understand the villains fairly well, though.
yeah.
He did
He did.
understand their motivations, and of
Yes.
course that's
The
very
characters.
important. It is important, and a lot of times we get people like with the
I
Jared
think he understood
Leto.
Batman pretty well too, actually. I
No, he
think it
did.
was
I
just
just didn't like Christian Bale in it, even though I
I
like
actually agree
Christian
with
Bale.
you.
Yeah.
I think he's one of the weakest, and he had my favorite Batman movie, and I still think he's one of the weakest to ever wear the
Yeah,
cowl
I don't care for it. Now, Michael Caine was one of the best Alfreds ever.
ever.
I
Just
mean,
pure
we
done. Easy.
shouldn't really have that shouldn't be a shock
No,
really.
no.
I thought Leslie Nielsen, no, not no, Liam Nelson, Liam, what's his name?
Liam Neeson.
Neeson, him as Ra's al Ghul.
Raj.
Um, he's fine. They just screwed up because they should have used Watanabe as Ra's al Ghul instead of a decoy. But I thought it was okay. Of course, Heath Ledger as the Joker is probably the best we've
You know
seen
what
on
they should have
film.
done? Unironically,
Yeah.
they should have did exactly what you said. Let Watanabe just be let him be Ra's al Ghul, and have Liam Neeson be revealed to be Deathstroke.
Or
That would have been good.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah, it would have been better. And then as far as Tom Hardy playing Bane, it was a good Bane. It just didn't look like Bane because
Tiny. Remember?
the director doesn't want to have any supernatural aspect at all,
Well, it
even
was
though
also
Bane
the
is
voice was
technological. Huh?
the voice was ridiculous. And for some reason, nobody complained that he wasn't Latino. What happened there? Why didn't that matter
Well, you
then?
couldn't
You notice?
tell, right?
Yeah, but he's supposed to be, right? He's supposed to have a very thick accent and the whole deal.
Yeah, no, they should
No,
have went with
none of that.
somebody else. But I mean,
They should have
whatever.
went with Dave Batista, is who they should have went with. That's who should have been Bane. My goodness.
It
And
would have
back
been
then he was
better. Yeah.
huge
Yeah.
back then, so he would have
Yeah.
pulled that off easy.
Yeah.
But no, his the psychology of his Bane was pretty good. The only thing I didn't like was the ending where he's basically just a cuck. I'm like, what? What are you
Well,
doing?
the
Why'd you
intelligence
do
of
that
the
to my boy?
character, the manipulation of the character is very
Yes,
Bane, and they usually don't
he
get that
beats
in there.
he beats Batman. He just straight beats him at his own game. All of that worked because Bane does, hence the name. But I would love for a proper Bane. And I
Yeah.
we might get it in if we ever get more of these Batman movies. If Dickhead doesn't keep sabotaging it, if we ever get more of them, because even what's his name, Twinkle Boy is like, I don't know. I'd love to start filming some point. It'd be great. Can we maybe get
Matt
this going?
Reeves, yeah.
I'd like to.
Well,
No, the guy. What's his name? The guy who plays him. What's his name? Chester
Pattinson, yeah,
Pattinson. Yeah, even
yeah,
he's getting. I mean, he's like, by the time we film this, I'm going to be an old Batman.
yeah. No, they definitely need to get to it. It is nonsense, but it's James Gunn. The guy's
Yep.
ego is off the charts, and we're going to get punished for it. We
Yep.
are,
We're gonna lose the best adaptation of Gotham ever put to
and we're going
film,
to get a lot
in
of
my
dumb
opinion.
crap.
Yeah,
This Superman movie looks bad, dude. It looks
I
bad.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I
Um,
wholeheartedly agree, unfortunately. And it breaks me. Chester, I didn't want to be right. I said it. I didn't. This is one of the few times I don't want to be right. I love Superman. I wanted Superman. The world could use a proper Superman movie. It's these people. They're just so wicked in their core. They can't understand how to make Superman and make it right. They just don't. Deep
yeah.
down, somewhere
Well,
inside, they're so broken
I do
they can't make
recall
it.
me telling you that James Gunn is impossible that he could ever do anything correctly. I'm pretty sure I said
Well,
that.
sincerely, we both agreed the sincerity was going to be the problem. And one of the things
Yeah.
that Superman needs is the world around him can be silly, but he has to be sincere all the time.
Yeah.
You can never have him be sarcastic or flip it unless it's with one of his friends and he's clearly making a joke. But with the people, he has to be sincere all the time.
Well,
And I just don't trust that James Gunn knows how to do that. I've never seen him do it. So why would I?
no, he's a jokey, schmucky guy. And he can do that well. But no, it's just not his style. But
Right.
more important than that is with Matt Reeves, and if we ever get back to it, I really, really hope he gets away from this modern thinking that we got out of the Christopher Nolan shit, that Batman can't have supernatural aspects. Please
Me
stop.
too.
Please stop.
Well,
Give us that shit. Give it to us. You want to make it science based? Go right ahead, because usually it is.
I think that's what he's doing, though. because here's what I think. Because I know he's said in past in the interviews he wants to stay more away from that, but then explain to me what the hell Batman shot into his leg at the end of that movie. What was that? He acted like it was something very similar to Venom. Is what I'm saying.
Adrenaline, I would assume.
Yeah, just straight up adrenaline. But I mean, that's basically what Venom is. It's super adrenaline, right? It's just a super addictive drug version. So you could easily have it be a storyline where whatever he used, somebody else gets another version of it and turns it into, well, Bane basically turns it into Venom, and there you go. Now you have Bane, proper Bane.
Right.
Um, I just don't. I agree with you. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit more of the more supernatural, the more zany Batman stuff, because if it's done well, and I think Reeves could do it well, it works when it's done well. But we just never have. The closest we got was the super hyper campy uh, Schwarzenegger movie, and even that was still like even Poison Ivy in that was still way toned down
It
for what she
was.
could be or should be.
And the schmuckiness of Arnold is really what hurt it. Even though
Hmm.
in reality he played a really good Mr. Freeze, actually.
Yeah. Well, he
Um,
was told to do that clearly.
of
Like
course he was.
we know Arnold can act seriously if you want him to.
Yeah,
That's what he was told to do, so he did it.
it is. But like what I would like to see, like if we get Bane, is to see an actual transformation. Now, what would you say is one of the best transformation in movie history?
Mm. Oh, that's a big question, huh?
I know the answer, and it's not what people would think off the top of their head.
Hit me with your answer, because I don't know. That's a deep well you threw me into there, Chester. That's a deep
Bebop and
well.
Rocksteady and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie.
I like it.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
yeah,
I will take it. Bebop and Rocksteady and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie. I'll take it.
yeah.
I'll take
That
it
was
right
a
now.
great transformation scene. It was a
Yep.
great
Yep.
transformation scene. And
Well,
of course,
because you
that
have
had
different
your
versions
wrestler
of it.
boy there. What's the albino Scotsman there? What's his name?
Oh, Seamus, my
Seamus.
boy.
He's
He's actually
yeah.
He's actually a fellow Steve. He just wrestles by the name Sheamus, believe
Oh,
it or
is
not.
he? I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Sheamus is a good dude. He seems like he's he's near the end of his career. He's getting in his mid to late 40s. But he's a good dude by all accounts. Everybody loves. They call him Shemu. Shemu, old Shemu. That's what everybody calls him.
It's funny. But yeah, because there's been some good transformation. Of course, American Werewolf in London is a famous one. There are many, but I really think it's Bebop and Rocksteady in that movie. Yeah, no, you're right, Alan. It is good, but I'm going. If you haven't seen it, go watch that scene because it's really good. But I'd like to see that kind of scene with Bane,
Yeah.
right? An actual, and of course that brings on sci-fi feel to it. And with Batman, they seem to be stuck in this rut. It's like, oh no, it has to be realistic and down to earth. No, it doesn't.
No.
No, it doesn't at all. And the world now, you kind of laying it out as kind of non supernatural or paranormal in the beginning
Mhm.
could actually lead into something a really good reveal
Yep.
later on. It could, because having something like a Bane or Clayface or something like that, come out with
Solomon
this
Grundy.
a Solomon Grundy or something like that would be Batman would have to take a step back, which of course he does.
Yep. Yep.
He's like, whoa, what am I having to do with this? Anyway,
I
let's.
would see the good thing about Batman, real quick. The good thing about Batman is his rogues gallery is so good.
It
It's
is.
probably the best one in comic
Well,
books
him and
that
Spider
you
Man.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's one of the ones you could easily do a movie where it's him versus a bunch of his minor villains, and it would work depending on what's happening, right? Depending on the context of it. So, like, you could do one where he's got to deal with Solomon Grundy. You could do one where he's got to deal with Killer Croc, all at the same time. This is a problem that's happening all at once. Clayface maybe as well. You could do a lot of these all at once and
That's
have
funny,
just a
Elrond.
whole bunch happen at once because those characters aren't, they're not the Joker, they're not necessarily Penguin or whatever. They don't have necessarily the same, we'll just call it brand recognition that the more A tier of his rogues gallery has. So you could do something really cool. It actually would be great in a Bane movie because Bane's thing is he opens up Arkham and lets all the bad boys out,
Oh yeah.
and Batman has to deal with it. That would actually be a great way to do it. Is have him deal with Killer Croc and Solomon Grundy and Clayface and whoever else. A bunch of his lower tier villains, he has to deal with them, and then he's exhausted, and have the ending be where he gets his back broken. That would be a great way to end a Batman movie if you're willing to do it on a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah, that would be good. But This is
Yeah,
the thing.
so yeah, Pedro, what are you doing? Pedro Pascal praises, that's a lot of P's, controversial Rachel Zegler, how you say her name? As icon. No,
Okay.
no.
Now,
Unfortunately, I would say Pedro is much closer to that word than she ever will be.
well, but the thing with Pedro is you have to remember he hates you.
Yeah,
He
he
hates
hates
you with a
everybody.
passion. You
That's right.
are, if you voted for Trump or even looked at Trump and didn't say Nazi, he hates your guts. This guy is, I don't even know if they have some quotes in here, but he has said a lot of really nasty things about anybody who supports Trump. He's a absolute Hollywood woke tard. He's maybe not as noisy as Mark Ruffalo, but he
Mhm.
kind of is. This guy hates you. He has made very public statements, and him coming out and trying to defend this psychopath. Because Zegler, I thought she was just because she is very young. I thought she was just a stupid kid, right? But no, I've seen things recently that shows that she's a psychopath. She absolutely is. She has drank the Kool-Aid so deeply that she really believes what she's saying. This isn't just, I have to say the right thing to get a job. That's not what this is. This is a true believer right here. She did you see the video where she's sitting in a theater all by herself watching it, and she's so proud and amazed at herself for how good and great an actress she is. She's the best singer ever, by the way, just so you know. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, this girl is absolutely unhinged. Unhinged. And Pedro coming up and supporting her, calling her an icon is ridiculous. But it's par for the course of Pedro Pascal. This guy is a woke tard. He's an absolute idiot in that regard, and he hates you. And why anyone supports anything he does, I don't know. You should boycott him just on principle. Just on principle.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Full endorsement of this message. Mr. Pascal. Mr. Pascal is just an insufferable, miserable man.
Yeah.
It's very clear. He hates his life, and it's a shame because he has a very enchanted life. He hates
He
his
is
life and he hates everybody around
He's
him,
a pretty good actor,
especially
actually.
if you disagree with him.
Yeah,
Especially if you disagree with him.
yeah,
It's just a shame to see that much bitterness and hatred in one person. Truly
yeah,
is.
yeah. And like I said, it is extra shame because the dude actually can do his job.
Yeah,
He can.
he can. He
I
can
mean,
indeed.
I've seen him do Mandalorian. He was fine. Of course, he's kind of got the Zendaya problem going on where they keep throwing him in everything, and people are sick of it, like Chris Pratt.
Yep.
People are just kind of sick of it. They're done with it, right? And to be fair, like Chris Pratt, who is beloved, who is not annoying, he should take a break, I think. Go enjoy your wife.
Yeah.
you know. But we get way too much Pedro Pascal. Zegler's
Indeed.
been thrown in a bunch of stuff. Zendaya is the worst token that we've had to deal with. Um,
It's bad.
yeah,
It's so
because
bad.
but the difference is she really can't act, and she's not really good. Where this girl
And the other
Rachel Zegler
problem with it,
is capable of doing what she's supposed to do.
she's a decent actress and a really good singer.
She
She's a
is.
pretty good
Yeah.
singer. So she should have been able, on paper anyway, to pull this off. The problem is she couldn't keep her yapper shut. She just couldn't stop yapping. Even when they told her to stop yapping, she
She's
just
still
couldn't
not
stop
shutting up,
yapping.
dude.
Yeah, and it's yes. Listen, you get what you get. You get what you deserve at that point. Uh, Sometimes you just gotta. There's a saying in old pro wrestling that comes from Vincent Kennedy McMahon, and he said this once to his future son-in-law, Paul Levesque, better known as Triple H. He told him, "You're gonna have to eat shit and like it." That's what he told him, right to his face hole. And that's exactly what she needed to do. If she wanted this movie to be a success, she
Yeah,
needed to just eat some shit and like it, smile about it, and just not let it bother her, and just, chin up, stiff upper lip that shit,
yeah,
and just make the money and leave. That's all you
yeah.
had to do.
I'm
That's
gonna
it.
put some water on the boil. I'll be back in a minute.
She
So
just couldn't do it. I don't know if anybody here knows where that story's from, but I do. I do. I do. I do. I do. So it's a very funny story, actually. There was a time back in the day where people still wanted to make believe that pro wrestling wasn't fake. I know that F word triggers wrestling fans. I'm a wrestling fan. I get it, but it is fake, folks. It's not real. It's scripted. There are storylines, and they know who's going to win before they even get in the ring, usually, unless a mistake happens. So they had this thing called the curtain call in Madison Square Garden, where Shawn Michaels, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, and I believe Triple H was involved as well, because Scott Hall and Kevin Nash were leaving WWF at the time. They did this big bowing thing in the middle of the ring. I think it was in the middle of a cage, actually, which is funny. And this exposed the business, quote unquote. And everybody knew that was, it was fake, even though everybody already knew. I don't know why we were still playing make believe. And this was a big problem and caused a big controversy. So the only one he could punish, because he couldn't punish Shawn because Shawn was his champion and he had the company on his back. He couldn't punish the other two because they were leaving. The only one he could punish was old Triple H, Mr. Paul Levesque. So his name's actually Jean Paul Levesque, but he dropped the Jean a long time ago. Uh, Mr. Levesque was told by Vincent Kennedy McMahon to his face that you're going to have to eat shit and like it. He lost. He was supposed to win King of the Ring that year, if I remember correctly. He lost that, which was probably a good thing because the man who won it was Stone Cold Steve Austin. And as history will tell you, that was the best decision that he could have made. Uh, but regardless, he had to basically get pushed all the way down into the shithouse for about a year before he finally was able to start, doing things and coming up. Luckily, he was Shawn Michaels' best friend, so that helped.
Oh, you
But
still talk
regardless,
about Triple H?
that's where that story came. I just thought I'd tell the story. That's where that story came from, and it apparently worked out pretty well for him since he married the man's daughter and then took his company from him. So there's that.
Well, I don't know if he took the company from him. He just
Oh, that
simply
was that
became
was
the
a that
boss.
was a palace that was a palace coup for
You
sure,
think?
100%. Yeah, 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 yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
yeah. They wanted rid of him.
Well, he
Vince
seems
needed to
like
go.
the right guy to have him in the position,
Oh, he's
though.
doing a great job.
Yeah.
Vince needed to go a decade ago, at least, if not sooner. He refused. He refused to let go of the reins and do what needed to be done.
It's always
And
the
fair play
problem.
to him, he did build the damn thing. But yeah, he needed out, and I genuinely think that somebody in that inner circle there, either Stephanie or Triple H or somebody is the ones who started leaking all this information and getting it out there
No,
and
I see that they had to
put the
deal with.
kibosh on it.
Well, that's the problem with a dictator. The only way to get a dictator out is by force. I mean, that's
Pretty
just the
much.
reality of it. It's like
Pretty much.
it's funny right now. I haven't talked about it much, but Turkey is in complete upheaval. There are millions of people in the streets every day marching and protesting and pushing back because of the nonsense that's going on there. And of course, Erdogan is, a dictator and he's pushing back brutally against the people. But in the end, he's going to be toppled, is what's going to happen. And the funny thing about it is, to show you how dumb dictators can be, how did Erdogan become leader of Turkey? Well, he was the mayor of Istanbul, right? And he was becoming very popular. So the dictator at that time was getting a little worried about him. So they decided to arrest him, to trump up charges, just like France did with Le Pen here recently, or they did with Trump. And to try to get rid of him. Of course, in the end, there was the people marching in the streets. The dictator was overthrown, and Erdogan became the new leader, right? So you
Right.
would think Erdogan, having lived through it, would have learned something. But what has he done? The mayor of Istanbul was becoming very popular, so Erdogan was getting really concerned about it. So he trumped up charges on him, tried to get rid of him, arrested him. Same thing had happened to Erdogan, and of course we have uprising. So literally, reality repeats itself. But you would have thought, with Erdogan having lived through that, he would have been a little wiser. But I guess not.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's crazy,
You
right?
would think. You would think. It is interesting how history does repeat itself, though, and that's really the reason. There's
Yeah.
no other reason. It's because people just don't learn their lesson.
They don't. They don't. Yeah.
Don't learn
And
their
it's like,
lesson.
what's going to happen in France? We have complete chaos. No, it is France, so it is usually chaotic, but we're having that nonsense. We have all the pushback in America after they tried to derail and imprison and destroy Trump. We have similar things going on in Canada with Pierre Polyev. But they have an election coming. We'll see what happens with that. But it's happening all over the place. South Korea is having the same issue. The Thai are pushing against the young king. The old king was great. The new king's not. Same thing in Turkmenistan. The old king was they loved, beloved, right? His son is an asshole. There are just kind of it keeps repeating itself over and over and over and over. And Honestly, one of the big things I hope the situation in Turkey rectifies itself quickly because um, Turkey right now is keeping Syria from becoming anything, right? So if Turkey's busy dealing with new elections and new people in charge, maybe Syria can actually form into something, right?
Yeah,
But we have same problems with Azerbaijan and Turkic pressure, Armenia. Oh my God, it just goes on and on and on, dude. It's freaking ridiculous. The world is so crazy hot right now. I don't even know. I mean,
it's
seriously,
getting spicy out there, folks.
it
It is
is.
getting spicy out there, folks.
Do you know where the most? What country would you guess is the? I mean, actual real country is the most chill right now. Which one would you think?
Hmm. The most chill?
Yeah.
Well, I need you to define real country, I guess. What do you mean by real
Well,
country?
don't pick Japan because Japan doesn't know anything other than chill. Well, I don't know. Guyana's not a real country now, is it? It doesn't have any effect on the
Well,
world
yeah,
stage. I'm talking about an
yeah,
actual
okay.
world level country.
Probably Russia.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah,
First time. Give the man
yeah.
100 points.
First time this guy. Yeah, no, because
He
I
gets
know,
the
yeah, they
teddy
have the
bear.
war, they have all that stuff going on, but in Russia,
Yeah.
I've heard very little
Yeah,
of
they're
any
super
problems.
chill. Super
They're
chill. I got
just
my
chilling.
coffee's boiling. I'll be back in a minute.
He's boiling his coffee to death. It is interesting how winning a war has that effect. It calms everything down. The populace chills out. I've said it on here before, and I'll say it again. I know Putin. A lot of people dislike Putin on the world stage, and a lot of people really dislike Mr. Putin's antics and what he gets up to. But you have to look. You have to take reality for what it is, and for what it is in Russia, he is the absolute best version of him you're gonna get. The Russian oligarchy, the Russian elite, if you will, many of them are bloodthirsty like you wouldn't believe. Especially in their version of the parliament. I can't remember what they call it, but it's basically just a parliament. Uh, there's a lot of imperialism they want to do. They want to well basically just rebuild the Soviet Union without the communism is effectively the idea. Uh, and Putin's one of the only ones who's seemingly against it. He resists it. He pushes back against it. He really just wants to make money. Putin likes money. He likes money, 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 money. Um, so it's very interesting watching how many people who are supposedly against things like like world wars. Crazy, I know. Supposedly against these things who are very anti-Putin because if he wasn't the one in power in Russia right now, it'd be a much
It'd
different
be
story.
worse. It'd be worse. Yeah,
So
that's
much
true.
worse. So much worse.
But right now, Russia, their economy is booming. The middle class
Yep.
is just absolutely banging in Russia. There are new housing areas and towns and just sprouting up all over the place. Like I said, their economy is booming. Um, the general sense of well-being in Russia is higher than ever. Like little things have completely shifted. Like for instance, if you were in the cities, like say, a decade or three ago, right? And you go into a business or something, and you go to the toilet, like you will, right? And they were no different than what we have in the West. But if you go outside of the cities, and you go in like a rest stop or something along the way, they had the kind of Asian toilet, which is effectively a hole in the floor, right? And I've had to use these things before, and trust me, they're not fun especially for white people, because our
Hmm.
Achilles heels are very tight and short. We don't like that position very well. But nevertheless, even those things are almost completely gone. They've been updated and upgraded. I'm just using it as an example of the old world is is almost the Soviet era is almost completely evaporated inside of Russia. Now, some of the old Soviet area cities have been kind of abandoned and they're just rotting, and we'll see what the Russians do with them. But there's been so many new areas built. Russia looks great. Their economy is very stable. You can go to the grocery store and shop normally, like for you in Ohio. Um, uh, well, how much when you go to the grocery store? How painful is it right now?
Oh, it's still pretty painful,
Yeah,
depending on what we get. Like, it's one of the things I had to cut out, unfortunately, unless I can get it on a good sale. I mean, I could do it, but I'm cheap. Is just steak in general. Like,
right.
it's too expensive. Eggs are pretty crazy. There's a couple brands that are getting back to sanity. I noticed when I was there because I just bought some, but there's still a lot of them that are pretty crazy.
Well,
I know they've gone down a lot, but yeah, there's the inflation is it's real and it's bad.
yeah, it
It's
is.
really bad.
Like when you go to the grocery store, how much do you spend on average, would you say?
Um, Anywhere between so I only usually go for big trips, maybe once or twice a month. And
Right,
in those, you'll go depending on which store I go to. If I go to like Sam's or I go to like Kroger, we'll just use Kroger since it's more of a traditional grocery store. You're looking at anywhere between 100 to 250, maybe even 300, depending on what I get.
right.
If I do decide to get a bunch of steaks or something, and that's a month, and it's just me and my wife, so it's
Yeah,
not like it's
yeah,
not like I got a bunch of kids. It's bad, and we're not buying crazy things. We're not here buying really expensive whatever the hell. It really just depends on what we get, and it wasn't this way 5 years ago. Let's put it that way. I could
right.
get in and out for $100 easy and get steak and get everything I wanted to do, and it wasn't a problem. So unless you go to like some of the really low end stores, which even those, a lot of those have gone out of business. They just don't exist uh, because they couldn't keep up. You're not getting out of there for under $100 unless you go in for something very specific and it's on sale or something, and you're in and out. And if you go there to do, normal grocery shopping like every American does, you're spending $100 easy, at least
Yeah.
every time.
Whereas Russia is sitting kind of where Japan is. It's like 40% of that, right?
Yeah,
Um, people are living very normally, and I've noticed because I've been watching over the years, Russia modernize, right? And shake off the mantle of, because remember it was only 30 years ago that the Soviet Union fell, and then they've been trying to shake that ugly ugliness and that brokenness off for that entire time, and I feel like they've turned the corner is my point. Russia is looking so beautiful right now. Matter of fact, they just had their spring cleanup, which is the Japanese do similar things, where everyone goes out and just cleans up after all the snow is melted, and they just clean everything up, right? And I watched a couple of videos on that. As I know it's mundane, but it's just people being people, right? Which is the information I want. And it just looks so beautiful. All those old world buildings have been cleaned up. All the property around has been cleaned up. The roads have cleaned up and have been repaved or improved. It's just, even the downtrodden areas are just looking so much better. The Russians are booming. Now imagine if all of these Western sanctions were finally removed and they were able
yep,
to be a normal country interacting with the world, how much more they'd be booming, right? But yeah, Russia. I mean, good on them because they got the entire world against them. So
yep,
I'm happy to see that they're actually holding up really well. And of course, Japan is Japan, but it doesn't count. But yeah, everything else is pretty hot. But those Eastern Baltic countries, I've noticed also, who are very anti-Russia because of the Soviet experience, are actually starting to come around and making conversations and potential deals with the Russians as well. So the Baltics and the Eastern Europeans and the Russian Slavs, I have a feeling their future is going to be quite bright. What's going to happen to Ukraine? Well, they need to get rid of this psychotic dictator that's in there right now,
hmm
because what's happening on the front lines is not good, dude. right? I've been paying very every day. I pay attention what's going on the front lines of Ukraine, and
Yeah.
here's the deal, right? For a couple of years, the Russians they got what they wanted, and they just kind of stopped, and they've been
Mhm.
just maintaining position, almost as if they were waiting for a certain person to get elected,
Mm.
right? As soon as Trump took over, and on January 20th, the Russians started moving again. And I
Right.
would say 98, 90%, 99% of all the success has been on the Russian side. The Ukrainians have
Right.
had a little thing here or there, but it's nothing consequential. The Russians have
Mhm.
just been amping it up since January 20th, taking more and more land, getting more and more aggressive, pushing further and further. And it's clear, it's clear the Ukrainians have lost this. All they're doing is throwing bodies at it. We just had yesterday 50,000 of them just put their hands up and surrender before the battle even started. 50,000. That's a lot of people, dude, right?
Yeah.
The Ukrainians have emptied their prisons to put them on the front line. The Russians have been complaining because they've been because they'll take an area. It's this old style warfare that's going on here. Even though the drone technology is modern and different, and telling you that's changed the landscape of warfare. By the way, drones. But what the Russians are complaining is because they're starting to find as they move through these areas they've taken, they're starting to find dead women bodies in uniform.
Yeah. That's
So the
where we're at now.
Ukrainians got to the point that they're throwing the women at the front line. The Russians aren't
And
happy
all
about
of
it.
this, all of it, Chester, was completely and utterly avoidable if they had just did what we said to do back when it started, surrender effectively. Talk to Putin and see what he actually wants.
Yeah,
Because there was no way it was going to go any other way.
yeah,
It
or
just wasn't. It
or
just wasn't.
maybe not listen to the Europeans and the Americans back in the Maidan Revolution with frickin' John McCain. Talk about a traitor, that fucker.
Yep.
But
Yep.
not listen to
Songbird.
them and try to, your country was doing pretty well, keep along. But no, 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 we're gonna have a revolution. We're gonna start murdering our own citizens, which ultimately is what led to this situation, right?
Right.
Insane nonsense. And John died, so enough is enough, I guess. But that guy turned out to be a real freaking snake in the grass, dude. John McCain.
Yeah. No, of course he was. He was you can look it up. Look up Songbird John McCain. So many former veterans who were over there with him, including, have come forward to testify that this man was a collaborator. He collaborated with the Viet Cong, and 100% when they didn't. And people can say, "Well, yeah, he didn't want to get tortured and da da da." All those other guys got tortured; they didn't collaborate. Uh, so at the end of the day, he still made a choice. He's a traitor, and the only reason he got away with it is because his dad was an admiral. I think, pretty sure his dad was an admiral. Uh, this this man has never had America's interest at heart, ever, not once. He's never been about anything that has to do with promoting America or Americanism to the world. He's only about globalism. He was a dyed-in-the-wool globalist. He
He
was
was.
brought into the whatever you want to call it, the cabal, a long, 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 long time ago, probably right after Vietnam, if I had to guess. And this is why he was able to get elected and do all this stuff and be a constant problem. You have to understand in America, Americans, a lot of us dislike Obamacare for various reasons. I'd say the majority of us do. It's kind of dog shit. It was almost fully repealed in Trump's first term. John McCain came off of his literal deathbed to vote to save it,
He
and his
did.
vote was the one that decided it.
It
That's
was.
that's
I remember
actually
I
what
saw
happened.
that live actually. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Um
this man has always been anti-American. He hated the American people. He was a scumbag all the way through, and that his death was far too peaceful. Men like that do not deserve peaceful deaths in hospital
yeah,
beds.
they usually
Simple as
do
that.
though. They usually do.
Yep.
Yeah. But no, he was really bad. And there's a bunch of other ones too that are just ridiculous. But that's politic, I guess. But I did see one thing recently that I thought was really funny. I don't know if it'll have. I'm sure it had zero impact. But there's a growing coalition of younger Russian women because there's a lot of emails and various SNS stuff that comes into Russia, like, "Oh, pretty Russian girl, I'll save you from the horror of Russia. Come join me." And the Russian girls are like, "Yeah, we don't want to leave Russia. Thank you very much. We love our country." I think one of the confusions with it is, you remember the Russian mail order bride thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were never Russians. They were Ukrainians or Polish
Right.
or
Right.
Romanians. They weren't actual Russians, because the Russian women have no interest in leaving Russia whatsoever. Yeah. I know it means nothing. I just saw a thing on a thread on it, and it was funny, because the Russian girls are kind of sick and tired. I guess they're getting a lot of SNS like, "Hey, I'll save you and bring you to the West." I bet you will. Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Even though their life is probably better than yours, buddy.
Much more fulfilling for a lot
Well,
of them.
but it's also more stable because the West economically is in absolute turmoil right now, right?
It
Um,
is.
Trump and his team are doing everything they can to get the Fed in line and get things back online. I think ultimately they will in the long run. And that'll be good for whoever the next president is, which probably JD Vance. So I think what you're
Mhm.
going to see is JD Vance have an amazing 8 years. Is what's going to
Hopefully.
happen.
I really like JD Vance.
Yeah,
I think he's the type of guy. He's young. He's my age. He's not an old man like Trump is or Biden is. He's got a lot of energy. He's a very good speaker.
he is a good speaker.
He's one of the best speakers I've ever seen in American politics. Unironically, he's phenomenal. He knows exactly how to dissect a point and make an argument
Hmm.
that anybody can listen to because he's everyman American. He comes from my background, basically, poor rural Ohio. I like that's one of the reasons why I think he'll be unless they somehow they pull a rabbit out of the hat here. JD Vance is pretty much
Yeah.
unbeatable if he wants it.
Yeah, no, I
If he
think
wants,
so. And he and Trump have something we haven't seen with presidents in quite a while. Their wives look at them lovingly.
that's right.
Yeah.
They're family men,
Well,
believe it or not.
because when you see Melania looking at Trump or Usha looking at JD, those women
Yeah.
love their husbands, right?
And in fairness, JD is a remarkable man.
He is.
Regardless of his background, regardless of whatever memes they have about his silly little baby face, the fact that he literally came out of extreme poverty in southern rural Ohio, ended up a Marine, went to I think Harvard, and is now worth millions of dollars based off of businesses and movies and books and things that he's written. It's that only, and now he's the vice president of the United States, technically the second most powerful man on the earth. Um, that is an incredible story that only really happens in America.
Yeah, it is.
That
That
is the
is the
most
American
American
dream.
story,
Yeah, it
yeah, you've
is.
heard in a long, long
It's
time. So,
great.
I mean, he's just gonna be hard. He's also them baby blue eyes, man. I'm telling you, when he looks into that camera, he melts all these women. I'm telling you, I know he does. They might not admit it, but he does.
Yeah.
So
No, no,
he's
no.
got that. He's got big dad energy too, right? Like he's just the right age. He's not too old. He's not too young. He's just the right age that people older than him will trust him, and people younger than him can trust him to lead. Right? You don't need somebody who's in their mid 20s trying to be president. That's probably not going to work. But he's right at the age.
Yeah.
I really don't see any reason. He's tall. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't win unless the Democrats can pull somebody out of their hat that we've never seen or heard of before.
No, they
But I
won't.
just don't
No,
think that exists.
I think he's pretty much locked in. Of course,
Yeah,
we shouldn't think that way because they do cheat. But
they do cheat.
they do. Yeah, I just my point is that, like with Trump and his kids, it tells you a little bit about something about the person when the people around them love them. Look at Biden. No one in that family loves him, right? Look at the Clintons. There's no love there. Look at the Obamas. There's no love there, right? I mean, you got to go back to old Ronnie Reagan, I think, right? Because George W. He and his dad, maybe Mama Bush, Barbara Bush, but there was a lot of angst around them and their family too, right? You got to go back to Ronnie Reagan to find a family. To be fair, though, Jimmy Carter's family loved him as well. He was just a bad administrator. But yeah, yeah, Trump and JD. It's really telling when you see how their family treats them and see how their women look at them, right? Longingly. That's a great
That's
thing.
right.
It's a great
The
thing.
o the other thing that you can give to Mr. Vance is, yes, he had a terrible mother. He's been open about that. She's cleaned herself up now, of course, but when he was younger, she was, not a good mother by any stretch,
Well,
and nobody
Obama
would
had a
want that in a
horrible
mother.
mother.
But here's the thing, Mr. Vance pulled his mother out of that life, right? When he got up, he didn't maybe he did for a while, but eventually he got up. When he got up, he brought her up and helped her, get her life together.
Sure,
That says a lot about his character.
sure.
Whether you agree with his arguments or his politics or not, what you want as president, you can make the argument Trump isn't, but what you want for a president is somebody with that kind of character
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that would do that.
I like JD, and I think a
Yeah,
lot of people do. And like I said, with what because Trump, I think is really he and his team have a really good plan for what they're trying to do. So far, they've been successful. There'll be a bump in the road eventually, I'm sure. But so far, they've been very successful. And Trump also seems to be very willing to say, "Hey, I'll take the burden on my shoulder. Blame me, hate me."
yep.
Right? Of course, that releases it from JD to a certain degree, but we'll see. I'm very happy with everything that's been going on so far. Everything's been going like clockwork. I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop, to be honest with you.
We will see. We will see. They're ramping up the resistance now. They're going to try all kinds of nonsense.
Well, yeah, but
The
it's
elections.
pure lies, though. They don't even have a leg to
Of
stand on,
course,
dude.
it always was, Chester. That's the secret.
At
It
least they
always
could have the
was.
illusion of it. They don't even have it now. What are they saying?
Well, they don't
Oh,
they
he's
they
messing with
can't
Social
control the
Security.
narrative.
Okay, where?
He's not.
He's messing with
He's not
Medicaid
doing
and veterans. Where? There.
They don't have the control of the narrative anymore thanks to Mr. Musk.
Yeah.
Let's just call it what it is. Musk and a guy named Joe Rogan, largely. These two people have basically their own empires of media power, and they're able to make it so that they just can't control the narrative like they used to. What happened in 2020 was with COVID, people ran to what they was familiar, and what was familiar was mainstream media. They wanted to be told everything was going to be okay, and because that's still ingrained in most people, because we grew up with the TV, and the TV didn't lie to us, right? Well, that's what
Yeah.
we were told anyway.
Right.
So people ran to more traditional forms of media because it was just easier. Plus, in 2020, all the social media networks were on board too. They all cucked and bucked, and that was the end of it. Now that's not going to happen because you have Elon in control of X, which is, even though it's not the biggest, it is the most influential of the
Yeah.
social media networks. It's not even close. I don't even think it's debatable, to
Yeah.
be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, Roger, I can answer that more clearly, I think, in regards to Vance standing against Trump. Because inside, or basically what you have right now in the White House is you have a classical liberal democratic government. That's what is in
Mhm.
there. They're not Republicans at all. It's classical liberal, right?
Right.
And they're doing what needs to be done. JD is an actual conservative that was pushing against it initially because, as you would, but I think what JD realized is yes, these are liberals, classical liberals, but our values can easily be combined because we
Mhm.
want the same thing. And I
He
think
was
that's why
also, when he
JD
was
came
saying
around.
that stuff, he was a little bit younger too. Yeah, I don't think he had his kids yet, or at least they weren't as old. That does happen.
It
As
does.
people get older, they
It
get more
does.
assets, including a family. They get more protective, which just is just another word for
Yeah, but you
conservative.
know what I mean. This is not a Republican government. It's not.
No, no, no,
Yeah.
no. I would argue that it's more Republican than any government that had the title in the last 100 years.
Maybe
Well,
it's as it should have
70
been,
years.
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, probably since Nixon. Nixon was the last real Republican, and they did everything they could to get rid of him. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
True. I always it always makes me chuckle though. Because when we look at every bad, especially with the minorities, blacks, for instance, um,
Yep.
every bad thing that's happened to any minority, particularly black people in American history, has come in from the Democrats. Every single one, right?
Yep.
From slavery, Jim Crow, KKK, civil rights movement, welfare, redlining, all of that is Democrats. It's all Democrats, 100%. right? And the simple fact that the Republican Party was formed during the Civil War to stand against these crazy lunatic Democrats, and in the end also to end slavery. It wasn't the only reason, but it became part of it for sure, right? But the Republicans literally formed to bring America back to sensibility and free the slaves. That's literally why they were created. But yet you see so few, well, of course it's growing, but you see so few of these minorities actually support the group that was created to help you. It's so bizarre, dude. It's so bizarre,
Yep. It's bite the hand that feeds you type stuff.
I guess.
No good deed goes unpunished. The problem is what we need and what we've needed for a very long time is a return to what I would consider classical republicanism. And I think that's what JD Vance more represents than anything that we've seen. He understand, and Trump does to a large degree as well. Like I agree, he's more of a classical liberal, but
Yes.
classical republicanism is very much about the power of the states, very much about the power of the republic,
Yeah.
and it's semi-protectionist when it comes to foreign trade and foreign exchange, which is what built America. People have to understand the 1800s in this country. America was a completely different place than it is
Very
now,
different.
obviously,
It was
but it
much
had a
more
very
French.
different yes, had a very different what's the word I'm looking for? Philosophy on exchange, on trade.
Yeah.
They were very anti-corporate. They were much more mercantilist than capitalist, and they were very protectionist in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And because of that, it was allowed the country to expand and grow. And Trump is not wrong. McKinley was correct.
Yeah,
His
he was.
policies worked. They
They
simply
did
you
work.
can argue the logistics of it all day long. They worked. I
They
don't
did
give a
work.
shit what it looks
Yeah.
like. I don't give a shit if this country doesn't like it or if this philosopher says it's wrong. Yeah, but did it work though?
Yeah.
But did
And
it work though?
it did work. And of course, another thing about the 19th century people don't seem to understand, and of course, I really don't think any of us understand because that history has been muddled. But
Yeah.
you talk about people complaining about migration today, it's
Oh my
nothing.
god. Yeah, there was riots
Nothing.
over it.
Europe dumped into America. It just dumped here. Why? No
Yeah.
one seems to understand why. But you had literally 100 million people drop into the country, dude.
Yeah.
Right? And of course, in the end, it all worked out because they were mainly Europeans, and everyone was kind of on the same page. The problem you have
Right.
now, especially with the Latinos and the Africans that are piling in, they're not here to be American. You see, the old migration people were proud and excited to be in America for the opportunity. Hey, I can get land. Hey, I can work hard and make a business. I'm allowed to do that, right?
Right.
Whereas now they're like, hey, we can go in there and get free shit and send it back home. They don't care about America at all. That's a huge difference. And you might see a big bit of immigration coming out of Europe here soon, again,
Mhm.
because they're back to their old silly games. You can't build a business in Europe. You can't strive to become successful in Europe. There is no European dream. They have shut it down with regulation and all their nonsense, and it gets worse every day. You can't do shit, and it used to be that way, and that's why people just. I think there was other things going on too, but that's why so many people just simply flooded out of Europe into the Americas because in America you were allowed to, hey, go at it and see if you can get it done, right?
Right.
And
Right.
that was the freedom of America. That was the American dream. Not that the government's going to pay you anything. Weren't going to give you shit, but you were free to
Right.
try. Where in
They're gonna
Europe
give you
you
an
couldn't
opportunity,
try.
a chance.
Yeah.
That's all you had. Yeah, and it's coming back to bite them. So one of the problems we have is capitalism itself has been so corrupted. The term anyway, the actual real capitalism has not. It still very much works because of course it does.
Well, free
But the
market. Yeah.
terminology has been completely and utterly corrupted. You have things where people say that in order to have capitalism, you have to have free anything, free trade. You said free market. I would argue that nothing's free. And when you try and chase a utopian ideal of free, you're going to lose every time. Especially when you're in a situation where you're trying to
Well,
do trade with these other countries. And unfortunately, because we've been betrayed, we have to do trade with these other countries. Uh, when you deal with countries that have no desire, conceptualization, or anything when it comes to freedom, and they don't care about your free market principles, basically what you're doing, if you allow them to have free access to your market, you're basically like most guys or a lot of guys have been in a situation where you meet this girl and you love her. You fall in love with this
Oh
girl.
yeah,
She's amazing.
men. Yeah,
Amazing chick. But you can't trust her.
yeah,
You just can't trust her. For whatever reason, she doesn't follow through on what she says. She maybe she flirts with other guys. Maybe she's got a bunch of guys orbiting her all the time. Blah 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 blah. That's basically what we're doing over here. We got all this prize over here, but we're so busy chasing this idea that, well, it should be, yeah, it should be a situation where both countries agree, no tariffs, no taxes, no nonsense, no import duties, nothing. You can bring your product in and out. The free flow of exchange and money is better than putting up barriers. Yes, I agree. It would be, but nobody does that. No one. It
yeah,
doesn't exist.
yeah.
So in order to compete in that market, you must also do it.
Right.
It's just like walking into a boxing match and refusing to throw punches. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you
Well,
doing?
you do realize when I say free market, I mean unmolested market, right?
Yes, but that
Um,
doesn't exist either, unfortunately. It'd be great if it did, but it just doesn't because there's always going to be governmental forces that manipulate,
the
that
rich
that
wanting to become
intervene.
richer.
Da, da, da.
Yes, I understand
Yes,
that. That's true.
exactly.
But it can be enforced. Germany and Japan after the war, free market was forced upon them. They had no choice in the matter. And look what happened. I mean, look at
Well,
the boom.
it's also the German and the Japanese people are
Well,
phenomenal
to be fair,
and
uh,
phenomenally industrious.
but it didn't hurt, right? But
No.
in Europe, you're starting to see like near Indian level of corruption, right? And regulation.
Mhm.
For instance, like I'll give you an example. This is what the Indian people do to cope with the reality of their world. You get a smart kid, a capable kid, and they're going to go to university, they qualify, right? And what they do is they know, like, say they want to be a dentist, okay?
Mhm.
They know that it's so corrupt, and if you got money, you can get things instantly, of course, under the table. But most people don't have that. That what they'll do is they'll register for their dentist business license before they even set foot in college, because that's how long it takes to get through the red tape and bullshit. That by the time they're done with all that stuff, what, a decade, 12 years of work they need to do to get to that level, finally at that point, the licensee will come through and they can actually open their business. Europe is becoming like this. The
Mhm.
regulation is everywhere. You can't just go and start a business in Europe. You can't do that. It's impossible. You're looking at a minimum 5 to 7 years just for conversations to take place before you can even get your license. You cannot start a business in Europe right now. You can't do it. And that's why it's so stagnant. That's why the Europeans no longer build anything. They used to be
But
in a manufacturing hub like America used to be. But now it's
yep.
they don't they all they do is import everything. They're even shutting their farmers down to where like, oh no, we have to save the planet. Some nonsense about cow farts. We don't seem to care anything about all the mice and deer and all the other farts that are going on in the world. But those
Mhm.
particular farts are important. However, of course, it's complete nonsense. But they don't build anything, and they're even tearing down their farming. It's like, oh, we'll do all the climate change pollution stuff in some other country. We don't have to worry about that because they don't really care about that.
Mhm.
And we'll bring everything into Europe. Of course, this is why it's absolutely collapsing because you can't do that. And America was in a very similar situation. And with Trump coming in and just absolutely slashing all of this regulation is why things are going to pick up. And you can look at California as a really good example. People have been talking about it's been what 20 years or something, or 12 years, something like that, where they've been trying to build a high-speed rail between LA and San Francisco. Simple enough, makes sense, right? Right.
Right.
And what have they built? They built a couple hundred yards,
Yeah.
not even a mile, right? A couple hundred yards. You can see it just standing in the middle of nowhere, right? Why? Because of regulation. You have to go through years and years and years of conversations before the real conversations can even begin. And you're spending millions of dollars in the process of the conversation.
Mhm.
It's insane. And of course, what Trump is doing is saying, no, no, we're going to cut all that nonsense out and let people do what they need to do, which is, of course, what you should been doing. It's been 84 years. Well, I know. Okay, yeah, but I'm talking about specifically that one issue. But yeah, I understand things have been going on a long time. Now, keep in mind, Alan does live in California, but I was just using it as an example, Alan. They did pocket that money. I'm sure they did, which is the same reason the Democrats ran Kamala. They knew she couldn't win. They just wanted to get that $1 billion moved around, and they did.
Right. Money laundering. That's all it
Yeah,
was.
that's all it was. They
All it
know she
was.
can't win. They knew right off she couldn't win, because
I'll tell you, they had some people a little scared though. We'd be in a different world, bro. It'd be a different world today already if she had won.
yeah, but it wasn't even
Different world.
close, dude.
No, it wasn't. I didn't think it would be. I was pretty certain that Trump was gonna walk away with it because living where I live, it's actually even though Ohio has become a red state, it didn't used to be. This is a last decade or so
Sure,
situation. But I live right on the border of Ohio, like literally 15 minutes from Michigan.
right.
Um, so I have a nice little barometer of the country, really, and I could tell like it was pretty. They would have had to pull some real shenanigans to get Trump to lose. I don't even think it was as close as it looks like on the scoreboard. I think he blew her out completely,
I think so. Yeah.
and
Um,
they did a
what
little shenanigans to
did
catch
you
her up.
did Ohio have a complete disillusionment of the union or something? What happened?
Of the what do you mean of the union?
Meaning, did the unions collapse and that's why you became red?
No, no, the union started voting red, is what
They
happened.
just
Well,
went
they a
red.
lot of them did collapse because they left. The companies left, but no, what happened is Ohio had a pretty large emigration out of it because there was no jobs here. All the factories shut down, or a bunch of them shut down. My city used to be called it still is, but it used to be the glass capital of the country. We
Yeah,
made all the glass here,
yeah,
and there still is a couple companies that do, but compared to what it used to be, it's not even close.
yeah.
Uh, and that is because of nonsense shenanigans. But what really happened is in 2004, I believe it was, Ohio's election was a mess, kind of like how everybody's election that happened to be a swing state in 2020 was.
Yeah,
It was a mess and it was embarrassing. So basically, the government was given a mandate to fix it. They got in there and they fixed it, and Ohio's elections have been much more secure ever since then,
I
and there have
see.
been a lot less shenanigans. In
I
2008,
Yeah.
Chester, I know for a fact that there was some shenanigans with Obama. I don't know how if he actually won this state or not, or if he didn't. I don't know, but I know the county that's right next to mine that I live in, that sitting in right now. He got 118, I think it was, percent of the turnout voted for
Wow.
him. I said, now wait a minute. I could give you a fluctuation of 2 to 5 points just because of math, but 18?
Yeah.
Who messed that up? Wait a
So
minute.
yeah, yeah. Well, it's kind of interesting actually. Near me is a blooming center for Japan as well.
Hmm,
Very close to me, Yufun. It's my favorite place here actually. Well, I've talked about it before, but the minus or the negative ion effect, the power spot effect.
yes, yes,
Euphuin is a place near me in the mountains that has that effect in spades. Feels great there.
I love it.
But it
It's
is a
amazing.
glass making blooming area as well.
Yep,
But
yep,
yeah, and it is cool. I love walking around looking at the old factories and stuff like that. We got a couple old factories in the city over the mountain from me too. It's kind of neat. Like they got a couple of old soy sauce factories. They got a couple of old
nice.
shochu, which is like whiskey, kind of like a rice wine whiskey type of thing. But I love looking at those old factories, man. It's really cool to see how people used to figure shit out, man.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
one of the
neat.
things that happened in this state is the deindustrialization hit us so hard. Ohio's never really recovered from the 2000 crash. Just hasn't. That's just a
Right.
fact. The wages have stayed depressed since then. So it's starting to well, under Trump it started to the first time it started to kind of catch up, bounce back.
Yeah.
But it's just this was a manufacturer, especially Northern Ohio was a manufacturing hub.
Yeah.
I mean, Whirlpool, one of the biggest appliance brands in the world, maybe the biggest besides like the Koreans, uh, is made right here in Ohio, right out
Yeah.
of Troy, Ohio, outside of Dayton.
You know,
Like this used to be one of the biggest manufacturing hubs on the planet, this state, and we got betrayed. There's a reason
Yeah.
I hate those coastal bastards so much. They destroyed my home, and
Yeah, no,
they
no,
knew
I
what they
know.
were doing.
Yeah,
They
that's
did it on
fair.
purpose.
They did do it on purpose because they're better than you. But
Yeah,
anyway, most of this manufacturing push that Trump seems to be doing, oddly enough, seems to be going into Texas. Although I'm assuming we're going to see widespread manufacturing pop up across the country in the next decade. Do you think Ohio will recover in that regard, or will it end up elsewhere?
it'll depend on who our governor is largely. I have said for years, and I've seen some people make inroads to this. Look at what Texas has done with technology. The
Yeah.
reason Texas is able to do that is because of its great tax incentives, for one, its
Hmm.
size, two, but also its location. It is a very central location. It's right in the middle of the South, and it's right on the Gulf. Ohio has a similar situation. We have Lake Erie, which runs right out into the ocean. It's one of the main thorough trade routes in the country because of the Hudson and whatever runs all the way out to the Atlantic, and you can literally run from here all the way through Canada, all the way out.
To Europe,
There's a lot of all the way, yeah. There's a lot of really good advantages.
there are.
It should be here,
Well, there's a
right in my
reason.
city, in fact,
It's a
that
reason
it should.
why
Right.
it used to
That's
be
why
the
it was there to
forge.
begin with.
Yeah, there's a
Yes.
reason. Yeah,
So there's no reason we couldn't do the same thing with more, more advanced technologies. It doesn't
well,
have to necessarily be automobiles. It could be anything in these
it could be
factories.
anything, but no, you are in a good position for such things, and you're also
Yep.
located to other resource-based areas that can file in. There's a reason
It's
why
just betrayal.
Chicago or Chilago, of course, was so important because it's an easy place to move stuff out. Keep in
Right.
mind during the cowboy age, all those cowboys, their end destination was Chicago, right?
Right.
The slaughter capital of the world, right?
And it's
Um,
also easy to get across the lakes because they're relatively calm compared to
most
the
of the
open
time.
ocean.
Occasionally, every
Yeah.
now and then, some god comes up and destroys stuff.
Yes.
Um, I don't. No one understands what the hell that is because they're
It
usually
happens.
quite placid. But
Yep.
every now and
We also
then,
get red algae. We get that red algae bloom, and it just, oof, it's
yeah,
not good. You can't drink the water. You can't even bathe. Shouldn't even bathe in it.
yeah,
You
yeah,
gotta wait a
yeah,
few
yeah. The
days
red
for it to
algae
filter out.
blooms are really bad. But
Yep.
yeah, the Great Lakes, there's some kind of mystery going on there because out of nowhere, you will get these squalls that'll just sink a ship, just
Yes.
out of
Yep.
nowhere.
Just
Yeah,
just for funsies, it'll
yeah.
show up. Like, "There we go, bam, see ya, bye," and then just gone. Then it's gone. Because it's weird because we don't usually get where I'm at, especially because 'cause I'm in between 2 of them. I'm right in the bottom of 2 of them, effectively.
Mhm.
We don't usually get the crazy, crazy, hard, nasty weather. We get missed by the big blizzards usually, we get missed by the tornadoes and all that, usually sometimes, but usually. And so it's interesting that on the lakes, though, sometimes they just get hit out of nowhere. It'll
Just out
just
of
a
nowhere,
storm just
yeah, it's
forms.
really
Yeah,
weird. It's really weird.
yep,
And I think it has more to do with some kind of weird water movement than anything. But yeah, there is
probably.
that mystery is long and enduring. But I think one of the because you guys in your area definitely have access, where the Texans definitely have the Gulf, of course.
Yep,
But I do believe there is a train, a railway that runs from Texas straight across over to San Diego, doesn't it?
I do believe, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So they do have access to the Pacific waters. Um,
Yep.
they do. Of course, personally, I think we should just knock out the top part of Mexico and give it to Texas, so they have their own direct access. And the more south you could push those Mexicans, the better. No offense, Alan.
Well, a lot of that territory there is pretty much empty anyway. Like it's desert and stuff. A
Well,
lot of people don't live
Tijuana
at that
exists.
point. Well, yeah, yeah, but that's right by the edge there. I'm talking about like if you go all the way along the top of northern Mexico, it's pretty barren.
Yeah,
There's not a lot of people living there.
that's true. They are down around the Yucatan and stuff. That is true.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's unfortunate. That's a different conversation. But Mexico needs to get their act together. They should be doing awesome.
Nice.
They should be
They
doing
should be. They should
amazingly.
be killing it. They
Yeah,
should be killing it, and they're
yeah.
not.
They're not, and it's because they can't get out of their own way. They can't.
Yep.
And the same thing with the Canadians. They can't get it out of their own damn way. And the fact that they've been completely inundated and controlled by the Chinese is another big issue. Um,
Yep.
it's so insane why you would do that, especially when America's right there. You can make all the best deals in the world right there, right? But no, no, no. They've been completely corrupted.
Yeah. Well,
W-
the Canadians are about to, seemingly at least, we'll see if it does happen. Seemingly, they're about to elect basically another Trudeau. Uh, I just that boggles my mind to no end.
You
How could
think
you
Carney's
possibly
going to
want
win
more?
over Pierre Polyev?
I don't think it matters, bro. Because here's the problem: Pierre, he's a lot better, obviously, but he's still very antagonistic to Trump.
Well, that's
Because how
fine.
dare Trump offer him the greatest deal that's ever been offered in the history of politics?
Yeah, but he's
Why are
also
the Canadians so stupid?
because he's trying to
It's
be
dumb.
Trumpian. That's why.
Oh,
Yeah.
but the real Trumpian thing would be to make a deal and just come on in. This is
Well,
where you should want to be.
that's because the idiots in the world don't understand what Trump's doing at all. They think he's pure nationalist, and it's like, well, not
Right.
really.
No.
No,
No.
that's not what he's doing. He is trying to make America great again. I mean, I don't know. Listen to what the dude says. Maybe.
Here, try it. Give it a
Just
shot.
give it a
Give it a
shot.
shot.
Listen to what he's actually saying. Right.
Like if you want to disagree with him on the merits of his actual ideas, cool. I do on some things. But but don't disagree with him on things that are made up. Like what are you doing? That's
Yeah,
silly.
that's
Don't
that. But
disagree with
that's
him on rhetoric.
yeah.
It's rhetoric. It's not real. He's not going to invade Canada. Calm down.
No, he's not. There's no need. And of course, in truth, he has been playing some games with them. And I
Yeah.
have a feeling the reason why he's supporting Carney is because he wants Carney to win. He's even said, "Oh, it'd be easier to deal with them." But why does he want Carney to win? Because keep in mind there are conversations going on that you're not privy to, right?
No, yeah, exactly.
And there have been many, many, many visits by the leadership of Alberta that have gone down not only to
Mhm.
Washington but mostly in Mar-a-Lago, and have had conversations
Bro,
with Trump that you don't know what they're talking about.
that you get,
Yeah,
that you
well,
get.
it would be. And I think if Carney wins, Alberta joins America. And if
I'd
that
love it.
happens, the entire west of Canada will fall into America. I guarantee it.
I don't know if I want the west of Canada, but I definitely want Alberta.
Yeah, we'll get
100%.
Alberta, you'll get Manitoba and
It would
Saskatchewan
be
is
nice to
easily.
have one straight shot to Alaska, though, without having
Well,
to go through Canada.
and the territories might fall in as well because that they are in
Mhm.
the way. We don't really want British Columbia. We might be forced to take it anyway. But
Who
what we
wants British
definitely don't
Columbia?
want is Ontario, Ottawa. We definitely
Right.
don't want the Quebecois, and we
No,
probably don't want the East Coast either with New Brunswick and stuff like that. Um, but
right.
um, yeah, that would be a big get. And of course, Greenland's got to happen in one way or another in some fashion. And of
I
course,
think Vance's presidency will seal that. I think
yeah,
Trump will get set up,
probably.
and Vance will be the one to seal it.
Yeah, and of course we have stuff going on in Panama as well. And honestly, I really would like to see the whole Gaza thing happen. Let that become an American territory. That would be great. Honestly, if he's real serious about his imperialistic thoughts, then he should take Western Yemen. That would
Somebody needs to
be
do something
that would be
over
good.
there. That's the whole
To
problem. That's the
because
whole problem.
well, Western one is where all the terrorists are. So bomb the hell out of them, push them all back into Eastern Yemen, and make that a desert, human desert area, and have an American colony there. That would be
Yep.
great. We would definitely be able to control. Keep in mind, with us going in there and controlling what the Houthis are doing, and the Somalis and the Sudanese and all those stupid pirates and all that nonsense, America in there protecting it, which we've been doing for a while. Do understand the only people that benefits is Europe,
Correct.
right? So all of that effort
Correct.
the Americans are putting in is for Europe, even though they keep shouting and screaming and saying dumbass shit on a daily basis.
Ungrateful, ungrateful
Ungrateful bunch
vassals.
of assholes. And of course, the problem is the same problem we've always had. They look down on us.
Yeah, I think we just need to start returning the favor, Chester. Just all right, you got it. It's all yours.
I
Have at it.
agree. I agree. Let them have at it.
Yeah.
Do you see over the weekend how much terror porning the Labor Party under Starmer was doing regarding Russia? Oh, they're going to attack.
Yeah.
Everyone needs to get survival kits, plans. We need to get all this preparation. We're going to get attacked. We're going to get bombed. We have spies running around the country. There's going to be nuclear weapons. They were literally just trying to terrify their entire population that Putin's coming. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, well, let's back up 1 second. First
He's
of
got a
all,
little ways to go. He's getting to you.
yeah, have the Russians said anything else at all about going anywhere, even say Finland or Poland? No.
No.
Have they done any action in any way to look like they're going to go beyond just the eastern part of Ukraine, which is what they said they wanted from day one? No. We have no evidence whatsoever. Matter of fact, we have evidence to the contrary of Putin and his people saying, "Yeah, no, well, we don't want any of that." But
He
yet
don't
they're
want nothing to do with them
literally
Finns
fear.
again.
Well, no, he don't
How
want
many
that
times
shit.
have Finns gotta beat that ass before they realize they don't want nothing to do with it? Like, the ratio in those wars is outrageous between the Finns and
Yeah,
the
but
Russians. It's not even close.
The Russians don't want anything to do with Finland.
Exactly. Well, who does?
They don't.
Finland's chill. They're right there, they're chilling, they're
They're
not
chill.
bothering nobody.
Estonia,
Yeah,
chill. Yeah, no problem.
no,
No panic.
no problems.
But over in France and of course Britain, they're just absolutely trying to terrify their population that the Russians are coming. And we know
Well, that's what
why
they
they're
say to
doing it
do.
because they're failing politically,
That's right.
right?
That's right.
But it's like this weekend was bad, guys. You go check some of the reports coming out of Britain. It's insane what Starmer and the Labor was saying this weekend in Britain. As far as they're concerned, the Russians are at the door and they're going to be bombing and murdering your children any second now. It's
They're
insane,
not.
dude. No, they're not. They're
They're
not
not.
even. They haven't even suggested it.
No. No.
Matter of
Putin
fact,
doesn't
the
want a world war. If Putin
no,
wanted a
and
world war, he could have started one a long time ago. He
I
doesn't want one,
he doesn't,
clearly.
and I think the Russians are like, I think they're kind of tired of it, and they just want to be done with it. And of course, Putin and Trump understand this, and Trump
Yep.
understands that. Well, can't necessarily trust the Russians because why would you trust them when they can't trust you, right?
Yep.
However, excuse me, Trump understands that hey, there's money to be made there, and he wants to
Yes.
get at it. Is what he wants.
One of the saddest things is what's happening in Europe is some of these countries that will be sad when they fully fall are falling.
Yeah.
Like, well, Britain for one, but that I don't know, that
Sweden,
ship may have sailed.
France,
Sweden.
Germany.
Sweden's the one that really breaks the heart
It
because
does.
it's such a beautiful ancient culture, and it's just gonna just die if they don't do something about it. And it has to
Well,
happen soon,
what's
very
going to
soon.
happen is the same thing happened in Spain. The Europeans are going to have to gather together and murderate all the Muslims. It's happened before. It's going to
Force
happen
them out.
again. You have the situation in the Austrian battles, of course the Russian battles, the Muscovy battles. You have the Crimean War situation. You have the situation with Italy, Spain. There's so many examples where the Muslims get a beachhead and people just ignore it for decades, and it gets so bad that they have to unify and get there and murder a bunch of people, and it becomes very bloody. This happened many times, and I guess we don't learn.
We just don't learn these lessons, do we? We just don't learn these lessons.
No,
No, it's probably almost certainly what's going to happen because it's just not tenable. I mean, it's a grave insult to the ancestors of all these people to have allowed Islam this deep into Europe.
yeah, no, it's
Uh,
insane.
it's
Yeah, it's
it's a
insane.
grave insult, and
Yeah,
your ancestors are spitting on your name.
yeah.
Just so we're
Well,
clear.
and the Muslims are spitting in your face happily.
Yes, happily.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I hope that is what happens is a continental reconquista, effectively,
yeah,
because that's what needs to happen, and I think it probably will to some level for sure. You already have, especially young among the young men, which is who's going to be the ones doing this. They're done. They're just
they
done.
are.
The shift to the right in the young men all over the world in every country. It's not just America. It's not just some of these more conservative countries. Every single country, Western or Eastern, has shifted to the right among the young men hard. It's coming. There's no stopping it now. We've got about 2 or 3 decades of massive rightward lurches in the culture and in the climates of pretty much everywhere, and eventually it's just going to come to a head.
It
And
is.
I think it's sooner rather than later, and I think it's probably for the best, to be honest, because
Unfortunately,
eventually you got to pop the zip, you got to
yeah.
pop the pimple
Well,
eventually.
all the Eastern Europeans and Baltic already got the message, and they're already
Yeah,
shifting radically hard. So Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Romania, it's getting some governmental problems, but the people themselves, we're seeing a lot of shifts. Unfortunately, Serbia still seems to be caught in stupidity, but it is that place has been nothing but war for forever.
a
Um,
long time.
yeah, Bosnia and all that kind of Kosovo and all that kind of shit. But the Poles are really starting to push back real hard, and finally,
Good.
finally,
Well, it's funny how much shit the Poles get, but they're the ones who consistently have to show up to
yeah,
save Europe from these damn
it's
Muslims.
weird, right? Isn't it weird? But it's
Yeah.
very true. But
Yeah.
because you know what's waking the Poles up though, in a weird way, it's not what you think it is. Um, you would think it would be this common sense stuff that we're talking about, right? Because Trump
Mhm.
wants to get back to common sense. The main statement in say Russia is common sense. That's the main cultural aspect of the Russians, common sense, right?
Yep.
So you would think it would be that, but it's not. The problem that the Poles are having, the reason why they're reacting so heavily, it isn't really in regards so much to the Muslim immigration, it's the Ukrainians
Right.
because the Ukrainians came in the millions to escape what's going on, mostly women and children and older people. What they're doing is they're starting to create their own little trade coalitions, of course. They're starting to
Mhm.
create their own little political parties, of course, of course. But it's starting to press against the Polish control of the entirety of Poland. And they're waking up to it and saying, whoa, 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 we need to do something about this. And that's the response you're getting from Poland. It's not to the Muslims so much, it's to the Ukrainian migrants that have come in, right? Um,
Well, all it takes though is one match to spark the flame against migration and immigrants
sure,
entirely.
sure.
And that'll just be what happens. It's happened before. This is the idea that it's this amazing idea that so many modern people have that those things are in the past. Why? Says who?
Yeah,
People aren't that different.
no,
Technology might be different, but people aren't that different.
people aren't that
You
different
push
at
them
all.
enough, eventually they're gonna be like, "No, get the fuck out."
Yeah,
Simple as that.
no,
The
it's true.
Japanese have done it a dozen times throughout their history. The Chinese have done it. They just did it actually, just recently. Eventually, they will just tell you, "That's enough of your shit. Get out of my country."
Yep,
And there's the only thing
yep,
you can do is fight them over it. Are you really willing to die for it?
right.
And as
Which,
we see in America with just Trump's just the attitude shift. Not even necessarily what the ICE is doing, because really it's not doing that much different than what Biden's or Obama's ICE was doing. Uh, it's the attitude shift, though,
yeah,
has been enough to really put the fear of these people who don't belong here
actually,
into them.
Obama's ICE was more effective than Trump's. He needs to get
It
on that.
was.
They need to be getting rid of a much higher rate of people. But
Yeah.
that's
Well,
another
he
reason
needs to
why,
do what he keeps talking about and activate the military through. There's various acts he can use to call up guardsmen and active military
like
if
National Guard
necessary.
would be fine. That would be
Yeah,
fine.
and just do it.
Yeah,
Just do it.
just get it done. Reservists and stuff like that. They do need to do that. But there are other things that could be done as far as citizen enlistment and things like that.
Yep.
But
Letters of marque, baby.
yeah, letters of mark. Yeah,
Give me some.
that would be interesting. But
I
there's
be making
another.
some money, boy.
Yeah,
Woo! Woo-hoo-hoo!
this is another reason why you're seeing Poland becoming so vocal about ending this war. Because what they
Mhm.
want to do when the war's end, okay, fine, the war's over. Now they're going to take all these Ukrainians and push them right back into Ukraine. Right?
Yep. Get
That's
them out.
that's that's why the Poles are doing what they're doing.
Go home.
Yeah, go home. So we'll see. Anyway, I'm getting on my time here, so I should go over and finish. I do have my box office mojo
Pretty
that we
excited
look at.
about letters of marque, Chester. I'm not gonna lie. If that happens, because it has been floated, the
Yeah,
idea of it.
yeah,
That should happen, and it should be for very specific people. It should be for people who hire illegals and people who house them knowing they're illegals without any, anything.
yeah.
Anybody involved in that stuff, you don't have to necessarily go after the illegals themselves. You go after the people who are facilitating them. That's who it
I
should be for.
I think we
And
should go after them.
you set up hotlines. Well, the illegals will self-deport. You set up hotlines, at least some of them will. You let the actual authorities handle them. You set up hotlines and whatever you need to do to just turn these people in and let the authorities come get them.
Yeah,
And rewards. Like, think about this. Imagine if they set up, this is what they should do. They're not going to. This is what they should do. Anybody who has assets, I don't care how big they are, and they're hiring people who they know have no business working in this country. They're illegal, they don't have a social security number, what have you, or a visa or a work permit, something. Uh, they should just be forfeit. Whatever they were working in, you're done now. You've
yeah,
lost it. It's
yeah.
done. We're going to sell it off. We're going to auction it off, and the person who turns you in, they're going to get the money. You lose. Period. or you go to jail and you lose it, and it happens anyway. This is your option. You can voluntarily hand it over and never do this again, and we won't put it on your record that you broke the law, or you go to jail and we do it anyway.
Yeah.
So what do you want to do? What
Yeah,
do you want to
no,
do?
that is one of the main problems. So many people are taking the cheap labor, and when they don't have to. And of course,
Exactly.
keep in mind, a lot of these big companies in the world today, their share of profit is way higher than it's ever been, right? And they're always
Yeah.
whining about and upping prices and increasing because they're not making enough money. They're making more profit than they ever have, percentage wise, than they ever have.
Right.
And we need to get back to a more sensible thinking. And of course, having cheap labor, that's why there's so many of them taking the illegals, because the
Yep.
illegals wouldn't be coming if they weren't having being given opportunity, and that's beyond the
Benefits.
free shit the Democrats are giving them. It's beyond that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I
Yeah.
agree. Anyway, let's take a look here. Minecraft movie opened up pretty big. 300 million worldwide, so it's made 150
Woo.
million dollars. Now,
It's
this is
doing well.
probably three. They probably need 300 to 400 million to make a profit, I would assume.
Which they'll
So
get,
they're
no
on
problem.
the way. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, they'll get that, no problem.
yeah,
They'll probably get around 500 million next weekend total worldwide. And that'll just be it. That'll be, they'll keep going, but then they'll have made their money, and everything after that will be gravy.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So this movie is a success
Yeah.
because I can't imagine the budget is anywhere near, say, a Disney movie. Normal Disney. This is Warner Brothers, however. Working Man, of course, I unfortunately told you, but it has made 22 million dollars, which after seeing the movie, they're already in the profit, guarantee. And of course, that could be a good thing, right? It's getting a lot of hype for you know the right and wrong reasons at the same time. But if they make they're making money, so that means they'll probably make another one, and we keep our fingers crossed that the next one maybe is actually a good one, right? But
Maybe.
you guys go
Maybe.
check it out yourself and tell me what you think. But I cannot express how awful that movie was, dude. It's wrong in almost every way, right?
Yeah. It's a
And
shame.
even the audio mix is bad, dude. I
Yeah,
mean,
I'd
how
imagine.
is that?
Well, because here's what happens is it sounds like this was what we call a cluster. Just a whole bunch of things all bad at once. And that happens sometimes in these films,
It does.
for whatever reason. And I think this is just one of those examples. It's a shame because, like I said, I really like Jason. I think Jason's a good
He's
time,
not
and
the
he seems
problem.
like a good dude too. He doesn't cause any trouble. He stays in his lane, does his job. Women love him. He's built like a Greek god still at his almost 60 years old. I don't even understand it. He's got the genetics of some sort of freak athlete because he is one. So yeah, I like Jason Statham.
Yeah, me too.
It's kind of,
Um,
if he was younger, if he was 20 years younger, he'd make a great James Bond. But
yeah,
he's
but
too old.
even with all of the horrible editing, they could have made a better movie with better editing. But it just has issues. And I'll show you how bad it is. The name of the character that Jason Statham is playing is Levon Cade, right? That's the name of
No.
the character. But don't tell Jason that, because as far as he's concerned, his character's name in the movie is Levin.
11. Like 11? I'm
Like
confused.
11, Levin. Yeah. It's not Levon, it's Levin. Levin.
Oh
Levin.
no. First
Um
of all, Lavone Cade is a terrible name. Anyway, like
yeah.
what are we? What? What are we doing? And second of all, 11.
Yeah. So Jason doesn't even know the name of the character. And no one corrected
No.
it. I mean, there's a director right there where him saying, "What's your real name?" "My name's Levin." The director didn't say, "Oh, cut, cut, cut. It's Levon. Try it again. Let's go." Nope. They're like, "Oh, great. Cut. Print." So, uh, which is weird because, like I said, David Ayers has made a bunch of movies I like. I mean, it is what it is, man.
Yeah.
But this movie is a train wreck. But it is making money, so cool. The Chosen Last Supper Part Two, where they've been thrown to make some money. Hey, it's made a little bit of money. Um,
Made a little bit of
Good for
stretch.
them, man. Good for them. So it's made about three
Yeah, I'm
million.
pretty excited about season 5. It's gonna be good.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's the part of Jesus' story I really like. That's the part
Well, it starts
where
getting
things get
interesting.
spicy.
80
Yeah.
million on a movie that needs to make 500 million. That's not good.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, that's
That's
dead.
real
That's
bad.
dead.
Finally, thankfully, one of these live action Disney movies completely bombed.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm kind of
oh,
surprised that this movie did so poorly, though. Because as far as I understand, it's not harshly woke. It's got
yeah.
that girl in it. I can't remember her name. The girl who played Wednesday. What's her name again? Um,
Jenna Ortega.
Jenna Ortega. Yeah. And I saw the trailer. It's like, man, it's a little horror movie. It's weird. I just figured it would, be sitting like where a working man is, around 40, 50 million. 8 million. This
Right.
is a disaster, dude. It's a disaster. I don't know how much they spend. It's probably not an enormous budget, but the AI is A24 for one. They tend to make pretty successful stuff. The CG in the trailer looks fairly good. The special effects. So they're nowhere near budget on this. This is like $4 million, dude. Oh my god, dude. What a disaster. What a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't understand it. But it is what it is. Hell of a Summer didn't do very well. I wonder why. Okay, so it's a serial killer horror movie. All right, it's a comedy though. I don't know. They often say comedy horror, and the comedy's light.
Mm-hmm.
But the ones that are actually comedy horror, I think people are sick and tired of that crap.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been tired of horror for a very long time, so
Well, Terrifier lifted everyone's spirits.
I do need to watch the Terrifiers. I bet I'd like the Terrifiers.
Hmm.
They look fun.
They are fun, and there's the key point. Fun,
Fun,
fun.
good times.
Yeah,
Good times had by all,
yeah.
except for
Nosferatu
people he killed.
is more of an artiste look at Count Orloff, but of course it is horror done exactly, actually horror, right?
Hmm.
Whereas Terrifier is not actually very scary. It's
No.
just bloody, and it's comical. And really the reason that series works is some of the special effect is amazing, but it's the guy playing Art the Clown, dude. You love him instantly.
And he loves playing Art the Clown. He goes everywhere dressed as Art the Clown when he goes to do
Yeah.
shows or whatever.
Yeah,
He loves
because
it.
it's wonderful. He's so good at it, dude. You gotta watch that series, man. I'm telling you, you're
I
gonna
will.
love it. Um,
I will.
yeah, yeah. But I know you're not a big horror guy. But like I said, it's not, if you want horror, I mean, actual scary, you need to go watch something like Nosferatu, right? Because that's
Yep.
actually meant to be scary. Most of these
Stick in your
movies
mind.
aren't.
Yeah,
Yeah. Speaking of what?
exactly. Stick in your mind is what I said. That's what
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
supposed to
yeah,
stick.
yeah. It's psychological, dude.
Yeah.
Um, Is this another a thriller? Okay. Yeah, one thing I've noticed, and we've been talking for a while, man, movies are not making money anymore. They're really
No,
not. You get something
no,
that'll pop up and make some money, like say this Minecraft or Wicked or something, or Barbie or something like that. But these numbers are really low, dude.
they're
They're
brutal,
really low. So
especially with the inflation.
yeah, so people are just
Brutal.
not going to the cinema anymore. They're just not.
Nope, it's too expensive. Let's
Yeah.
just call it what it is. It's just too. It's for two people to go, and where I'm at, it's cheap. It's still $30 just to walk in the door.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what are we doing here? That's outrageous. It should
Yeah.
be half of that at best, if I'm being honest,
Yeah.
because it's a 2 hour experience, maybe a 3 hour experience. It's just not the value proposition isn't there unless it's something you really really want to see.
Yeah.
For instance, like people with the kids and the families with the Minecraft movie. I honestly think what you're going to see is you're going to see a shift, and I think it's already actually happened, where the more family centric films, right? They always have always made more money typically.
Sure.
But I think you're going to see a shift where they're the only ones that really make money, except for um, like hyper budgeted movies that are
Sure.
specifically directed at like men,
Yeah,
basically. So
and
like Captain Maverick,
you need the cinema to watch. You need to be in the
right?
cinema. It's the best way to
Yeah,
see it.
Maverick is one of those movies that is just better in the cinema. It just is.
Yeah. Oh, that was a
You know,
great movie, though. It was just
it is.
much better than the original.
Yeah.
However, now keep in mind, let's take a look at this here for a second. Samuel Goldwyn Company. That's not a little deal, right?
Mhm.
Anyway, of course, it's only 111 theaters, so it's not great opening numbers. But they've made $120,000, $120,000.
Yeah.
And I saw this trailer. Matter of fact, let's look at it. Okay, let's take a look at this trailer here. Here we go.
William Tell.
Okay, that's a commercial. Okay, I
That is
don't
an ad, yeah.
Japanese
Yes, sir. I'm
whiskey.
told if you set your VPN through Albania, you don't get ads on YouTube anymore
Oh, really?
because they banned them in Albania. Yeah, they're illegal.
Oh, good. I maybe I should do that. Okay. Anyway, let's take a look at this trailer real quick because I saw it before. And it's we all know the story of William Tell, of course, the crossbow
Mhm.
guy. Um, it's a story I've almost forgotten about. It's been so long, but I mean, I grew up with this story. But we're looking at the trailer here. I'm not going to play audio, of course, but it's very William Tell. But it looks good. Look at it.
Yeah,
Of course, it's
it
Samuel
looks good.
Samuel Goldwyn. That is going to look. That's a serious movie theater studio, right? A movie studio.
Right.
Look at it; it's gorgeous,
They did a
right?
good job. One of the things that is very annoying about a lot of like medieval settings and whatever is they always make everything look real dirty, but it wasn't. It
It
was,
wasn't, and this isn't doing that.
no.
Everyone looks normal, but
Yeah.
but it looks good. This is good cinematography, good film quality. That's another thing that hurts a working man. The film quality is awful. It's god
Right.
awful, dude. I don't know what the hell filter they put on that, and of course there is no cinematography in that movie at all. But this looks real. That's my point. I saw the trailer. I was like, oh, okay. Pretty standard. I didn't expect it to be a big bombshell. It's got some good actors in here, but it looks fine. But this movie hasn't even pulled in $1 million profit yet.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
what the
it's I
hell,
mean,
dude?
they haven't released it wide yet. I don't really know what's going on, to be honest.
It's
It's
very
very
weird.
strange.
Because it looks good. You see what I
Yeah, it's
mean?
got a good so far anyway, from what we see here, decent cinematography. The special effects all look good. Like I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, this looks really good.
I noticed there's not a lot of black people in this movie set in,
No,
high
but there
medieval
are an
Europe.
awful lot of women swinging swords, though.
I saw that, yeah. I saw that, yeah.
Yeah,
Now, if you would have given them women some crossbows, I might have been able to believe you. But
sure.
I don't know about swinging these swords against these full trained trained soldiers.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna work, ladies.
Well, anyway, my point being is, I saw that trailer months ago, and I was like, oh, okay. I figured it would, probably cap out around 50 million, maybe, right? 100
Yeah.
million full run if it was lucky, right? But this is insane number, dude. I know it's a low
Well,
theater count, but even though, dude, that's really bad.
I wonder why they did such a limited release. There's gotta be a reason.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, it'll have a bigger release because this movie should make basic money. You know?
Yeah. I would love for more movies set in the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah.
It's a part of history that for some reason they just don't touch very often. It was for a
It's
very long time,
too
it existed.
Catholic, too Catholic. Um,
Yeah.
Another mystery thriller here. This didn't even bother. This went to one theater, and that's not even a good showing in one theater. So, meaning people aren't going out to theaters anymore.
Well, it's a
And
problem. They've put up a bunch of articles about how theaters are trying to entice, especially young people, back in, teenagers and young adults, and it just doesn't work.
no,
And the reality of it is there's a few reasons. One, it's because most of these theaters won't enforce standard decorum rules, so people just go in there and do whatever the fuck they want. And two, It's also just easier to just wait for it to be on streaming and watch it on streaming. Like these companies are shooting themselves in the foot with these streaming deals, but
Mm.
there's just no stopping it. Now, I predicted this during COVID, and I remember I got laughed at, but hey, I was right. Uh, there's just no stopping it now. Movies are going to become these big theaters are going to become much more like drive-ins are now. It's a gimmick more than it is anything else,
Yeah,
except for the really big, big nasty daddy events like Minecraft or your
it's a
Marvel
shame.
movies,
So
stuff like that.
let me ask a question because I'm not in the States and I haven't been there for
Yep.
a long time. Over here, what most people do is, of course, they're Japanese. So Monday through Friday or Saturday, Japanese tend to work 6 days a week. Um, people are just through the normal grind, right? They go to work, they come home, etc. Maybe on the weekend they'll go out to a restaurant. That's what I tend to do. Sometimes maybe they'll only go once or twice a month. But what Japanese tend to do is go to the restaurant or go just kind of chill at the mall, right? And the malls will be packed, absolutely packed, with people just going around doing some, buying some cakes or some little basic shopping, mainly just hanging out in public with other people. That's what the Japanese do. The cinema's completely, seemingly completely dead here. No one's doing that where they used to be big cinema fans. But that's about all the Japanese do. On a Sunday, you might see if it's nice weather like now, you might see people in the park or things like that, and that's fine. But the Japanese don't really do anything. So in America, seeing as people aren't clearly not going to the cinema, what do people do beyond work?
Um, watch streaming, play
So
video games.
Netflix and chill.
A lot of them, yeah. Honestly, it really just depends. I do see a lot of people out and about, like because I go to the park a lot.
Yeah,
I just like to walk in the park. I like to actually, as I've gotten older, I kind of like being around other people when I go for a walk. Not like totally, but just that energy, right? When I go for a walk, I don't mind it. I did. There was a time when I didn't like it, but now I've come to appreciate it. Um, so I see a lot of that. It's just all sorts of stuff. It really just depends on where you're at. So here, there's a lot of things to do, especially once the weather starts to get a little nicer,
sure.
right?
Yeah,
Because there's just other more fun activities that aren't as expensive. It's
like
the reality is it's just like bonfires and that kind of stuff. It's just too expensive, bro. It's just too expensive. They have to get the
yeah,
costs down. There's
yeah,
no reason for two people, two adults, to go to the movies and spend $30 for
dude.
2 hours of entertainment. It's outrageous.
When I was
Just on the tickets. Just on
Yeah,
the tickets, mind you.
that
That's not the
isn't
concessions.
that is insane. But no,
Yeah.
when my family was young and I was living in Hawaii, of course Hawaii is more expensive normally than other places. I could take my entire family to the movies for $20.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
easy. Yeah, the whole
Yeah.
family, right? Um,
What these theaters should do, and you mentioned it, they should play old movies, work out deals for,
yeah,
big movies, do a big event about it, and charge $5. And you can maybe like you do the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy, $5.
sure.
Come watch it all. Come watch, the Star Wars movies. Where the problem is these theaters, not theaters, these studios and companies refuse to let them do that. They just won't let them do it without charging exorbitant prices, basically extortion prices. Let's be honest, because of all sorts of licensing deals and what have you. The real problem with why Hollywood's so expensive, why movies is so expensive, why all of this is so expensive, is all of the bureaucracy.
Yeah,
There's so much red tape for just them to air a film.
yeah,
It's ridiculous.
it
It's
is.
completely ridiculous,
Yeah.
and it's just because of all the money laundering. Let's just call it
Yeah,
what
and
it
all the
is.
regulation and nonsense. That's true. But I
Yeah.
mean, just I'm a kid of the '80s, and of course, if you went to the mall, they were absolutely packed, even during weekdays. And of course, the cineplexes were at the malls, so people were going to movies. Nightclubs were a big thing. The beach, the park. When I was young, these places were always flooded with people getting out of the house, especially on Friday night was more of a nightclub night, and Saturday night was more family movement stuff. and Sunday, was usually a bit quieter. But I'm just saying that when I was a kid, outdoor places were
Yeah.
absolutely flooded,
Right.
flooded.
Yeah.
So, but it seems like now the it's just quieter.
Yes. I think there's a few reasons. One, the sense of community's gone. As much as we like the idea, multi-ethnic, truly multi-ethnic societies or cities or what have you, they just don't work for very long unless people completely segregate themselves, which is what normally happens. But because in America it's basically illegal to do so, uh, people just don't want to deal with it. And it's not even like a white or a black; it's just in general they don't want to deal with it.
Right.
So they just don't. They
Yeah.
simply
Well,
don't. That's why all these stores are going out of business. It's one of the things I said earlier. Um, if one of these theaters, and some of them have, one of these big chains set up a decor, a rule, etiquette, and they enforced it hard, meaning they had people, they had ushers and stuff, and if need be, security to kick you out if you're being annoying, and physically if need be. If they could do that and get themselves enough legal protection to do so without worrying about being sued every other time, that would solve a lot of these problems. One of the other reasons why people don't go out is because so many of these places, these cities and whatnot, have these ridiculous laws where if you throw somebody out, they can sue you. That's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Unless you
well,
can
yeah.
show an actual egregious thing that they're throwing you out for. If they establish this, put it right on the ticket. You have to do this. You have to shut up, turn your phone off, da 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 da. And if you won't do those things, then get the fuck out. Simple as. There's no. That's it. We don't need you in here. Rated R movies. I'm sorry, but we shouldn't be letting parents bring children to rated R movies because it's distracting,
It
if for
is.
no other reason.
Yeah, but no, that's a whole nother conversation you're getting into now. The
But that's why, bro.
the
That's
flippant,
why
I get it.
people don't go.
The
That's why. It's
flippant, the
not worth
flippant
it.
nature of the young people. Yeah,
If
we
it
had
was
an
cheaper, if it was cheaper, people wouldn't care. But you're dropping 30, 40, 50, 60, $100 to go to the movies. You don't want to deal with that shit. That's a lot of money.
yeah.
You
Well,
don't
we
want to deal with that shit.
we had an event that kind of speaks to that happened last week. You had a track meet, high school track meet, and you
Yep.
had one kid sitting in the wrong area, and the guy said, "Hey, this is our area. Go over to your school's area." And a little bit of an argument is like, "Yo, bro, fuck you. I can stay here." No, bro, get the hell out. And then the guy's like, "Fuck you," and stabs him in the chest and kills him. That's what happened, right? Just dumbass shit. But why did you go from 0 to 60 and kill someone though? It's a standard high school bullshit, right? What the hell?
Yep.
But they feel so entitled to be able to just instantly react in such violence. And of course, then a thing I saw happen instantly after that, it became a race issue. Like there was no race involved in that situation. Sure, the kid who stabbed was a black kid, the kid stabbed was a white kid, but it wasn't racially done. No one. I saw
Correct.
all the initial stuff. There was nothing race based about it at all. It was just dumb kids, and the black kid reacted way wrong in the wrong way, and just
Right.
violently for no reason whatsoever. But it instantly became this big old race issue where you got blacks saying he had a right to murder that person, which is stupid, and the other ones saying, "Well, black people are always a problem. It's violence," and we all know it's true, which is kind of is true. But it just exploded into this big racial argument when race had nothing to do with the situation per se.
Well, the problem we have, you're touching on it, is we have a whole, we'll call it a phalanx of young people, especially of the black persuasion, who have been raised now in this culture where blacks can do no wrong.
Yeah, that is
2020
a
2020
that is an
was
issue.
5 years ago. That's a that's a whole person of young adult development, that 5 years.
Yeah,
Um, so now you have a whole bunch of them who genuinely think that everybody's supposed to kiss their ass just for their existence, and that's how they behave. They might not out and out say that. Some of them will, but that's how they behave.
yeah,
And
but
the only way that behavior is going to get corrected is a massive reprisal from everybody else.
sure,
The other way
I
would
get
be
that.
if their community actually stopped being a bunch of degenerate losers and regulated itself like every other community does. We would have a lot less problems with them.
Yeah,
but they
No,
refuse.
I get that. That is a problem. I understand that 100%. But what I mean is, the white boy didn't say, "Hey, Negro, get out of here," and nor did the
But
black kid say,
didn't have
you
to.
know, "Fuck you, cracker." That never
That's where
happened.
they're at, bro. That's where they're at. They hate white people.
I
They
know,
genuinely
I
have been
know.
told that white people are evil and the white people are trying to hurt them. It's not actually, let me rephrase. They're terrified of white people. It's not hate. Hatred requires
Yeah,
agency.
but what
These
do the
people don't
white
have any
people do to him?
fear. Nothing. We exist. We dare to breathe in their air,
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
Well, it's all of that
It's just
nonsense.
propaganda.
They keep bringing up
Just
the whole
propaganda.
slavery stuff, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, okay, that's really convenient. You seem to only care about white slavery, but you don't talk about the actual or black slavery. When you don't talk about the actual, all the whites who were enslaved, the yellows that were enslaved, the reds
No,
were
that didn't
enslaved, the
happen. Listen.
browns.
No,
You
that didn't
know,
happen.
they don't talk about
That's
the
what they
black,
teach them now.
all those colors who did own slaves and sell slaves.
No.
They, you know,
That didn't happen. I'm not lying. That's what they teach them now, even in schools. They literally frame it as if it was only whites and blacks, whites owning blacks.
so
They will,
ridiculous.
if they mention it at all, it'll be a blurb, and that's it. And then they'll just move on right back to the narrative,
And
just so they can say they
no
mentioned it
one
with plausible
explains
deniability.
no one explains to him the word
No,
slave literally is coming out of white people.
mm-mm.
The actual
Most of
word.
them have no idea, bro. I didn't know that till I was 27 years old
What?
when I went and looked it up because they don't teach it. They do not teach it in American schools. It is only constantly. Why do you think all these young men, young white men, are so shifted hard to the right? It is endless. You suck. You're evil. Your ancestors were evil. You deserve to be genocided, is what they're saying effectively to them. That's what they say endlessly, endlessly to young white
I
men.
see.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they shift to the right and be like, no, you know what? We're just going to burn everything you like down. We're going to kill everything you love.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
it's
why they vote for guys like Trump and cheer him on as he destroys the stock market. Yep. Burn that bitch to the ground.
well
Burn it.
that because it's actually going to be helpful what he's doing. He's doing that for a reason. But it actually needs to happen. Because but the rebound will be. I'm telling you, we're going to hit 50,000 during his term. Telling you. But nevertheless, the yeah, because but I don't think it's going to change the fact that that kid's going to jail for a long time.
We'll see.
No, there's no way,
We'll
dude.
see.
No, there's no
We'll
way.
see. We'll
Dude,
see.
he pulled he's the only one with a weapon and he
Bro,
instantly escalated and stabbed the kid in the heart. There's no way he doesn't go to
Derek
jail.
Chauvin is in jail for the rest of his natural life. And all he
Nah,
did
he's not
was
out
put his
yet.
knee no, was put his knee on the upper back of a man who was dying of a fentanyl overdose. He did not choke that man. He did not. And now, granted, I agree that move should not be legal, but it is, and it is used by every police force pretty much on Earth.
Trump hadn't
Because
pardoned that guy yet.
no, no,
He
he
should.
should, but
He
he's
should.
not. He's not going to because it would cause too much. I mean, you want to see some race riots. Um, but that's my point. Is there's a lot of that going on where these people just get off.
So
Look, it happens in the UK all the time. They just get off basically.
so what is the solution then?
Massive citizen reprisal until it stops. That's it.
Okay.
Because you're not going to. The system's not going to let you reform it. Trump's already running into that right now. Look at all the trouble he's having with all these judges. The system will not let itself be reformed the right way, and unfortunately, that just means there's only one way to do it, and that's the wrong way. It's going to be reformed. The right's won. It's over. There is no fight left. We've won the young men, in a way that hasn't been done in 100 years.
But
The
you've lost the
young
young
men of
women though.
America, they don't matter.
Okay.
The young men of America are further to the right now than their great grandfathers were.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Doesn't matter.
don't
The women unfortunately eventually will fall in line once the system starts to get better. And
oh,
the
of
only way the
course.
system's going to start to get better is if we have to it's going to have to be toppled because it won't let us reform it. That's what Trump
Well,
was
yeah,
supposed to
that's
do the
true.
first time and he got undermined. He's trying this time. He is. Granted, I don't necessarily, you don't have to agree with everything he's doing, but he is clearly trying to change things.
He
There's no
is.
one who can deny that,
Yeah.
and it's not going to work. I want it to. I want to be wrong about this, but it's not going to work. It's too entrenched. The only way you're going to get rid of it is to dig it out by force.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well,
These people
don't
aren't afraid of you. They're just not. Now, if Trump starts having these judges arrested, then we might have some ball. We might be on ball time because that's what Lincoln did. Lincoln just arrested Pete. He didn't care. Yep, see ya. He deported journalists, he deported judges, he didn't give a shit. Deported members of Congress.
Yeah,
If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. But I don't really think Trump's got that in him. You don't get now JD Vance,
maybe.
maybe.
But don't the black people in America realize how dangerous a precedent that would be that they're setting?
No, they don't care.
Yeah, but
Chester, you have to understand these people have an average IQ of 85.
yeah, it's better than
They're not
Mexico.
capable of they're not capable of this form of reasoning on the grand scale. Now, many of them are. Many of them are very, very intelligent, including the greatest, uh, probably the greatest economic philosopher alive in Thomas Sowell. But most of them aren't him. It's just not.
Right.
They're just not. They're very, very low intelligence. They don't have the ability to look 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. You can literally you can find videos of this. They ask these guys questions about just what's the word I'm looking for? Non-literal questions. And basically saying, "How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?" And they'll say, "Well, I did eat breakfast though." That what? And a smart person, their brain breaks for a second because they don't understand how you don't understand what I just asked you.
Yeah,
But
it's
they
a
can't. Their
hypothetical.
brain,
Yeah.
yes, their brain cannot fathom
Yeah,
it.
but here's a big problem from my point of view.
Yeah.
I see the rough and ready black kids
Mhm.
online all the time. World Star, I think, is one of the places.
Mhm.
And I've seen them fire guns, and they don't know how to do that. Whereas I see the white boys out there in trying to emulate soldiers in tight
They do know how.
movement and
Yeah.
tight shooting. Uh, packs and stuff like that. Um,
Formations. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's like, yeah, if that kicks off,
You
you're
lose.
not going to.
Everybody loses. Whoever has the predominance of the young white men will win. Period. It's just
Yeah,
how it is. It's been that way for at least 700 years, probably longer. White people are the best at war. It's not close. It's not even debatable. It's not even
Grimlock.
debatable. We're the best at it.
Grimlock says black people with awareness, get the fuck out of here. You're asking too much, bro. All right, all right.
No, I mean it's sad, but it's true. And the only way it's going to get better is the black men who are starting to finally, slowly, the ones who have an IQ above 85, finally starting to make moves in correcting what they can. But the only way it's going to get corrected is there needs to be an actual renaissance in the black community back
Right.
to the black family and the nuclear black family like it
Sure,
like it was before the
sure.
civil rights movement destroyed it,
Well,
which it did on purpose.
that's the most effective destruction of
Yeah.
black people that Democrats have ever done. Um,
Yes.
but Yeah, I just it really is stupid levels of stupid though. Um,
It is.
and don't the black people
But the
realize
correction's
how
coming.
much privilege they have in America?
No, they have no conceptualization of it, Chester.
They're the
They
most
genuinely
privileged group on earth, dude.
the best, well, besides white women, the best question, white American women, the best question I've ever heard was by a black man who, when I think it was Thomas Sowell, actually it was, and they would say things like, slavery was real bad and blacks have it bad in America, and he'd just be like, okay, but compared to where though? Where do they have it better?
Yeah, no, no, black
Compared to where?
Americans are better than any blacks anywhere in the world,
It's not even
by
close. It's
far.
not even
Yeah, they
debatable.
are
Yeah,
privileged. The whole system is
yeah,
geared toward them. I
yes.
don't understand.
But
I
they
mean,
don't see it. They refuse to see it that way because they've been indoctrinated from a very, very young age that everyone's out to get them. The reality is, unless you make us, we don't think about you. Just
no,
don't.
no, we
It's not
don't.
it we
Um,
don't we don't.
Well, no, because especially with white men, because objectively, the worst thing to be in America is a white heterosexual male. There's no
Yes.
groups for you. There's no organizations. There's no governmental safety measures. There's nothing to help you whatsoever as a white heterosexual male. Nothing at
That's
all.
right.
Matter of fact, much of the system is quite against you. But what that forces the white dudes to do is they understand right out the gate, you have to do it yourself, and of course
That's
they
right.
create self-reliance and all these other kind of things, and therefore that doesn't involve thinking about the black dude or the white
Well,
liberal or whatever, because you're busy.
here's the problem though, is that's not always enough. So the system is so heavily rigged against those men now,
Sure,
well, me, effectively
100%,
now,
yeah.
that unless you're exceptional, which most people aren't, hence the term, you're just still not going to be able to get ahead. You're just not. You're simply not going to be able to. The system is designed to keep you from doing so.
Well,
It's designed to keep
I got out from
opportunities.
under it.
Like, you're exceptional, Chester. You probably have a top 1 to 2% IQ and work ethic. Most people don't have, especially not that combination. I mean, you have multiple degrees. That's very rare. So you're an exception. You're an exception to that rule. Most normal people just can't do it. They can work really, really hard. They can build themselves a decent life, but they're never going to get to even what was middle class 20, 30 years ago, unless they start there and have some advantages from their family or something. Because it's just the system is designed against them. You know, the reason why almost all these, or most of, if not all these gas stations in many cities and towns are owned by foreigners is because they get grants to buy them.
Sure,
What
I
the
know
fuck is
that.
that?
I
That's some
understand that.
horse shit.
And
Where's my grant? I'll buy the shit out of a speedway right now. Give me some money. What do you got? Let's
yeah,
go.
no,
Give me some
that
capital.
that's what I meant. Whereas, white people don't have anything working for them. I do
Exactly.
appreciate the accolade, but I've never looked at myself as being exceptional at all.
Well, that's fine, but you are though. I mean, you just are. Your intelligence is very, very high. You have a really high work ethic. Most people have one or the other, or neither in some cases, unfortunately. Uh, you can get really, 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 really far with just a great work ethic in
You can,
America, even today. You
yeah,
can,
but
but you're just not going to get over the hump unless you also have either intelligence or great wisdom to find people who have the intelligence and get with them as a partner to get over the hump. A lot of
sure,
Elon's orbiters are that. They're not necessarily very smart, but they were smart enough to realize that Elon is a cash cow, so they put
get
their
on
money on him.
board, of course.
Yeah.
But Dave says, you live in Japan. You really have no idea how bad the system is against us now. Well, I know how
Yep.
bad it was when I was young. I do live in Japan. You're correct, but you do realize me living in Japan makes it way more difficult for me, right?
Yeah.
I'm literally having to work against an entire culture and population. It's way more
Yeah.
difficult for me here. I make way more money in America than I make here.
Think
I
so?
oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's hard to be a non-Japanese in Japan, dude. It's hard.
Yeah.
Now I
It
bucked
should be.
against it. I busted my ass and I got it done, but I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
and it should be. I have no problem with it. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying that me being in Japan is not a benefit.
Right.
Now, me
Well, what he
being
meant is
ignorant, it is. You're
right.
right.
Right. That's what he meant by it. Is he meant the fact that you're not here, you don't realize how it's terrible. There's a reason why this didn't just happen. Everybody didn't wake up one day and be like, you know what, let's burn this motherfucker down. That didn't just happen for funsies. That's happening because these men are in their mid 20s. This is normally historically when
That's
you'd be
true,
getting
Dave.
your first house and building your family and having your kids and stuff. Throughout all of human history, if you weren't already doing that by your mid 20s, you were a failure up until very recently.
Oh yeah.
It, so the fact that there's people not even doing that in their 40s because they just can't, is not. It's just not tenable. This is
Yeah.
not a situation that it's designed to make serfs. It's not designed to make
Well,
citizens.
yeah, by 30
And
you
the
should
people
have
are
a
sick of it.
house. You should have a house by 30. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And a lot of people don't. And it's not even fully their fault. It's because the system is not designed to help facilitate that.
Mhm.
And that should be. That's really Vance's whole argument, if you watch him on these shows, is the system is rigged against these people. Why? If it can be rigged against them, that means it can be rigged for them. So why don't we just do that instead and see what happens? Why don't we just try it? Why don't we just give it
Well,
just for a funsies for about a decade? We'll just see if
actually
we can help lift the American people up out of this bullshit.
it
Maybe
would
give it a
be
shot.
it would be a windfall because uh any white guy, heterosexual white guy in America who's successful, if you actually had systems in place that were helping, oh my God, dude.
Yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
God. Yeah, it'd be
Elon was
impressive.
smart. Elon found a way to get the government to give him money. He found the right industries, the right technologies to focus on that the government was all about.
Sure.
So he was able to milk the system.
He's
That was
burned a
smart of
lot
him.
of it. Burned a lot of it.
Yeah, smart of him, but it worked. I mean, look at him now. Uh, but the problem is those opportunities are extremely rare and only for the truly, truly exceptional,
Sure.
like a Mr. Musk. That's the problem. The system did not used to be rigged against the guys in the middle. Most people are in the middle. They're just normal guys, normal work ethic. That doesn't mean they don't have one. It just means they don't want to kill themselves. Uh, Normal situations, all these things used to be perfectly natural, normal, and the system wasn't against them. Even if it wasn't necessarily for them, it wasn't directly against them. Now it's directly against them. They do not want
Well,
you to
dude,
be the
it
typical
was against them
middle
when I
class
was
American.
young. It was
It's
against them
even
in the
worse,
80s.
bro.
Yeah,
It's way worse now than it was.
yeah.
I mean, you could in the '80s, you could still get a house, a very nice house for under $100,000. That doesn't
Depending on
exist
where in the
anymore.
country you were, sure,
Well,
sure.
right, if you're in one of the big cities, probably not, but and pretty much every other small to medium-sized city, it wasn't a problem. I have my house here that I got now, I only have it for the price that I got it for, which was around 50 because it's old, it's small, and it's in one of the best markets to buy cheap properties, which is where I'm at.
Yeah.
And it was right before the big boom. It was right at the tail end of the last bust, so all the prices were way down right before the big boom. My house is now worth triple what I paid for it simply because I bought it at the right moment.
Yeah, no, no,
But
no, definitely. The first
that's
house
not
I ever
coming again unless Trump succeeds here and actually does crater this
well,
overinflated
we
market.
need to get back to no a complete meritocracy and no one's given an advantage over anybody else. Actual
Yeah.
equality
Well,
is what you need.
we
Um,
also need to get out about 50 million illegals if we
well,
can. That'd be great. That would help.
that's helpful. That needs to be done too. But yeah, no, I the first house I ever bought, I paid 110,000 for it. But
Yeah.
Alan says you're good enough, you're smart enough, and damn it, people like you. I know that quote. Where do I know it from? I
Can't
know that.
remember
Is that
either.
Kids in the Hall?
Yeah. Where
Maybe
is
it's
that
Kids in the
from? Hang
Hall.
on. I'll
Tell,
get it. I'll get it.
yeah,
Alan knows. Come on, Alan. Where is it from?
I know that
Damn it,
quote. It's
people like
funny.
you.
He's mocking me, of course. But yeah, no, I understand. Things were bad when I was there. It sounds like they're much worse. But it's ridiculous. If we go back to an actual egalitarian, equality, merit-based system, everyone has equal opportunity. Therefore, things happen. It's pretty
One of the other
simple.
things that needs to be promoted is culturally, and the government could help this, of course, is families again. And it's already starting. It's gonna keep going. I'm telling you, we're in for about 20, 30, maybe 40 years of a large rightward push all throughout the world, not just the West. And it's because the natural inclination of all of society is right leaning, is conservative.
Of course.
Because you can't have a civilization without trying to preserve it.
No, I
That's
mean,
just
obviously,
duh.
if you got a family and you got kids, you have to conserve. It's very simple.
Right. You have to be protective, you have to watch out and
Yeah.
look for threats. So we're going to see a rightward push. It's already happening. I mean, the country shifted harder, the hardest to the right it had done, I think, since the 50s. I'm pretty sure was the amount, and that's going to keep happening, and it's not going to stop. Like I said, you think you think people like me are right wing. My generation was lefty as hell. The generation coming up under me is even further, and the one under them is even further. It's even further to the right. These people are full on imperialists at this point.
Right.
This
Well,
is it's not going to stop. There's no stopping it. The only thing they could do is trigger some kind of mass die off, like a world war, which they might try. Uh, but the people don't.
well,
I
they
really
are
don't think they're
trying.
going to have any. I
They're
don't think they're going
trying.
to have anybody who wants to fight it. Who's going?
No, I
But
don't
the
think they
truth of the
do
matter
either. Yeah.
is, the last 75 years, most wars have been fought by either conservative Americans, red state Americans, or the equivalent of the other countries.
Yeah,
The
but they're
others
not the
don't really
ones that
join them with
started
it.
it.
No, but those people aren't joining anymore by and large.
No.
They're just not. They're not interested. They're like,
No.
no, I'm not fighting these wars for these bankers.
Yeah.
Nope, not doing
But
it.
I think
Not doing it.
another factor I've noticed, and I'm not there, but I've noticed is that because the marriage laws have gone so radically toward the female,
Yeah,
women are basically have been, basically tearing men's souls apart and having them pay for everything. But
yeah,
this has been reversed because men are just not marrying. And
right.
if you simply got rid of alimony 100%, put a cap on child support, I think it would fix that very quickly.
Well, what they should do is the child support needs to be managed by an exterior, not the mother.
Yeah,
and it should
it should
be
go into a bank
strictly to
account.
fund.
Yeah, it should
Yes,
be going into
strictly
a
to
bank
fund the
account.
child's expenses
And but
and
it has to be
managed by
capped
somebody.
because if
Yeah,
you are a normal person, you pay a few $100s a month for child support, but if you have money and you're paying a few $1,000s a month, that's insane. It needs to be capped.
yeah.
What is the living cost of a child, right?
I can tell you it's not $30,000 a
No, it's
month. I can
not.
assure you.
It's insane.
Yeah,
And if they want to fix things, that's one real step because right now men are not marrying and they're not going to, because
right.
it's just it's if you're marrying right now, you're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Yep, yep,
It's just the reality of it because you're completely behind the eight ball, dude.
yep.
And this, I think, is a big, big factor in why the young men have gone so conservative. Is
Yep.
because, well, they've been
Well,
forced to.
the system has been telling them their whole they did it to me, our whole lives that you ain't shit. Your achievements don't matter because you're a man and something about privilege or whatever. Whatever the nomenclature was of the day, it's the same bullshit.
Yeah.
It's all designed to minimize and reduce the male, as low as they possibly can to try and elevate the female. And really it's just about reducing the male. Elevating the female is secondary to the goal. They don't really care about that.
Well,
They
yeah.
just need to reduce the power of the masculine because the masculine is the only one who will really, truly change things. All throughout history, it's once the masculine force has had enough, once daddy comes home, that's it. Playtime's over.
Yeah.
And that's where we're getting to now. I'm telling you, if something doesn't change real quick, fast, in a hurry, in most of these places where there's this hard shift against women's rights, against all that stuff, they're going to lose it.
Yeah.
They're
It
simply going
always
to lose
swings
it.
back too much. It always does.
Yep. But they won't listen. I've been trying, Chester. I'm as hard right as you can find, and I'm the one who's been out here telling people they need to moderate. Because if you don't, eventually the thing's going to uncork. And when it does, nobody's going to like what happens. And then I'll just be sitting there like, I told you. I told you. I warned you it was coming. You wouldn't listen. You wouldn't listen.
Yeah.
Like I say, wake me when we get to Caesar because everything else is just dog and pony show until that happens.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But of course, the reason they're doing that is because women are easy to control. It's the men that are more difficult, which is why they're doing this. They're trying to
Yep.
emasculate men, gay them up. All of that stuff is to reduce the male to make them more controllable. Because the globalist agenda is basically to make you a slave in your own home. That's the
Mhm.
intention. But it's good to see there's some pushback because if there wasn't any pushback in America, the whole planet would have been lost. And it would have
Yep.
gone into a dark time until something radical happened. So we'll see. The Japanese, keep in mind that Japanese are very conservative, right? Most everything Trump says the Japanese would agree with. But yet their media every day is going on and on and on about how horrible and terrible Trump is every day. And
Yep.
therefore, Japanese will ask me, "Do you like Trump?" And I'll say, "You damn well, right, I do." And they're like, "How can you support him? Because you don't know what you're talking about."
And again, I'm still not, even though, I do like a lot of what he does, and I love to watch him. He's hilarious. I'm still not going to be one of these guys who's rah rah pro Trump, largely simply because the main reason, well, granted, once he got shot in the head, that was different. The main reason is less to do with him and more to do with we need somebody who's even more serious than he is. Because the bureaucracy, the deep state, as we call it, is
Yeah.
just not going to it's not going to go down without a fight.
Well, he is a
And
moderate.
its agents, yes, his agents or their agents in the judiciary are going to do everything they can to protect them until they can get either control of the Congress or control of the Senate away, so then he has no, functional power, which is why they need to get on that ass. He needs to get on the Congress to move now. There's no reason. We're in April. What's going on? Why isn't legislation been passed for all these executive orders yet? You have control of both branches. Let's go. Let's move.
Yeah,
Uh, you
they
only
do.
got about a year and a half. Somebody's got to get moving here. So that's going to have to happen. But it's just the truth of the matter is this whole thing. Even if Vance gets elected, it's just a stop measure. It's a shame, but the only unless somebody's willing to at the top start truly burning shit down, and maybe Trump will as he gets further in his term. Nothing's going to get better. You have to
Well,
clean. You have to clean the wound. You have to clean the wound,
like
and it's going to
for
hurt.
instance, one thing that he did that I don't like is on April 2nd the tariffs dropped, right? Which I was
Mhm.
100% behind. But even with that, he softballed them. Instead of them
Yeah.
being fully reciprocal, they were half reciprocal. It's like, no, dude,
Right.
fuck that. Make it
Hit
100%
them.
reciprocal. Hit their
Hit them.
ass.
Make them feel.
Yeah.
Make them feel. Like, I'm fine. Listen, if we have two choices here, in my opinion, this is what I would do. You're either going to pay or you're going to owe. And what I mean by owe is we're just going to close you out. You're done. See ya. Bye bye. We shut down. We don't need you. That's just the truth of the matter. The only people who are making any money off of this are the top 5% of the people in the country anyway. The vast majority of the people are not affected by the stock market going down 10 points,
No,
20 points. We
never,
don't care.
never were.
Ever.
That
Never
has
will be,
nothing to
never
do with
care.
you.
Burn it down
Yeah, it
is where
has
they're at.
nothing to do with your stock market. Has always had nothing to do with the citizens. Nothing.
Yes.
But yeah, no. Manufacturing needs to pick up, and America needs to become, more, internal, and
Yes.
run
Everybody does.
that way. And
Everybody does.
yeah, and let the rest of the world catch up. I mean, we've had certain things where certain countries have responded correctly and said, okay, okay, we'll have no tariff whatsoever. And of course, America will drop ours down to no as well, like Vietnam, for instance. Uh,
Right.
but um, but yeah, no, I 100% think that I like the ideas and I want to see them put into full application. Canadians are
Yes.
sitting there whinging and whining. I get it, but fuck you.
Yes. Listen, you have a choice, Canada. Play ball or don't.
Yeah.
And you need us a lot more than we need you.
Well,
That's just the
always been
truth of
that
it.
way. It's always been true.
Yeah.
And
So what are you
yeah,
doing?
yeah.
What are you
And it's
doing here?
not, there's no hate toward Canada at all. None.
No.
But it's just economically and, as far as trade and
It's like
stuff
I said
goes,
earlier, Chester.
no.
You got a woman. You love your woman. You don't really hate your woman, but she's fucking around and you're done with it.
Yeah.
You give her a choice. You can either stop or you can leave. That's it. That's where we're at. It's no hate. There's no bitterness. There's no anger. It either ends or we go our separate ways.
Yeah.
That's where we're at. That's where we're at with all of the world. And I think most of the American people agree. We're done. We're
Yeah.
tired of paying for your lifestyles and getting nothing but ingratitude in return. We're
Yeah.
done.
And financial ruin as well.
Yes, yes. Not to mention the fact that our cities all look like third world hellholes, largely from mismanagement, but also from the fact that all the good jobs were shipped over to your countries
Yeah.
for no reason. We gained nothing from this. They kept telling the American people this would be a great benefit to you. It wasn't. It wasn't. It just wasn't. There's no What's the benefit? Our towns are ghost towns. All these you can drive through towns in America all over, and there's just endless warehouses that are empty, endless factories that have been shut down. The buildings are just sitting there rotting. Like that, who's benefiting here? I'm not benefiting. My life didn't get better. I'll tell you that. I can guarantee the people in those towns that are basically ghost towns now, their lives didn't get better. So whose life got better? A couple people living in New York and L.A.
Yeah. Oh, to be
That,
fair, I was in the country before NAFTA.
yeah.
I left the country before that. So I didn't have to live through any of that, although I'd seen it from afar. But
Mm-hmm.
I get the
Well, I
whole
can show
point
you
about it.
shocking stuff.
I
Shocking
know
stuff. What happened?
I've seen some stuff from afar. But and who knows what the situation for me would have been in the States. I kind of imagine I would have more money than I do now, though.
Here's what's crazy: is imagine, if you will, 35 years ago, whatever it was at this point, those don't actually happen. NAFTA and the other, I can't remember the name of the other one. The other one doesn't pass either. And a lot of these ridiculous trade ideas get rescinded from the last 70 years or so. Imagine how wealthy the Forge, as you call it, would be today.
Oh yeah.
Today.
Oh yeah.
We'd be so rich it'd be stupid. It'd be stupid. Think about it. China, the only reason China's got money of any kind, which is a lot of it's BS, but let's pretend with them, shall we, is because all of our manufacturing from here was sent there.
Yeah.
That's it.
And look what they
That's
did
the
with it.
secret sauce. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the secret sauce. Imagine if there was a big Apple plant right here in Toledo, Ohio, because they have to be. They don't have
Yeah.
a choice. You got the port, you got all the access to the water. The weather's fairly temperate. It gets a little cold, but that's all right. Other than that, you know, it could be. It
Yeah.
could be, but it isn't
Because they don't even
because we got
assemble them
sold
in
out.
America.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Now, Apple has promised some odd billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars to build something in America. I don't know what that will be,
We'll
but
see.
no, I understand that. You have
Unironically, what someone should be doing in Ohio, in Michigan, in Indiana, in Pennsylvania is they should be throwing all kinds of wooing and glazing at Elon. So when he starts mass producing those robots, because he's gonna, they do it here.
yeah,
Do it here.
yeah,
Because those robots are going to cost about as much as a car. But I mean, if he can get them to do what he says they can do, which he probably can, they're going to change the world. Like
yeah,
it's going to be like the car. It's
yeah.
how much
Well,
it changes the
he's
world.
saying around 10 grand, but I'm sure
Yeah,
there'll be you can spend probably up to 50 grand depending on what
yeah,
model
that's
you
the
get.
start. ten
Yeah,
grand to start.
yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, and of course it will be a sea change in how Americans do stuff. The only thing I'm curious about with that is Elon going to limit that to domestic use, or is that going to be sold to farms and militaries and all kind of stuff? Because he does that. Well, now you need to figure out a new way to run an economy because that will
yes.
collapse
Well, that's
everything.
what's going to happen eventually. 100%. Which is one of the reasons why we need to move away from hard capitalism. Well, we don't have that, but even the idea of it, because it's just automation is going to change it so to the point where it just doesn't work anymore. It would work with humans, but once you have a workforce that is beyond anything a human's capable of and can work basically endlessly, that changes the game.
Sure.
That's going to change the game dramatically. So we're going to have to come up with some like you said, a new system based on the principles of capitalism that functions and makes sure people don't, not just
Well,
starve to death,
what you would
basically.
have to do is change to a resource-based economy, which
Yeah, which is what most people are saying is going to happen once we hit, especially if we can get fusion, especially if we can get to the point where we can mass produce cultivated food that doesn't taste like ass and cost $1 billion to make. Which we could if we get fusion to actually make it a lot easier. The problem with that is the power constraints. Um, Once you can get to those sorts of things and automation with the robots, I mean,
yeah.
it's
No,
going to
it's going to
change the
be
world.
interesting the next 20, 30 years for sure. But
Yeah.
I do need to go.
Jester, get out of here already. Jeez.
I know. Nevertheless, thank you guys very much. Definitely, in 2 days, we're going to be running like an interim little yeah, D&D kind of D&D-esque game until Bill's done with all his stuff. So there'll be a few of us doing that. Come back for that. Other than that, we'll see you next week and take us out of here, dude.
But dude, your favorite one, Chester.
Hmm.
The master is not the one who completes his training. The master is the one who never stops.
It's true. Namaste. Later, everybody.